Chapter 1. Genevieve. They rode in a carriage to the house in Mayfair. It was the home of Mrs. Rachel Hudson, the woman whose letter they had received. They went to tell her they would accept the job and find out more. She was a lucky investigator, in that they got their own carriage, most people got the Omni, but John was generous with them. He had 3, with staff to drive them. They had locked the office just a few hours after arriving. This would be their only job, given it was in Devonshire, which was a long train journey away. Devonshire, or Devonshire-on-Tyne, was big, around 100,000 people she'd heard, lots of factories and ships. The carriage pulled to rest before the house and she got out. It was impressive, not as grand as John's estates, which was his down-at-heel city residence. But this was fine. A huge sandstone building with pillars at the front and a footman waiting. He didn't open their door. He had no idea who they were, and they looked rough. Smith led the way. He was the man. He walked to the footman.
Mr. Smith to see Mrs. Rachel Hudson.
The man held a tray out and Smith dropped a card on it, they said. Trinity Investigations. She thought they looked great. The man disappeared into the large house. They waited for a good 5 minutes and then he opened the door.
Lady Hudson will receive you on the patio.
So it was Lady now. She had written the letter as just as Mrs. She walked in with Smith and they were led through the fine house to the back, outside through some glass doors and to a vast patio. It looked out onto a well-maintained yard. It was still sunny. A man and woman sat. She was smoking and looked around 40, but quite regal. He was lean and had a hat on. He stood.
I am Lord Hudson. What is all this about?
He said he had their card.
Investigators, why are you here?
They had messed up. This was clearly a private matter, but not much was private between a woman and her husband. He didn't seem happy to see them at all. Maybe he was sick of hearing about it. Smith was about to speak, but she pushed in. She saw the lady looked quite worried. My good sir, we are just going door to door. We know, of course, Lady Hudson lived here. We came to offer our services in a general way, trying to gain more business. He laughed.
Brazen. You are a long way from Whitechapel.
This is where people have the money. He laughed again and sat.
Quite right. I suppose you ask for the women of the house, as they might be a softer touch.
We have found most fine ladies have had some thief to track, or something they may need us for. The woman calmed down. Her husband seemed to believe them.
If we needed investigators, I'd just go to the police. They are much better now. Please leave.
Of course, my lord, but if you do need us, we'll be at our office tomorrow. The footman led them out of the house. Smith looked at her.
What was that?
I think Lady Hudson is hiring us without her husband's knowledge. They were out of the house and in the carriage when a footman came up. He put his head in the window.
Come back in 1 hour.
They pulled the carriage onto the street. It was such a nice area, lots of fine carriages, servants and men and women, well dressed. In short order, she saw a carriage pull out of the house. Lord Hudson was in it. They waited a few minutes and then pulled back in. The footman smiled at them. He led them back out to the patio, where the woman sat, smoking again. She stood, and she saw just how worried she seemed. She was pretty, if older, and very well dressed.
Thank you for that. My husband won't allow me to hire anyone. He says it's a police matter. But they don't care. Who are you?
She curtsied to her. Genevieve Richardson, and this is Mr. Gareth Smith. You wrote to our firm.
Yes, I was expecting him, and a man called Macready, not a teenage girl, not to be rude.
I'm an expert in, let's say, faith-based issues. We'll take the job if you want us to, but need background.
Fine. It is an unusual matter. Now sit.
They sat down and the servants brought some tea.
Don't worry, Michael is playing cards and won't be back until late. Now, have you heard of the Church of the Coming Rapture?
She hadn't, but it sounded bad. Anything that focused on the second coming and rapture was usually dark, not about hope, but all about fear. No.
Take this.
She handed her a pamphlet. It said, Rapture, is your soul ready? On the front.
We have family in Devonshire, and my sister MS Kate Wright. has joined these crazy fools and is doing her level best to throw her reputation away. But what I truly fear is for her actual safety, not only her standing. Read this pamphlet. And you'll see, they are frightening people and their preacher. Reverend Francis Octavius Jensen has some very dangerous beliefs.
She would read it closely, but having a look at the tightly packed 8 pages of writing, she could see choice words: coming rapture, be ready, purify, angels. She read that apparently Rev Francis had been visited by angels and seen the end, coming shortly in the form of a giant comet that would crush the earth. Well, it seems she is in danger. What do you want us to do? Convince her to come back?
Exactly, or get her committed.
She wouldn't be doing that, but maybe they could for the Rev if he was a danger. And the church is in Devonshire.
It is, so you'll have to get the train. First class is quite nice, and I'll pay for your tickets. And here.
She handed Smith 10 £1 notes, so neat, probably her weekly allowance saved up. Did she ever live here?
No, she'd always lived in Devonshire. That is where our family is from.
Anything you can tell us about her?
She's pretty, 25, a bit flighty. She's still single. I would describe her as a boat without a rudder. She is trusting and silly. I just hope she hasn't given them all her money yet.
Do you have a photograph of her?
Sorry, I don't. As I said, she lives down there and hasn't sent me one. I do have her last letter, though. It might give you a picture of her mindset. She would send them weekly, but not now for months.
She had the letter nearby and handed it to her gloved hands. That's what she needed. She'd get a very clear picture of her mindset and what she looked like. They finished their tea and left. She was off to Devonshire. They left the house and went to the carriage.
How does a woman who is around 40 have a 25-year-old sister?
She laughed. You're sharp when you try. I'm fairly sure it's her daughter, just hidden. It happens. If you had a child at 15, you'd try to hide it too.
So she said the tickets would be ready tomorrow. Do you have to say goodbye to John?
I do, and I want to see Johansson and find out if he knows this man or anything about visions. I mean, he could just be a con man. It might be that simple. He laughed at her.
Really? I doubt it.
Chapter 2. Lisa. She stood in the backyard of John's house, her house, and held her shotgun. Old Harrison was at the hurling machine and she was practicing. She was still a poor shot, but the gun had a short barrel and spread wide, which helped. She was happier than she'd been in years, or perhaps her whole life. John had proposed to her. At first, she'd said no, much to his shock. But then he said why. She could see, despite all odds, he did indeed love her. It wasn't at all what she'd been expecting, but here she was, engaged with a ring on her finger that had been his grandmother's.
Again, my lady,
Harrison said. One more. They had been practicing for hours. John was at work and it was almost dinner time. He launched the disc and she spun and fired. She hit it, but it kicked hard, hurting her arm and shoulder. Lisa grinned against the pain as the clay pigeon exploded. She nodded to Harrison, handing him the gun, and went inside. She was happy but scared. The thoughts of their night at the Grand still came to her. She'd seen something truly evil that night. It was one thing to know about demons and to see them inside people. Also to know one had been in her. She'd felt its darkness and lust. But it was another thing to see one in its real form. She'd held the mirror over her shoulder, and she'd seen something lurking there. It was like a storybook monster, tall and strong, like a gargoyle off a church roof, but dark-skinned and its face rotted like a corpse. She had not screamed, but she screamed at night, often thinking of it. Was that what was in her? No wonder it wanted to be pretty. They were hideous. Lisa hoped so much she wasn't special now. She didn't want to see these things. She said there were tens of thousands in London alone, whispering and deceiving people. They, like humans, flocked to the cities. She wanted ignorant bliss. It was too much. Going inside, a servant handed her a glass of gin. She took a sip and went to the parlor. She sat.
Dinner will be served when the master arrives,
the girl said. Lisa needed a job. Now that she didn't have to go out crafting her social group, She really didn't have a lot to do. All her friends or former friends were women like Sarah Saunders. They would smile at her face and laugh behind their hands that she'd caught a rich one. John was very rich, but that wasn't what she loved about him. He was smart, brave, and well-built. She didn't want to visit with people like Sarah. John had pushed for a wedding soon, but she wanted at least 6 months of engagement. She didn't want a child just yet and then have people say, he married her because she was with child. She knew around half of all women got with a child on their wedding night. Lisa heard a carriage pull up. She stood. It was John. He stepped out and came in. He too was handed a drink and he downed it in one. That wasn't like him. He smiled at her and walking to her kissed her deeply. That was nice, they could do that now. You okay? You look upset?
I'm fine. Where is Genevieve?
Visiting with her client, she said with a laugh.
Good for her. You look a bit dusty. Have you been shooting?
Indeed, I'm bored already.
The life of a wife. Let's eat.
John was a funny one. He was a good man, but he was still a man, and worse than that, he was a well-off gentleman, which meant he held himself to a very strict code of behavior. She saw as he ate, something was gnawing at him, but he wouldn't want to burden her female mind with it. He wasn't being rude. He thought he was being nice. Am I like other women? He looked up.
Probably not, but I feel women may be a lot stronger than we give them credit for.
Good to hear so, darling. Please burden me with your troubles. He looked at her and she saw he had tears in his eyes. He wiped one and looked away.
I have a case. I have to prosecute. I have 2 weeks to gather evidence and then present.
And it's bad.
It is. What do you know about baby farming?
Chapter 3. Genevieve. Smith had left their carriage to go home, pack and say goodbye to Bryony and his 2 boys. She hadn't met them, but he said they were 5 and 7. He was very glad to have £5 to give her for the next few weeks while he was away doing something dangerous. She was worried about him. If he got shot or killed, Bryony'd be dirt poor in less than a few months. At least they had a big family here. She had spent the journey reading and rereading the pamphlet she'd been given. It was well written and convincing, which was very bad. Its claims were outlandish, but she could see how they could appeal, much like the idiot, sad people drawn to the divination and séances. She could see how broken people could be seduced by this. Reverend Francis Octavius, as he called himself, had been visited by an angel of the Lord. He was told over weeks and months that the end was nigh, a comet was coming to crush the world. But of course all the true Christians would be taken before it hit. The pamphlet listed all the horrors of the modern world. The plague, ships sank, constant wars. He even said the fact that a woman led the country was a sign of the end. He called on all true Christians to gather and prepare. He didn't give an exact date, which was smart, but said the angel had promised to reveal it. The letter was still in her pocket. She took off her gloves and drew it out. She needed to sense it more than read it. The hand was fine and the words reassuring. How happy she was. How she had finally found a direction. She saw what she looked like as she wrote it. Pretty blonde, well-dressed and nice green eyes. She was happy. She couldn't get many more memories from the letter, only she wanted her sister to leave her alone and be a part of this. She truly believed. She felt the faith from her flowing to the page. She tucked it back in her pocket. Later she would draw her, but she had a clear image of her. She pulled before the cottage. The boy wasn't there, but she got out and knocked. She heard him yell out,
"Come in."
She walked in, and he was once again brewing tea. He looked older than ever. He had a cane he used all the time, even in his own house.
Genevieve, good to see you, child. What are the forces of darkness doing today?
She laughed. I think it's the force of man this time. He looked at her.
Often the same thing, now tell me.
What do you know of angels coming to people, giving them visions?
Well, of course, the Bible is full of true accounts of this. Many times angels helped deliver God's messages. It's often very real, or was, but we have the message. The Bible is the message. Jesus was the message. If they came now, they would be repeating themselves.
She liked his way of speaking, but could understand his matter-of-fact style of oration wouldn't be too popular. She passed him the pamphlet. He read it while she sipped her tea.
This is bad, but you know that. Tell me your thoughts.
The demon I faced made itself appear angelic. I find it easier to believe a demon is misleading this man than an angel said, "Hey, gather people in Devonshire before I crush you with a comet." He laughed.
Sadly, yes, often the soldiers of the deceiver will take a form to trick. The king of lies, they call him, not just because he lies with words, so I would certainly aim to find out more. Hear this man speak.
How can a person tell between an angel and a demon in disguise?
Good question. I mean, you can't touch them outside a body. You could force it to reveal itself in the name of the Lord. But it would know you knew, unless you whispered it. The best way is to praise it. Now, you're pretending to. But it will work.
She was confused. What? Sorry?
This will help.
He got his Bible out and flicked to the chapter. He knew where it was, but not exact words.
This is in Revelations. I, John, am the one who heard and saw these things. And when I heard and saw them, I fell down to worship at the feet of the angel who showed them to me. But he said to me, "You must not do that. I'm a fellow servant with you and your brothers the prophets, and with those who keep the words of this book. Worship God." So here you see John was amazed at what he heard and saw, and in his amazement worshipped the angel. But it, being a true servant, said, "Don't do it. I know angels are amazing, as are saints, but they are made by God, so don't praise them." But Jesus knows your heart, so I think if a being appears to you in angel form and you praise it as a test, that will be okay. Jesus knows what you're really doing, even if you are giving fake praise to a demon in disguise.
So if it's a demon, it will love the praise. If it's an angel, it will say don't.
Exactly.
Lie to a demon.
I know it's funny in a way, but they are prideful, as you know, but this man has probably just made it up. That's a lot more likely. I'm sure he's right now saying, "Give me all your money, you won't need it in heaven."
She shook her head. She hoped this man was a con artist. That would be safer for everyone, but she doubted it. When she thought of this church, she felt a drive in her heart. She felt like the Spirit was saying, "Go there." She doubted she'd feel that strongly if he was just a misguided fool. Any other advice for me?
This man will twist the scripture to win his battles, but will say it in ways not intended. Learn it well yourself. You might be able to lead some of his flock away.
Chapter 4. Lord Suffolk. He was thinking very strongly of quitting his role as a QC. All it meant was he was a barrister. The Crown recognized, and he couldn't bring cases against the Crown without a letter of permission. It also meant he often got the role of prosecuting Crown cases, which was the case here. It was truly awful, something he knew all about but didn't want to think of or learn more about. The case being the Crown versus Miss Deborah Smites of Shoreditch. It was a horrid case, and not one that should have taken 2 weeks to investigate. It should be easy to prove her guilt, but child murder cases were hard. It was hard to prove intent. They could get off if it was an accident. The problem was, he'd read the file, read her statement, and he truly thought she was a naive fool who might get hung because she was being charged with murder. Lisa had pushed him to speak, and he did. She wasn't like an ordinary woman, and he knew it would do him good to talk about his feelings. It wasn't manly, but his mother had been an odd one. She had often said to him, "How do you feel about that?" when he was having a hard time at Eton boarding college. He knew women often understood the mind and emotions a lot better than men. I feel she's a simple girl, poor and far from clever. I think she was fooled, and now she will face a murder charge. Her child was 6 months, but there is no distinction in law for that. It happens a lot. I mean a lot. We've had over 150 cases in the last 10 years. Most of them claim insanity, and they often get bedlam instead. But I have to try to prove she's not insane and have her swing. Lisa looked at him long and hard.
You can't defend her?
I'm a QC. I can only defend if I get permission, and I doubt she could afford me. There is no way I'll get permission.
So all the best barristers are QCs.
Yes, there are 187, last time I checked.
And the people can never use you against the crown.
I'm aware of why the system exists. It protects them from the best.
So who investigates you?
Not at all. The police will. I'll get a big file, then a few days to prepare. Then I accuse her in court and try to win.
How old is she?
16.
And she could still get hung?
Or life in Bedlam if she is lucky.
Oh, John, what are you going to do? You don't want to do this.
He thought about all his cases. He'd been in court a lot. He was only 30, but had been a QC for 5 years. When his father died and he became Lord Suffolk and ascended to the House of Lords, they were meant to have 10 years' experience, but he had a name and a big estate. If I think of all my cases I've ever prosecuted, they are all bad. One lady got 8 years hard labor for stealing an umbrella.
And you prosecuted?
Of course I did. It wasn't even my only case of the day. He sat down, sipped his fresh glass of gin. He had to quit. It would be a shame to his reputation, but it wasn't doing well anyway. He'd marry Lisa, and everyone knew her reputation. He'd adopted She practically, and people talked of that too. The only thing was, if he quit, the girl was still going to swing. There were plenty to take his place. I have no idea what I should do. Lisa bent down and cuddled into him. He wrapped his arms around her. He would have cried, but he wouldn't let himself. He needed to think. He had to do something.
It isn't just this girl. I mean, she got tricked, didn't she? But it's the system always hurting people.
She got tricked. I read her file. She paid a man to get her baby to a rich lady to care for it. She paid him £10 and thought he'd get it to a good home of some barren, rich lady.
Where did she get £10?
Selling herself, probably.
Good grief, what a world we live in. Forget demons and creatures. We have darkness right here. But I have an idea, and tell me if it's foolish, as I really have no idea.
If it's yours, I doubt it's foolish.
You're rich and you practice law because you enjoy it.
I did.
And poor people get crushed by the system because they can't afford barristers and things.
True, the statistics are bad. Poor women get very hard sentences.
You could quit as a QC and start a firm of your own defending the poor.
He laughed. How would they pay?
Who cares? Think of what we have faced, dear one. You think when we get to the gates of heaven they'll say, "Good man, you sent that girl to her death, but you earned a good wage." Or you defended innocent people and helped. You're rich, John. That is a gift. You can do anything you want.
He kissed her face and looked at her. You're such a good and clever person. Okay, let's do it. We'll get paid in pennies and shillings, but at least I'll sleep at night, and I have my first client already.
That girl.
Yes, young Deborah Smites. I love you, Lisa. You're so perfect and beautiful. She smiled at him.
Maybe we can move the wedding up a month or two.
Chapter 5. Genevieve. It was hard not to believe in God's hand when the evidence just came and slapped you in the face. She sat in the parlour of John and Lisa, a huge smile on her face. Here they were, a woman with a questionable background and a man of refined education, talking excitedly of how he would quit the Queen's service and start his own law firm to defend poor people. They had changed, or were embracing the better sides of their nature. She was so proud of them and hoped to be in their lives for a very long time. Sounds good to me. Also, I have an idea so you could actually earn money while doing it if you wanted to.
That's not the point. But I do like money, and if I can earn something, we might be able to hire staff.
Well, people love to read about courts and things. The cases of the court fill the papers. You should publish your cases and sell the paper. People would love it. A lord fighting for the poor. You're like Robin Hood in a wig, and it will draw attention to the flaws in our system. He laughed.
Maybe have my own penny novels.
Lisa joined in.
Lord Suffolk, defender of Whitechapel.
Anyway, Genevieve, you're leaving us.
She had her own battles to fight. The more she read about the church, the more worried she was. They sounded very frightening, but she'd have Smith with her. I have to go to Devonshire by train and investigate this church.
Well, send us mail and telegrams. We can help dig up records and such if you need.
Thanks for that, but I think it might be more of a spiritual battle than a legal one. She could tell they wanted in a way to come with her. Devonshire was around 8 hours on the train, but a big city. She had her £5 for the case, and 2 more from the church, and her short roll at the police. It was a lot, almost a year's wages. John had asked her if she needed money, but she said no, she was a businesswoman and would try to pay her own way.
What about your training?
Smith is a good fighter as well. He's agreed to keep teaching me. He said Macready would want him to.
True enough.
They had already eaten, and the maid brought her some sandwiches she had while they talked. She could see that they were eager to talk about their case. It seemed like Lisa would be helping him. Together, they would be a great team. She excused herself to her room and let them start. She went to her room and sat. She hadn't been alone for a long while, and a lot had happened in the last few weeks. So much, as John had said. My world has been exploded. She'd walked out of Bedlam a free woman only a month ago. Now she had seen so much, her life was extremely different. She was still a skinny 18-year-old girl, and she was going to investigate a church leader who may be talking to demons and convincing people to do who knew what. She didn't feel like some chosen warrior of God, but she had skills. She had the gift and she could see it. Her visions were still strong, but she was better at handling them. She often went without her gloves. She saw most things like acts on a stage. She saw them, she felt emotion, but the pain was fleeting. She knew it was just a human in pain, waiting for someone to say, "I understand." Then it could fade. Sometimes it was happiness, but not often. She didn't wear the workman jacket anymore, but she had her eyes out for some trinkets. The ring of Rebecca had been great. If she could own something like that, life would be easier. She started to pack. She'd have to be in Devonshire at least a week, maybe more, while the woman, Lady Rachel Hudson, was convinced the Rev was evil and his church corrupt. She had to give them a chance. Rachel had said her sister was lost and unhappy before. Maybe this was good. Her church had certainly saved her, in more way than one, but this felt different. She knew many people viewed God as frightening. They called themselves God-fearing, but she didn't feel that way. She loved him and Jesus. They gave such gifts. Sure, there was a stick. Life was hard. There was judgment. But any prize had a cost. She put a few dresses she now owned in her case, a jacket, a corset, and even a bonnet. John had given her a lot. Most of it was left by his older female cousin who had stayed last year. She liked her memories. She was a bit of a show-off and always singing. The songs played in her mind if she let them. The next morning she woke and got dressed. She skipped the shooting. Her train was at 10 o'clock, and she wanted to get there early. Lisa and John were up and waiting for her. They still slept in separate rooms, but held hands over the table. She had her case. "Well, I'm off." John stood up and went to her. He hugged her tight, his skin touching him. She felt such love for her and Lisa. He was happy. It was good.
Stay safe. I want a telegram when you arrive.
Lisa also hugged her. She too was so happy, but had a deep fear inside. She saw the creatures through her eyes.
Be careful, Genevieve.
Never fear, I have Smith.
Chapter 6. The Reverend. Reverend Francis Octavius stood before his congregation. The church they had now was a nice building on the outskirts of Devonshire. It had a big yard, nice little house at the back for him, and was full of people. He'd taken it over from his father. It was an independent church his father had built over his whole life, but the group never grew from 20 or so people. Still, they had been strong in faith and worked tirelessly. Now the small hall was full of people, 100 at least. Most came to hear him speak of the revelations he received, the angel, and of course the rapture and the comet. The people in his church were once what people would be calling working class, but now they were a much better class of people. Women in fine dresses and men in hats, which they took off. They were ardent. He knew his craft. Hello, friends. Welcome to church. I am very glad to see our number swelling to a much bigger number. It gladdens me to see the faithful that will be saved. I don't want to be alone when the comet comes, he laughed. Now, as we know, the world before the coming will be one of wars, famine, and hardship. It's a general coldness of man. We see that now. So many go hungry in our cities, so many turn away from God's teachings. The world is sick and corrupt, and we need to leave it. Let us consider. Timothy 3, 1-5 NIV. But mark this, there will be terrible times in the last days. People will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boastful, proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not lovers of the good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying its power. Have nothing to do with them. How can anyone say that's not the world we live in now? It is clear we are living at the end of times, but should that make us sad? Why would you be sad for someone to say, now move out of this tent and into this manna? Now move from this sickness into perfection? Now move from this sinful, sick world into grace? He had them all. They hung off his every word. He was glad he loved this. He looked at their faces. He saw fear, but hope. He would deliver them. He was the chosen. He knew finally he was special. He motioned to Kate. She was one of the leading lights in the church. She took charge of singing a hymn. He liked them to sing. He kept his sermons short, very short. His father went on, but he liked short. He waited until they finished their song. I'm sorry I don't have a date for you all, a time of your deliverance, but I am working on it. The angel does have a message for me and for you. He saw them all lean forward. Be not selfish in the word of the Lord. We need to build a bigger church and spread the word, so give deeply if you can. Francis left the stage. As he did, they chanted, Prophet, prophet. He liked that. He liked that a lot. He was a young man. He was only 25 and was so happy that he'd been chosen. The angel had told him how special he was. Jesus loved everyone equally, but some people were better Christians and worth more, that was clear. He was because he'd been chosen, not any of them had. Francis went into his house, into the small room, and knelt at the bed. He started to pray. As he prayed, the vision began to appear, slowly at first, then stronger and stronger. He looked up and cried. It was so beautiful and glorious. He always felt it. The angel stood before him. He could barely see it, a glowing white thing, but he felt hope and fearlessness. We gained more followers, and I gave your message to spread the word. It spoke words to him, but he knew it had to use English for him.
You do well, blessed one. We must spread the word. Many must be ready and be saved.
When they ask me, when will it come?
Soon, very soon. We need to double our efforts.
I need to write another pamphlet. He went to his table. A quill and ink stood, along with the paper. He put his hand to it and closed his eyes. He felt the angel enter his hand, and he started to write. The words filled the page, and then he pulled the next one. He let it right through him. He smiled. The word of God. Through him, he was blessed and good. Truly, if his father could see this, he would be so happy. that finally the family of Jansen gained the respect it deserved. In just minutes the page was filled. He looked up. Kate was watching him from the door. She had her hand over her mouth. He liked her so pretty, with her neat blonde hair, fine dress, the type of woman who would never look at him. That was amazing. Yes, the angel gives many gifts, but leave me, he speaks now. She rushed out the door. She had seen only him. The glowing came back and stood behind him. He had pages and pages. He knew they would speak of the comet, the sins of man.
Be careful, Francis, someone comes.
What? Who? He asked. It had never warned him before.
A false prophet, a tool of the Antichrist. Did you think you wouldn't be tested as Job was? The Dark One sends his minions to stop you?
Thank you. You are truly amazing.
Never forget that.
It said and disappeared.
Chapter 7. Genevieve. For a girl who spent her formative years locked in a bluestone cell, she sometimes needed to pinch herself that this was indeed her life. The train station had been very nice, the train was big, and Lady Hudson had paid for 2 first-classes tickets for them. First class was very good. They had an actual cabin thing to themselves. It had velvet seats and a door that closed. Smith sat across from her.
Think she knew there was a second and third class?
She laughed. Probably not. That was the thing she'd learned with John. The rich just didn't know of the other options. John knew almost nothing of the Omni system. The idea of not getting as personal carriage everywhere was odd. Getting in a wagon with other people, never, no matter how nice they were, or nice to her eye.
We'll have companions, though.
She looked at the people walking past the glass upper door. They were mostly finely dressed. She had no idea why they would be going to Devonshire, but it was getting bigger. Lots of factories, shipping and houses. She'd read 100,000 people now lived there, along with one Miss Kate Wright. The passengers continued to board the train. The conductor opened the door for them, and he actually introduced them all to each other. It was a young, pretty married couple called Mr. and Mrs. Cavell. He introduced her and Smith, though not like that. The man and women made a pretty pair, both well-dressed and well-off. Sad they had to share a cabin with the rabble. He looked wrong to her. He was too pretty, too talkative and too pleased with himself. She was a knockout, lean, blonde, great bones, and one of those art dresses on. They had no corset, so you needed some breasts to wear them, which she did.
Hello, friends. Nice to meet you. And you, Genevieve, a single woman with no chaperone, brave girl.
Well, Smith has a gun, so I think I'll be safe. He laughed. They all laughed, but he looked wary.
How will you be safe from him?
I've met his wife. She's lovely, and it's called trust.
Good, good.
It seemed to shut him up. The train pulled out from the station and started its long trip to Devonshire. She wished she didn't have this power sometimes. She had gloves on and stockings, a long dress, but still he bled it out. He was bad news and she had no idea why. She looked out the window. The train was fast away from the station. It would take about 8 hours, but there was a dining room and a bar. She grinned to herself. Her client had paid for this. Not John or someone else, but her own business. It was good.
So, why are you two headed to Devonshire?
James asked. She understood. He didn't let her speak. She looked at the young woman, Rachel. She just looked at her. She was interested. She held his hand. She thought it was fine. I'm an investigator. Smith is my partner. We're on a missing persons case. His mouth opened and he grinned.
Hear that, honey? Isn't that great? A female detective? What will they do next?
And you both?
Well, my family has shipping. Carvel shipping? No, anyway, we're moving down.
She looked at the woman. She didn't look sad or anything. She looked happy. Maybe this was just men. All he'd done was talk a lot. He was friendly. That's nice. How long have you been married?
About 2 years.
3 years.
Rachel said. Her first words. She had a lovely voice. She wanted to engage her, stuff James. Rachel, have you been to Devonshire before? Now you'll live there.
It will be a shock. I'm used to life in London, the balls, dances, sometimes we even go to music halls. Have you been to one?
Once?
Very exciting, I find them. But now it's Devonshire, but James needs to be there, the shipping.
She spoke up. Smith, are you thirsty?
So thirsty? James, come with me. Let's get the ladies some drinks.
He spoke in his soldier's English that said, "Do it or get hurt."
Of course, sir.
In moments, they were alone, Genevieve and Rachel. "Your husband is very over the top. Everything okay?"
Of course it is. I'm very lucky.
She reached out and took her bare hand. Refined English people never spoke of how they felt. She saw her emotions were complex. She did indeed love him truly. He'd been sweet and funny, but he'd changed. Now he cheated. He went out all hours and even had shoved her once into a wall. She saw Rachel thought he was changing for the worse. Rachel drew her hand back, looking surprised.
Honestly, we're fine.
Bloody demons, she thought. She just smiled at Rachel. We'll fix it. Soon the men were back, or rather they came and sat, and a lady with a tray followed them. Smith sat.
There is a bell we're meant to ring.
They sat and sipped. She looked at the man. Was he possessed? If so, this could be dangerous, a gunfight on the train. She slipped off her gloves and turned and whispered to Smith. "I want to touch his skin. How can I?"
Just drop something. He's a gentleman.
She had her old man's fob. She took it out to look and dropped it. James handed it back in moments. Her hand touched his. She knew him in seconds. She saw he had been so sweet. He loved her, Rachel, but he could get angry, and he had been with other women. Sometimes he just thought, why not? She whispered to herself, "In the name of Jesus Christ, reveal yourself, unclean spirits." She didn't know if that was right, but it worked well enough. In seconds, she was looking at James. He was now talking to Rachel, and she saw it. A huge shadow loomed over him. It was like a man's shadow sat on his shoulders, its fingers in his head. It wasn't possession. It was just using some power to push him the wrong ways, in moments of weakness. It wasn't in him. She had no idea how to get rid of it. Could she just bless him, or the carriage? She spoke James. "Are you religious?" she asked.
Of course. Though sometimes I wonder if why I believe. I mean, what has he done for me?
Rich, English, perfect wife, good health, heaven. What? She thought. I'm scared to travel alone, though I act brave. Would you pray with me? He laughed but looked at Rachel. She smiled at him.
Fine.
She spoke and he repeated with her. "Dear Lord, deliver me from evil. Give me the strength to be my best and serve you in all things, and be good to all I love. In Jesus' name, amen." He said the words and added,
Women can be silly.
As he said the words, though, she heard it. She knew it was only her. It was a howl, a demon's howl. It cried out like a wounded animal. She saw the shadow fade from him. He looked up. "Did you say something?" he asked. "No, did you want to tell Rachel something?" He looked at her and took her hand. It was like he was seeing her for the first time in a year.
I have been horrible to you. I'm sorry, darling. I don't know what I was thinking.
Chapter 8. Lord Suffolk. He found that resigning as QC was exceptionally easy, and it also had benefits. He'd lose his office and his junior barrister, but now he could draft a petition himself and didn't have to have a junior in court with him. Also, he could be appointed against the interest of the Crown. He had been to his office in the morning and said goodbye to his staff and junior, Mr. Michael Dawes. He never really warmed to him, so he kept it very short. He then rode in his carriage to the Newgate prison. Newgate was very close to the Old Bailey, so they could take the defendants to and from. He had been there before, but it was a horrid sight. His carriage stood out, the front, and he stepped out. He looked at the vast building. Blue stone, solid, it radiated badness. It was a dark place. Genevieve would have a conniption if she came here. John walked up the long steps and went to the door. It was solid wood, and he pushed it open. Inside were a small desk and a woman sat at it. Behind her was a vast gate of bars.
"Who are you?"
Lord Suffolk to see my client, Mrs. Deborah Smites.
"What, you're a barrister?"
I am.
"You can't see her. You see them at the trial and before at the setting of the date thing, not now."
He never knew the process. His junior did it. He'd never defended anyone. How can I see her?
Are you really Lord Suffolk?
I am.
Well, I could bring her up if you wait. We don't have rooms or anything, but there is a seat over there.
Fine. I'll wait, and thank you kindly. The woman smiled. He sat on the hard wooden bench. Sometimes he liked being a lord and rich. He waited for an age, maybe 20 minutes. Then the gate opened. The woman returned with a guard and a very scared-looking girl. The moment John saw her face, he knew he had done the right thing. She was very young, 16, and pale, skinny, a dirty face. That might have been pretty. She had bright eyes. She was led over to him. She tried to curtsy badly. He smiled.
My lord, you asked for me, as unlikely as that seems.
He liked her voice. She was English and poor, but had the Irish twang. It was better than the rough Whitechapel one. Hello, Lord John Suffolk. When is your trial set? He knew, but wanted to see if she did.
In 10 days, my lord, on Monday at 3 o'clock.
And who is defending you? She laughed. She truly looked like a child, but one of those tough children, who were never really children. The things she'd done would make the blood curl. Selling herself at that age. So wrong.
No one, my lord, I mean myself.
It was the way with most cases. No one except the rich had lawyers. He shouldn't be doing this as a barrister, but now he wasn't a QC. They could not stop him. With your permission, I plan to mount a defense and represent you in court, seeking a not guilty verdict. She stared at him for an age. Even the woman and the guard, who were still watching, seemed stunned.
But why, my lord, I can't pay. And you're famous, she said so.
That is true, but this will be my first defense case. It's good practice for me. Truly, you will be doing me a favor. Besides, I think you're innocent, and that should count for something. She started to cry. He saw her tough street girl persona crack. Then she regained herself.
I didn't think it did, but I'd be grateful for any help.
Good. You guard. What's your name, sir?
Mr. Kelly, Bill Kelly.
Well, Bill, I was thinking you come with us. My client and I and you. We go to the Viaduct pub across the road, have some fish and chips, and discuss the case.
Of course, my lord. You just have to sign her out. If she doesn't come back, it's your license.
Fair enough. In less than half an hour, they sat in the nice little pub across the street. The girl Deborah ate with a fury, as did the guard, getting seconds on his chips to make it worthwhile. John then asked him to sit at the bar. He just nodded. It wasn't a bribe, but it was close. So, I think you're innocent. I've read the file, but Deborah, tell me in your words what happened, so I can build some defense. The girl looked up, trying to find the words. He saw there was a deep sadness in her. He thought this was just a case, but her child was dead, and she surely blamed herself.
So, I had a fellow. We both lived together near Cow Cross. He run around errands and such. I made fake flowers. This was at 15, so I get in the way of a wife, you know, and he leaves. The parish tried to set us up in a marriage, but he won't and runs off. So here I am, left with my little boy Jim, and just me to raise him.
You have no family? The church wouldn't help?
Family is scattered or dead, and the church washed their hands. I mean, they did try, but unwed mothers aren't really their thing. I mean, I was an unrepentant sinner, so I can hardly work. I'm making flowers at home, but struggle to sell them. I struggle to make ends meet, and he's unhappy and getting sick. Long story short, I hear of these ads in the paper. Some nice old lady wants a baby and can't have her own, but needs some money as she's a widow and not that flush, but pretty good.
John just watched her speak. She seemed worried he'd just walk out and leave her.
£10 it was, so I raised the £10. It takes me around 4 months, and sir, you don't want to know how, but I'm sure you do. Let's just say I could have ended up with another Jim, but didn't. So I have the money, and truly, if I kept in that line of work, I could have kept him. I could pay my rent and way, but I hated myself. Who would want an unwed whore as a mother? So I answer the ad. and I get a response. I'm so happy, and they actually come to my house. Well, this man does. A big man, Polish he looked, and I'm not dumb. I know what they do. Some say they'll take your baby and then just drop it in a river. So I say, prove it. And he does. I got taken with little Jim, all the way in a private carriage to a place out near Beckenham, little cottage, nice enough. And sure thing the old woman is there. I met her and talked to her. She seems nice, so I leave her the money and Jim.
When did the police come?
2 weeks later.
Why?
Bad luck. There was this woman who was my neighbour, right? She hears little Jim a-hollering all the time. Now not, she confronts me. Where is he? You're a whore, I've seen you, all that, and she calls the police. I tell them about the ad, the cottage, the woman, they can't find it.
But then they found him.
Yeah, they found my little Jim. They killed him or dumped him like rubbish. And sure enough, there were the clothes I knitted for him, with the family name in it, as we do back home. So here I am. S.
Having heard her say it all, it was so much worse. He had to find these people. Genevieve could find them in a heartbeat. He had 2 weeks. Did they find them, the people?
Did they look?
He took out his pad and pen. Okay, tell me everything again about him, her, the address, the ad, the paper, everything. We'll find these monsters. She touched his hand.
Thank you, sir.
Chapter 9. Genevieve. She and Smith got off at the stop, which was for Exeter, as did most people, including her 2 new companions. She was glad she'd been shown the thing that infected James. Now she knew other than full-blown possession, there was also a minor level of influence they could cause, just a general pushing of weak people in the wrong direction. She only wished she had been able to hold his hand and explore his memories fully. Even though they would include adventures with his wife, she could live without seeing. She'd like to see where he picked up his passenger. She looked down the road of the town. It was big, not London big, but built up. She looked and laughed. They had a tram. It was horse-drawn and on tracks, but it was a tram, not an Omni. That was interesting.
So what's the plan, boss?
Smith asked. He hauled off their 2 bags of luggage, hers a suitcase, his a big duffel bag. She wanted to get straight to this church she'd learned from Lisa, that if possession was involved, it only took a day or 2 for a demon to destroy a life, even if they finally became free of it. The pamphlet had an address. They also had nightly services, which was very odd. It was a Friday, though more nights meant more collections. We should go straight to the church and find a hotel. That is nearby. She looked and there were hackneys. They hired one and gave the driver the address. It was on the outskirts of the city, in a smaller township. Much more country she expected. They rode for almost an hour, bouncing along, and soon arrived. The sun was still high up and would be for hours. It was summer, and she looked. There was a small town with a few buildings and one pub. It was a Tudor building, white and black stripes. They got out and Smith led the way. A man stood at the counter, a highly polished thing.
Rooms?
The man looked.
For you and your?
Niece.
Smith answered.
Well, I have rooms upstairs for £1 or a cottage that used to be my mother's for £1 a fortnight.
A pound a fortnight was a lot, but he had the monopoly.
Food included.
The man smiled.
Of course, but only breakfast and dinner.
The man reached down and took a key out.
This is it. Just walk to the end of the street and down the lane. It's the one called Briar Wood.
They took the key and left. They could see the road to the church from here, but she wanted to drop her things off first. She was worried about this cottage. The man was around 40, so his mother would have been 60. She could well have died at home. At very least, she lived in the house for years. Gloves or not, it would be full of her memories. They went down the street, the lane, and turned. The cottage was cute. Very low thatched roof. Smith opened the door and stepped in. She braced herself for the memories and she felt them. They were fine. She hadn't died in there. She saw the old woman sitting by a fire, knitting away. She was thinking of grandchildren. She had no powerful memories for the last few years. She seemed content to live a simple life. That was good. They set down their things. There was only one bedroom and the lounge.
I'll take the floor in here.
It was funny. She broke convention so often she didn't think of it. She went everywhere with this married man. Now they would spend a week in a little house together. She was glad Bryony wasn't the jealous type. She didn't want a mad Irish woman after her. She walked into the bedroom and froze. Someone else had lived here. The old woman's memories were here. Her ghost walked around the room, going to the dresser, sleeping in the bed in her robe, thoughts calm. However, she wasn't the only one. There was a child, a little girl. She huddled in the corner of the room. Sadness and fear were all around her. She looked at her. She looked like she could hear something. She went to the corner where the girl sat. She took off her gloves and touched the wall. The memories came in waves. She could hear yelling and shouting, a man and wife, the girl's parents. She heard smashing sounds, a body hitting against a wall. The girl closed her eyes and cried. Poor kid. She stood up and went to the door. Who was she? The old woman as a child. Their daughter. She walked out of the room. You get the room?
Memories?
Yeah, a little girl. I think her parents fought, or he hit her.
People, you'd hate my house. They say someone got killed in there.
She realised her power had been less lately. She almost only gained memories from bare skin, not from the outside. Only James and his dark shadow had shown up. She remembered that feeling when she'd met Warden Anderson. She wondered if he too had a demon rider, or was he just an evil person? Smith took his bag and threw into the room. She left hers on the floor. Let's go to church. Service is at 5. They left the house and there were no carriages at all. They looked around and started to walk up the road. It wasn't a long walk. The church came into view. It was cute, made of bluestone, not huge but well made. A lot of people stood out the front. They looked like a nicer class of people than she'd expected, more well off than most local people. There were carriages here, almost 5. There was a painted sign that just said, "The prophet speaks at 5. She didn't like that. He was hardly a prophet, and she didn't think even the actual prophets said they were. She walked to the gathering and looked around. Sure enough, standing there, a pretty blonde, nice blue eyes, her woman, Kate Wright. She just walked up to her. She stood alone, patiently waiting near the back door. "Kate Wright?" she asked and held her bare hand out to the lady. She looked at it for a moment and smiled, shaking it.
I am, and you are?
She wasn't possessed. She felt happy and at peace. She felt pleased with herself, confident. But please, she was confident, as if she normally wasn't. She was a model of a person who had always been adrift in life, but now she had a purpose. It was a very powerful thing. "I'm Genevieve Richardson. Your sister has hired us to make sure you're fine and not under duress." She could have tried to mislead her, but there was no point. She could also see in her memories one that stood out strongly. The Reverend was writing in a flurry with his eyes closed. The pen found the page and he crawled the words faster than should have been possible. She heard the fake spirit mediums often did this. It was a trick they learned, marked paper. But maybe this was more. Kate's reaction to it had been very strong. She certainly believed it was real. The women laughed.
Lady Hudson is worried about me. How kind. I'm fine as you can see. Better than I've been in years. She worries that I'll ruin the family name.
I thought you liked her.
We were close via letter, but as soon as I got my life sorted out, she turned on me. She liked to have someone to fix, and I always needed fixing.
What can you tell me about the Reverend?
He is blessed, a true prophet. If she had come herself, she wouldn't be trying to get me to leave.
I'd like to meet him.
He'll be speaking shortly. You should stay. I'll gladly introduce you so you can tell my sister I'm fine. I hope she paid you well. Now you get a nice holiday in Devonshire.
Until the comet comes.
Unless you accept Jesus as your Lord and personal Saviour.
I have.
Been baptized and follow his teachings.
I do. The women smiled.
I see the light in you. Come and listen to Francis and you'll see that for us the kingdom of heaven will be here sooner than the rest.
That was it. She had read so much in the last few days, going over her revelations again and again. She knew this man had to be preaching something dangerous. She waited for 20 more minutes, and people started to come in. They found a seat on a wooden pew. The church was full of eager people, all sitting forward, in some expectation. Tight wood pews and at least 80 people, a lot for a Friday. Most people would normally be drinking. She waited and saw the gas lights dim a bit. Then he walked onto the stage. Reverend Francis was young, maybe in his mid-20s, handsome, in the way of a fit young man, short black hair. He had black pants, a black shirt, and a very simple cassock. There was a stage he stood on, not a pulpit. He walked up and down, but his voice carried.
Welcome, friends, welcome. Short as ever are my words, but I know you all want to get out and start playing cards, drinking, going to the public house. I will be brief. I have spoken with the angel, and we gain another sign, a design. The end is drawing closer. We all know that Jesus himself warns that as the rapture approaches, as his glorious second coming closes in, many false Christs will rise, false prophets and deceivers. Some have said that's what I am, but I don't claim to be Jesus. He laughed. Just a man with a message, indeed you will. See, in the next few days, an antichrist will be in our midst, trying to derail us.
She didn't like this. Now if she spoke out publicly, it would seem like her. She would speak to him. As yet he was just a vigorous preacher. She kind of liked him. He spoke about being true to your wife, not being an adulterer.
The angel also gave me a vision,
he said, and she was shocked. Everyone gasped.
He showed me the coming of our Lord, the second coming. The world was in great turmoil, and as he came, he rose from the ground, all the faithful. It seemed like what John had described. But I saw all the bodies of the people. I saw my own father dead 10 years back, perfect and whole. My own mother dead 20 years, perfect and whole. Then I saw myself, raised, but I was young still. I had that body, and he made it whole. I looked at my father, not sick as he was, but hale. I knew we'd keep these bodies for eternity. We all believe we will rise again, so guard yourself. The comet may be here tomorrow. Would you be ready? Be ready, prepare. This life is the tent. Heaven is the mansion. Be ready to leave this one.
He walked off stage to cheers. She looked, so many sad and broken people, but now turned happy and proud. Smith looked at her.
Did he just say die young and stay pretty?
She laughed, I think so. Kate led the people in a song. She didn't know it, but she didn't like it either. It spoke of the way they would rise. In fact, the refrain was, when we die in Jesus, we rise in Jesus. It was just dark, dark. Surely Jesus and God wanted people out enjoying his gift of the world and making it better, not dwelling on death. It was coming to us all, but the miracle was life. She waited until it ended. She watched the collection. The whole affair took less than 30 minutes, but soon the room was empty. Kate came to her.
He'd like to meet you.
Chapter 10. Lisa. He had gotten the name of the paper from John. The girl had a good memory and had said she found the ad placed in the pages of the Advertiser's Weekly. It was literally a weekly paper only of job ads, flower hands, factory hand, things for sale, missing person, rewards. It was all classifieds. Even the front page was simply a block of adverts. While he was busy looking up other cases to try and formulate a strategy, she would do some detective work and try to find these people. If they could locate them, the girl would most likely avoid a sentence, as no one believed she'd raised the money and paid them in good, if naive, faith to look after her little one. The library was part of the British Museum. The museum was quite impressive as a building, huge, sandstone, big arches and lots of rooms. She knew it held many previously private collections which were now open to the public. The reading rooms were in the library itself. She went through the main building to it. She'd never seen so many books. Shelves and shelves in rows. Desks at the end and people reading. There was a central desk with 3 women at it. One looked young and bored. Lisa went up to her. She smiled at the woman. "I want to read the paper."
Which one?
"The Advertiser's Weekly, all of them for the last 2 months."
It's a weekly, so that's only 8. I'll get them for you. Please sign this sheet with your name and address and I'll bring them. Find a table.
Lisa was the only woman in the place, but she found a seat at a desk. It was across from a young man who looked like a lawyer in training. He had his head in a pile of books. You couldn't borrow them, just read them. The girl brought a cart with the pile of papers on it. Lisa took the top one. She looked at the date, 1887, February 5th. That was the newest. It was the 8th today. She took it up and laid it out on the desk. The paper wasn't quite thick, but poorly printed. She looked through it. It had sections, which was good. Jobs, lots of jobs, items for sale, lost items like pets and even seeking friends. She heard that was to find love, very modern. Lisa looked briefly at the jobs. She sighed. These poor girls. John said this one, Deborah, worked as an artificial flower hand. She'd made fake flowers for bonnets and hats. There were lots of jobs like that. She saw one that was 8 shillings a week. What a con. But many were as low. She knew rent at a city boarding house was likely to be 7 shillings, leaving them 1 shilling to feed them for a week of very hard work. She flicked the broadsheets. Almost immediately she was disgusted and knew this would be a big job, and the growing size of the problem. Who knew her city was such a disgusting creature? She took a pen and pad and started to rewrite the ads that matched and the addresses. There were at least 9 she found. Some were for baby care, which was also a problem. One read young one wanted to nurse. Having 3 children of my own, another would be welcome, can care for it, for 2 shillings a week. That was a pittance. No one could feed a baby for 2 shillings a week. Then she saw the more obvious ones, the ones that would have appealed to a young working girl. Adoption. The advertisers are unable to have children but seek a young baby under 1 year for full adoption. Good clean house, £12 asked to pay for crib and such, but he earns the Navy pension. The address was a postbox. That was bad. She didn't think that was it, as it didn't mention a country cottage. But maybe it was them. She wrote it out and the others for full adoption. Lisa went through the others. Many were the same. Week in, week out, which made her scared. Then she saw what she thought was the right one. It was 3 weeks back, so the correct time frame. Adoption, widowed lady seeks the joy of raising a child again. As hers are grown now, children pay a stipend, country house paid for, seeking full adoption of young and healthy or sick child aged 0-3 years, £10 to help organize baby's own room. The address was also a P.O. box, but she was sure that was it. She read it again. It was clever and brutal. If she was a young girl, she could imagine feeling hope at reading it. Baby's own room sounded so nice, and a widow who had already raised children as well. She went through the rest of the paper. There were at least 2 more that seemed from different people. One saying the family planned to emigrate, and one other widow, but had her own boys and wanted a girl. It limited her chances but made it seem more real. She finished her writing and realized her breathing was ragged. She was so shocked and upset. She knew things like this happened. There was a case in the paper about 6 months ago of some old nurse paid to care for children, and they were discovered dirty and starving, but alive. It was shocking enough. If these people were running an elaborate con business and killing babies, she was sure there had to be demons involved. How could ordinary people be doing this? What would have to happen in someone's life to make them capable of such horror? She went to the counter and spoke to the lady. I'm finished. She just nodded and went to clean them up from the neat pile she'd left them in. As Lisa gathered her things, pages of awful ads and people written down, she walked from the library entrance and stopped. 3 men stood in the lobby. They were waiting to go into a room that held some relics. She saw the sign above their heads, Ancient Rome. She stopped, with such force that she slid on the floor and tripped. One of the men ran to help her up, which was bad. She looked at them, and around all 3 were figures, They were not fully formed, more shadowy, but tall, dark, and terrifying. The man took her hand. He was young but distracted.
You okay?
She looked at him. One of the things was behind him, standing like a bodyguard. Its hands, she could see, were at its side, but it turned to face her. I'm fine. He went to join his fellows, but they all turned to her now. The shadows. They had seen her see them. The men left to go inside, but they stayed. She stepped back, but they came. As they got closer, she saw them come into view fully. She saw through their guises and shadows. They were tall, like her mirror creature, dark-skinned. One had horns, they had human eyes, but a yellow iris and rotted skin. She saw one's face. It smiled at her as they came closer. Lisa was terrified. Her heart beat so fast she thought to run, but was too scared. She thought of she. She whispered, "In Jesus' name, please leave." The main one came closer and closer. She saw it grin again, with a mouth full of animal teeth.
You have to mean it.
The voice was horrible, deep and cracked. All three advanced on her, and the first one leapt. It dove at her. She flinched, and it disappeared into her. She felt it inside her. She cried out and fought. She felt its mind, and she tried to stop being scared. She wasn't going to let it take her. She focused on what she believed. She did believe in God and Jesus. She just never thought they could love her. Please, Lord, protect me. The demon flew out of her with a jolt. It was shoved out and back, flying across the ground. It stood boldly as before. They gathered around, staring at her. It spoke.
See you again, Lisa Walker. We've heard of you. We know you.
She turned and ran from the hall to the sounds of their evil laughter.
Chapter 11. Lord Suffolk. He had never had a case to defend before, and as such really began to realize how hard this was going to be. As a prosecuting lawyer, he often would question the defendant. They would have no representation but themselves, and it was really a case of them proving the charges were false, not the other way around. He could have witnesses and force them to attend. As a defense lawyer, he could have witnesses, but making them come was up to him. And trial was set for a day, not a time. They'd do around 20 in one day, and most cases took about 10 minutes, with 5 minutes for the 4 judges to decide. The panel of judges could ask questions and handle sentencing. They also often put in their own opinion, which could be truly damning. He thought about the case. It was going to be very hard to win. Even if he found the man and woman involved, there was no way they would come to court to say, "Yes, we tricked her." She had no friends, no one she told of her plans. The policeman, who found the baby dead, would present evidence, and so would the officer who charged her. They would have a prosecuting lawyer who would compile all the evidence, and he had the witness list. It was pretty damning. First, they had the priest to say she had a baby, the neighbor to say she had it, then it was gone. The police found the drowned body. The main issue was everyone knew she had a child, then she didn't. Deborah herself would be her only hope if she explained what happened. They might have hope if the judges believed her, but he needed some evidence. His main hope had been the letter, but she'd be locked up almost 2 weeks, and chances were her things had been thrown away by the landlord. She, like most poor people, had weekly rent. There would have been a new tenant in her house on the day her rent was due. John wrote himself a list of the things he would have to do. Any other firm would have investigators, but the ones he knew were busy. Besides, he normally liked this kind of thing, if the stakes weren't so high for Deborah. John stood. As he heard the sound of a carriage pull into the driveway, he waited a moment, and the door was opened. Lisa came in. She just ran straight into his arms. She was crying and frantic. He let her cry and motioned the maid to leave. "What's wrong? Is it the case? Those ads are pretty bad." He knew it would be a hard job, but she was tough. Lisa pulled herself away from him.
I can see them now, John. The demons. I was at the library and I saw them.
Good grief, what happened?
They knew my name and one tried to possess me. It did for a moment, but I got it out.
How?
I prayed, John. But you know me. I believe this all, but I never felt I was on the side of right. I'm just along for the ride. I'm not Genevieve.
He didn't know what to say. He'd seen them. He believed it. But he really didn't think it would be in their lives. When she was gone, they were being dragged into the fight. You should speak to Mr. Johansson.
Who is that?
He is like Genevieve's mentor. Maybe he can give you some answers.
Can I sleep in the room with you tonight?
Of course, I'll have them bring your bed in. Lisa handed him a file. It was the copies of the ads, a note.
I found the ad.
Later, we'll look later.
Chapter 12. Genevieve. She was taken with Smith. They went from the back of the church to a little house. Kate led the way and opened the door.
I've brought her.
They were led into a lounge room. It wasn't big, but the Reverend Francis sat at a small table. He had a mug of tea before him. He stood up and smiled. He shook her hand. It was quick, but she felt just the touch of a man. He was confident and a bit cocky, but not possessed. He shook hands with Smith as well.
I'm Reverend Francis, and you are?
Miss Genevieve Richardson and Mr. Gareth Smith.
So Kate says her sister is worried about her.
That's why you asked us here.
And she said you wanted to meet me. I understand I am preaching an extreme message. It is frightening to many people, especially those who don't believe.
He was nice-seeming, very genuine, if very young and proud. Still, she looked around and she couldn't see anything. Nothing seemed to be controlling him. Can you tell us about your visits and visions? Does the angel have a name? He laughed.
A lot of people ask me that. No name. I actually think it might be more than one. When it speaks to me, it's sometimes a male or female voice. It's something else. It may be a group. But for ease, I say one and she.
The vision?
I have been visited many times and has grown over time. He reveals parts to me when I can understand it all. All you need to know is the age of wickedness is ending. The comet comes to destroy the earth and man, like the floodwaters of old, and the chosen will be saved.
When?
Soon, but it hasn't been revealed yet. We're not ready yet.
Not ready for what?
To be judged. But we're getting better. I see more and more people coming. The word is spreading. More people are turning back to God.
She couldn't get a handle on him. He seemed to believe it genuinely, and he was getting a lot of money from his followers, but he seemed not any crazier than a lot of people out there. What she was worried about was him convincing them all to kill themselves when the comet didn't show up.
Bathroom,
Smith said, interrupting. He followed the directions out. She continued. But what has a comet got to do with anything? If it's a sign of the apocalypse, will Jesus come before or after? What is it?
In my visions have been many, but what I want to tell you is we are already well into the signs of the coming. The horsemen have come, the tribulations have started, the comet is promised, and I'll tell you where.
He took out a Bible.
This is from Revelations, chapter 8. When he opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour, and I saw the 7 angels who stand before God, and 7 trumpets were given to them. Another angel who had a golden censer came and stood at the altar. He was given much incense to offer, with the prayers of all God's people, on the golden altar in front of the throne. The smoke of the incense, together with the prayers of God's people, went up before God from the angel's hand. Then the angel took the censer, filled it with fire from the altar, and hurled it on the earth, and there came peals of thunder, rumblings, flashes of lightning, and an earthquake.
He put the Bible down.
So you see the angel threw it to earth, the censer. This is the comet. We have seen the horsemen already, so we must be very ready.
She was intrigued. He was crazy, but compelling. The horsemen, who were they?
Well, white and red. Sent to conquer was Napoleon. Black is famine, or the potato blight in Ireland. And the pale horse was death, the plague, death itself. Genevieve, the 7th seal is open. The censer is coming, and we need to be ready. You should join us. I see your faith.
She couldn't believe it. It was a lot worse than she thought. Not only was he saying the end of the world was coming, but that it has already started. She looked at Kate. She stared at him, so full of faith and happiness. She believed him fully. If he asked her to walk into a fire, she would. And what do we do before the comet comes to prepare? He laughed.
I know why you're here, Genevieve. I see you looking at me. You think I'm crazy. There is no angel. How can this be right? I'm not saying to them, give me all your money, or to kill themselves before the comet comes. We simply have to follow the word of the Bible. But more than ever, because we don't have time. There are only weeks to get right with Jesus, not years. We can't live for ourselves anymore. It's going to be his time very soon.
It was hard to argue with him. His vision was madness. She had no doubt it was just craziness. The world was far from coming to an end. Napoleon, as one of the horsemen. What about Genghis Khan or Julius Caesar? They were worse. Humankind was getting better, not worse. She knew they had a long way to go before they got called home. Once she'd asked Johansen when he thought Jesus would come again, he said once every person born or yet to be born had his chance to accept Jesus. To her, that meant when children stopped being born, it was coming. Can I meet the angel? He laughed.
You can pray for it to come, but that's between you and God. Now you should leave. You can see, Kate is safe. I'm not a danger to her. I'm just trying to help my flock.
He held his hand out and pointed to the door. Smith chose that moment to walk in from the bathroom. They left by the back door. She turned to him. Any luck? He held out his hand. A man's fob watch sat. He turned it over. It was engraved to Francis. May God fill every hour. She winked. Good man.
Chapter 13. Lisa. She was scared. She'd spent the night sleeping in John's room, or the main bedroom. She had gotten up early and gotten herself into a carriage as the sun began to rise. She hadn't really slept. She kept dreaming of those things. The worst was that it had gotten into her. She could perhaps handle that they existed, and she might have to fight them when Genevieve was around. But she was on the outside. Now she could see them, and they could see her. One had been in her for days, but that seemed almost like a horrid dream. They knew her name. It was like a creepy society that was after her. She believed in God, but she wasn't Genevieve. She wasn't running around doing exorcisms. The carriage took her to the home of Mr. Johansen, or Johansen as he was called by all. She remembered she had met him, very briefly at the funeral of Macready. The carriage pulled up and she got out. She knocked gently. After a minute or two, an old male voice said, "Come in." Lisa opened the door and looked in. The man, Johansen, was sitting at a small table. He looked up at her.
Hello, do I know you?
Lisa Walker. I'm friends with Genevieve and Lord Suffolk, his fiancé.
You're engaged, congratulations. I'm sure Genevieve must be happy. But you seem troubled. What's wrong? I hear she is in Devonshire.
He motioned her to sit down, and she did. It was strange. She had no idea what he and Genevieve talked about. John said he was like her mentor, so hopefully he knew all about it. What do you know about me and demons?
Well, I know you helped Genevieve, so you have seen these creatures, and she said one had you for a few days, which tells me much.
Like I'm a sinner and I didn't believe.
Like you have a strong mind. If you got it out or realized its lies, the demon in you wasn't just another soldier. She probably had a name. She certainly was a general or captain, so you did well. Now let me guess, you see them now.
Lisa was surprised. He didn't seem like he was judging her, but maybe it had happened before. It's worse than that. I saw a group of them. 3. They saw me. One took me for a moment, but I got it out, and then it spoke to me. He was sitting alert now.
What did they look like to you?
At first shadowy, then tall, like gargoyles with no wings, but skinny, rotting skin, but solid.
Did it know who you were?
It knew my name. He stood up from his table and started to walk around, searching or something.
This is bad. Wait, how did you get it out of you if Genevieve's not here?
He asked, still searching. I prayed. I prayed for them to go, but they didn't. It laughed, and when it did come out, it just stood there. It wasn't like a true exorcism Genevieve did. It didn't go to hell. Johansson found a drawer. He drew out a small necklace. It had a crucifix. He gave it to her. She held it close. Maybe it was some protection from them.
So, Lisa, tell me what you believe. Not about these things, but about God and Jesus. Are you a Christian?
I am. I mean, how can I not believe? We've seen evil. So of course I believe. Besides, I was raised in the church and was baptized. I guess I just always thought I wasn't worth it. Jesus doesn't want me. He actually laughed.
He does. People who have flaws are wanted. He loves us all equally, even me and Genevieve. He loves the same as you, or someone a lot worse. In the eyes of Jesus, you are worth as much as one of his saints. He wants to save all. He gave his life for all of us, not just some of us. You have made mistakes, I'm sure. We all have. Jesus took your sins so he could have you close to him. He does want you.
She wanted to believe that. She knew they always said it. But how true was it? Did he really love a lifelong priest as much as a repentant murderer? She thought of Macready. He'd been forgiven, she was sure. He'd become a better person through faith and saved Genevieve. So I have to be a better Christian.
We all do. Just have faith. He wants you. Now have this.
He passed her the crucifix necklace. She put it on.
If you pray with me over it, it will form a strong protection against them. You will still see them, but they won't be able to get inside of you.
He held her hand and she took his wrinkled ones. She repeated after him, "Dear Lord, fill my body with your grace, protect me and guide me, give me the strength to face the darkness and stay pure in my love. In Jesus' name, amen." That will work.
It will. You could learn to cast them out as well. It's just faith. When you're strong enough, you can do it. The thing is, you have to command them in Jesus' name to go to hell, because you're asking him to send them early.
Why can I see them?
They are liars. They lie in words and form. Even their invisibility is a lie. You broke her lies and now see them. That's why they are ugly to you. You see their black souls. I know it's awful, but they won't be able to fool you now.
And the name? Why do they know my name?
That is bad. But if it makes you feel better, they know my name and Genevieve's as well.
It seems like he didn't want to say why. But why?
Lisa, you've beaten them once and you beat a very strong one. The others will see you as a challenge. They love nothing more than hurting people loved by God.
Then why me, she thought.
Chapter 14. Lord Suffolk. He was so worried about Lisa, and it made him realize that in a way, he'd been a fool. He had allowed himself to think foolish thoughts. He had somehow imagined that the battles of the twin demons had been the end. He thought they were a rare thing. She said they were all around, but he didn't think fighting them would be their full-time job. The test for him, as a man, was that the two women in his life were the strong ones. Genevieve, the slowly blossoming woman, had faced two. She had powers and visions and an unshakable faith. Lisa, his love, so unsure of herself and her worth, now could see the dirty beasts, and they had named her too. Her name was now written down in some demonic enemy's book. He would help as best he could with more than funds and carriages, but for now he had another girl to save. John took his carriage to the former house of Deborah. It was a very run-down apartment building in Cow Cross, one of the worst areas, sure enough. Just looking from the window, he could see people in her former living room. It had been re-rented already. He stepped out of his carriage and went up the stairs. Hers was the top of 4. He went to the door and knocked. He heard a man yelling, and a woman as well, but it stopped. The sound of big feet came to the door. Not for the first time, he missed having Macready by his side, and the comfort a well-trained man brought. The door flung open, and a man stood in front of him. He had a bottle of wine in his hand, though it was just about 10 o'clock in the morn.
What? Our rent's not due until Friday,
he said, in a thick, rough voice. John stuck out his hand. John Suffolk, I'm a barrister, representing Mrs. Deborah Smites, who used to live here. The man shook his hand.
The baby killer, my defender.
Everyone deserves a fair trial. The man laughed. Most don't get it. As he spoke, a woman stood behind him and looked at John. She was very skinny and looked very poor. He was big. He looked Polish, about 40. She spoke, "How can we help you, sir?" she asked, and tried a curtsy. He smiled. The man told her to shut up. I was hoping there were some of her effects still here, maybe kept for her.
She had next to nothing, few books, some dresses, some letters.
John Brighton letters? Yes, they still here.
Burn them all.
John was shocked. Why? He asked.
Why? Cheaper than coal, that's why. And she's not coming back once Newgate gets you, doesn't let go.
Now he was finished. He needed those letters, or the people. The ad was worthless in court if he didn't have her replies. The only copies would be at the people's house, and they wouldn't give it to him. Thanks for your help. The man shut the door in his face, without another word. He looked back to his carriage. He saw his footman, shooing boys from climbing on it. He went to the carriage and saw the boys that were all around 12 and 13. He knew the type, errands and graft. He remembered his young Irish friend from the apartment. He spoke to one boy who was sitting on his carriage. You know David McGee, young Dave, I think he said they call him?
Maybe. Who are you? The church? The law?
In his lovely Irish brogue. A friend? The lad laughed. The rest had gathered around now. Why would an old man want to be friends with a lad? He's not like that. You need to try Hyde Park at night, one said. I want to hire a thief. The lad laughed again.
Well, police don't talk like that. A shilling and I'll go get him.
He passed a shilling to the lad. The rest looked at him, so he gave them 3 more, and his hired army of street rats ran off to find their friend. John had a plan. It was awful and criminal, but he was learning. So was the justice system. If he had to bend and break a few rules to help Deborah, he would. Jesus would forgive him. Surely, he cared more for justice than the letter of the law. Shortly, a storm of boys came running up the street. Young David was at the front. He was a bit older, maybe 14, and he remembered his face. He had clean pants and a little neckerchief, like a highwayman. He ran up.
Hello, my lord. Good to see you again.
The other boys were stunned and muttered Lord to themselves. His street reputation just went up. Hello, David. Good to see you again. I was thinking of a business proposal, and I was hoping to discuss it with you.
Sure thing. It's John, right?
Yes, John Smith is fine. He didn't know if he'd given the lad his full name and title, probably.
There is a pub up there that serves us. Buy lunch and we'll chat.
John looked at his watch. I was just on 10, but he knew these young lads all got up at 5 to run around to jobs. He was probably meant to be somewhere now, but just left. They went to a pub nearby, called The Feather, and Beak, it was awful. They were thankfully the only people. The group of lads all ordered, but sat at different tables. He sat with David. You got a gang?
Not really, but we all help each other out with jobs and money. What's the score? I thought you were a straight arrow.
What do you know about Deborah Smites?
Lots. She lived on my street for 4 years.
John passed him a £1 note. For this and maybe some help. The boy tucked it into his pocket.
Her man was called Gerald something, shop boy. Some coin, real cock of the walk, you know, known to bleed the till a little, and thought he was a big man anyway. She gets with a kid, and he runs off, so she's struggling bad. Hard to work in a factory with a buddle of screaming, so she turns to the old trade, you know. She's a pretty one, so she makes some good coin, sells her baby to some people from the paper, and they kill it. She's gone for sure. I'd be surprised if she wasn't hung already.
The boy was a font. He knew a lot. He guessed most of these lads knews everyone business. She hasn't. I'm her barrister. She gets tried in 10 days.
Okay. Normally they just do on the day of arraignment. She's lucky.
So you believe her?
Why not? She was nice enough. She only sold herself to try to give her brat a better life, and stopped when she could. Beside it happens, a lot. Except the kids never usually appear like that.
I want you to help me find them, break their house, and get some evidence.
Be happy to, but their location won't be easy.
John pulled out the advert. The boy read it, showing some pride he could read.
Okay, so a post box. That helps us none, unless we break the post office first.
Will they have records of who holds them?
9 times out of 10, I'd say it's a dead end. Any idiot knows to use a fake name and address, but I can try. Also, you should use that big name of yours. This ad was paid for. Maybe the paper has the address. Again, if they used the real one.
Okay, Dave, it's a deal. Meet here tomorrow.
Sounds good to me, but why are you involved? She doesn't have any money.
It's not fair, he laughed.
You're a strange lord, but we'll help. Come tomorrow, and I'll have it.
And if you could just copy the names and not take anything else, that would be good.
You keep paying like this, and I'll make sure we don't even break a window.
Chapter 15. Genevieve. She waited until she'd gotten home to try the watch. Smith had gone to the only pub for a drink and to see if he heard anything. But truly to enjoy some time alone away from the wife and children, he seemed to be having a good time as they investigated this nightmare. She sat on the couch and, pulling off her glove, let the engraved fob roll around in her hands. She closed her eyes as the memories and visions started to hit her. The Reverend had been given the watch by his father on his 18th birthday. She gathered precious little from the father, only a vague sense of disappointment. The son, Francis, was an emotional man. He carried himself with a sense of futility and hopelessness. His father died when he was 20. She saw the boy at the gravesite. As they spoke for him, the gathering was small. While his church was nice, it seemed like not many people followed the father. She saw a sign at the time the church was called the Church of the True Word. His memories were nothing major, but while he continued in the church services to the smaller and smaller groups, he became a true rake. She pushed away from the memories of him with women he'd paid her. She didn't want to feel that. She saw him drinking alone in his church, feeling of waste as he stood up the front of the congregation of around 10, delivering a weak sermon. It all changed, though. One memory stood out strong. It was when it appeared to him. She saw clearly as he did. He sat by the father's graveside, crying and saying he missed him, but he hated him. Then from the grave, as if it rose up from it, came a glowing white light. She felt what he felt. It filled him with hope and love. He looked at the growing white shape.
Father?
I am an angel of my Lord,
it said. Its voice was unlike anything he'd heard. It did sound like 20 people, men and women, all speaking at once and saying exactly the same thing. He felt so blessed and happy.
You are the chosen one. You will guide them out of the darkness,
it said, and it touched his head. She saw the vision. He wasn't lying, he had seen it truly. Before her, she saw the comet flying to the earth, not a true piece of rock, but a metal censer. It was a mix of those, fading from one to the other.
Mankind will soon be judged. You must get them ready. The seals are broken.
She saw it fade away. She'd expected him to be terrified. She would be. But he was so happy, she'd never felt such a strong emotion of pride before. She realized she got no sense of the being at all. It had touched his head, but not enough. There were more memories. She saw him speak of his visions. The people in his church grew. Collections grew. Kate came. He felt his lust for her, but he believed he'd be judged soon and held himself right. He even repented his ways. She saw the fuller visions, being shown the horseman Napoleon and the plague, so convincing when shown in his mind. Then she felt it, and she saw it. There was a memory. He left it into him to write. It took over his arm. He felt again blessed and strong, but it was in him, the being. She felt it, and it was pride, prideful to a higher degree than him, like a being of pride and vanity. No wonder it had infected him. He spoke to it and actually said something like, "Thank you, you are amazing." It answered, "Never forget that." That was clear praise, but also, what angel would have a soul of pride like that? The creature giving him visions was a demon. Her darkest suspicions were proven true. The thing she didn't understand was the why of it. If he was going to get them to sin or give them all their money, was that the point? Or was it just to get people ready for an event, put their faith in God and a time, and then break the promise? She guessed it would drive a lot of people away from the church. She took the watch from her hand and thought. She imagined the worst possible thing it could do. Surely they had more interest in breaking true believers. If they convinced them to all kill themselves or something, there would be a vast group of once Christians sent to hell for their idiocy. Even turning them away would be enough. But why a comet? If he'd said Christ was coming, then she could think it was to disappoint them and break their faith. But something was coming to kill them. To usher in a world of suffering before the coming, surely mass suicide was the plan. It was the most evil plan, so she'd assume that was it. Now she had to figure out how to deal with it. The Reverend right now was strong. He was a good man. If a fool and so prideful, she had no idea if a demon could get into him. If he said yes, what would happen? And also she had no idea how to exorcise a location. She assumed it could be done. There was blessed and sacred places and ground. A demon couldn't enter a church, she assumed, because it had been blessed. She held the watch again. She went to all his vision, the times it had appeared. At the graveyard, in his house, never in the church, the ground of the cemetery should be holy as well, but maybe it got broken somehow. She had to talk to him, try to convince him. It was a trick. When that didn't work, she could try blessing his house and the graveyard. Maybe then the demon wouldn't be able to get him.
Chapter 16. The Reverend. He sat in his house, staring at the fire. Kate had left to go to her own home. She slept in her own house. Having her around was too hard. He wouldn't do anything, he thought. But his lustful thoughts of her were bad enough. He looked at the small metal box. He opened it and closed it. Inside was a small red handkerchief, and that was all. His watch was gone. He knew the man Smith had taken it, but he knew not why. It wasn't as valuable as the collection money he left. He'd only taken that. He closed his eyes and prayed. He prayed for the angel to come. It appeared before him in a mere moment, almost as if it was there. He liked that he felt like it was guarding him now. Its presence still filled him with happiness and pride. It was a beautiful sight, just a glowing white that filled the dark.
You seem anxious, Prophet?
It had a way of reading his feelings and maybe his thoughts. I think I met them.
Met who?
The false prophet, the troublemaker. She seems harmless, but they stole from me and asked a lot of questions.
A woman? Who?
He heard some anger leaching into its voice. He liked it. It would guard him. He knew that. He was too important. She said she was an investigator. She was her name, quite young, but she had a man with her, an ex-soldier type. It actually laughed, and it was horrifying. It wasn't like its voice at all, but cold and dark.
Genevieve Richardson.
He regained himself and sat up. It knew her, but of course it would. Yes.
Be careful of her. She is not only a false prophet, but she is also an enemy of God. She does deals with demons and has powers. She will try poison your flock against you.
She didn't seem evil, but he had been unsure of her, and it had known her name. If angels knew who you were either very good or very bad. What should I do?
Refuse to talk to her. Don't let her in the church or near your people, but I will deal with her.
He was amazed. They had never truly spoken like this. It showed him visions and had warned him, but now they almost spoke as equals. You will deal with her how?
We will visit her and try to show her the light. If not, she will know the fear of God and be made to flee.
But you won't hurt her.
It is not for you to tell an angel how to act.
In moments it had faded from the room. It left him feeling empty and alone. He'd read the scripture. He knew angels were soldiers of the Lord. They could fight people if they were commanded to. This girl must be true evil if the angel would face her. He was surprised. Could it help him in all things? Was it here to help him now? He smiled to himself. An angel to fight for him. What couldn't he achieve with that?
Chapter 17. Lisa. She had spoken with Johansson for a few more hours, mostly about religion in general, what Jesus did for her and why he loves even sinners. She didn't want to be surrounded in darkness. If she saw these things, the demons, she knew it was because millions of them roamed the earth looking for people to hurt. But it also meant many more millions were in heaven, trying to help fulfill God's plan. She found it hard to believe he had a plan for her. Had she really been allowed to drink, take lovers, fall away from God, all to come back stronger in her faith and sent to help Genevieve do some real good? If she'd never been possessed, she would never be able to see them. Was it his plan that happened, or her stupid fault for asking it to take her? Thoughts above her understanding, but she felt better as she left the cottage. Walking to the carriage, a man called Mr. Kelly sat in the driver's seat. He was one of John's staff and had also seen his master doing very strange things in the previous weeks.
Where to, my lady? Home.
It was nice he called her milady. She wasn't one yet, but would be. That was so strange as well. Honestly, if she looked at it, if she'd never been possessed, she would have never have gotten to know John, Genevieve, and this life. That was a strange thought as well. She was scared, but sick of being scared. She didn't want nightmares. She wanted to be strong. If she had to see demons, she'd look them in the eye and spit in it. The British Museum. Lisa got in the carriage and it took off. She had the cross around her neck, but she knew it was her power of belief that gave it power, not a blessing. If someone didn't believe, it would do nothing. The carriage rolled through the city and finally got to the museum. She'd see if they were still there, though that was yesterday. Before she got out, she closed her eyes. Dear Lord, I don't know if I'm worthy of your love. I doubt it, but I'm trying to be. Protect me and show me your path. In Jesus' name, amen. She opened the door and stepped out. She walked up the stairs trying to be brave. When she'd seen the demons, they were following the three men, almost as if they were sent to guard them or something, but surely to manipulate them. They had looked like young, rich students, Oxford boys, nice clothes and hats. Lisa walked to the side door. The exhibition was ancient Rome. She walked inside. Not many people were here. It was the middle of the day on a weekday. She looked around. Was it all random? She just saw them and would on any street? Or were they here for a reason? She looked at the exhibits, swords, rings, the armor of the Romans, the stories of what they built in London, the bridge. She saw a bored man that worked here. She walked up to him, thinking of what to say. What's the evilest thing you have here? The man brightened up a lot. He was around 50, glasses. He laughed.
Well, the Romans were very awful people. They ruled via their advanced military and a network of roads and supply. They killed a lot of people, worshipped pagan gods, so I guess the most evil artifact from a Christian point of view, which with that cross I guess is what you're saying, would be that, or something of Nero's.
Who was Nero?
Nero was probably the most despicable human being ever to disgrace the earth. He killed his 2 wives, one who was his stepsister. Then there was a huge fire in Rome. Some people blamed him, a sort of power plan thing to kill his rival that went out of control, but he blamed the Christians. He made it illegal to practice Christianity and killed a lot of people who wouldn't renounce their faith.
He seemed excited as he told of it. It was just history to him.
Come with me.
He took her to a side room, and there was a big book on display.
This is a copy of the Annual by Tacitus, a Roman scribe, and he recorded the events. It was written in 60 AD. This is from Annual 44. You'll like it. He took a sheet of paper, that was a translation, and found it. And so, to get rid of this rumour, Nero set up, i.e. falsely accused, as the culprits, and punished with the utmost refinement of cruelty a class hated for their abominations, which are commonly called Christians. Christus, from whom their name is derived, was executed at the hands of the procurator Pontius Pilate in the reign of Tiberius. Checked for a moment, this pernicious superstition again broke out, not only in Judea, the source of the evil, but even in Rome. Accordingly, arrest was first made of those who confessed to being Christians. Then, on their evidence, an immense multitude was convicted, not so much on the charge of arson as because of their hatred for the human race. Besides being put to death, they were made to serve as objects of amusement. They were clothed in the hides of beasts and torn to death by dogs. Others were crucified, others set on fire to serve to illuminate the night when daylight failed. Nero had thrown open his grounds for the display and was putting on a show in the circus, where he mingled with the people in the dress of charioteer or drove about in his chariot. All this gave rise to a feeling of pity, even towards men whose guilt merited the most exemplary punishment, for it was felt that they were being destroyed not for the public good, but to gratify the cruelty of an individual. So you see, maybe something of Nero's would be the evilest. He was horrid. He even killed the Apostle Paul.
Lisa was astounded. This man had just casually said there was historical proof from the Romans Jesus lived. So Jesus was real and this book proves it? The man laughed.
I'm an atheist, but it's pretty convincing. This isn't the only Roman source, there are more, but this one is from a Roman with access to records of punishment. Also, he was a pagan, so he had no reason to lie about this, but I'm not saying he was the Son of God. That's the real argument, isn't it?
Lisa wondered about this book. What would the devil make of this? Surely he would hate it. Did you see 3 young men in here yesterday? Well-dressed, maybe students?
Indeed, students of Latin. They have arranged to get access to the book and translate parts, as practice.
That was bad, very bad. What if they planned to destroy it? She thought with a sinking feeling. Maybe it was her job to protect it. That's why she'd been brought into this. When?
Next week, Monday, when it's not busy.
She thanked the man and left. She walked out of the hall and to the street. There were no monsters, just a plan. Or maybe a plan she'd be there on Monday and find out. She wished Genevieve was back.
Chapter 18. Lord Suffolk. He and Lisa now slept in the same room. He hated that they had to have separate beds, but they had moved up the wedding to next month. Soon he'd get to hold her as they slept. Jenn had left the house early, but left a note for him, along with a telegram transcript. They had gotten their first telegram from Genevieve, which said she was safe, but that she wanted to find out more and would be staying at least a week. He stayed around the house until around 12, and then went to meet young David. John waited at the pub. He drank a pint of warm beer and looked around. It was odd. Cow's Cross was a very rough place, lots of serious criminal-looking type. He stood out, but most of these people actually smiled at him. One lady with a cracked front tooth gave him a sly smile. It was off-putting. Dave came in shortly and sat down. He was alone. He put down a piece of paper in front of John. It had a single name and address.
John Smith, 20 Denton Street, Cowcross.
He looked at it. Fake? He asked David.
Well, the name is for sure. But the thing I was thinking was, most of them had fake addresses as well. This one is real.
So what?
Will, this person is either an idiot, which I doubt, or it's a double-blind. The address is a trap, or a place they want to be raided.
The lad's mind was fast. He saw exactly how devious people thought. You know the address?
Yeah, I asked around. It's bad. They run a very cheap baby care place. The women pay for the week or month, but I think it's pretty bad.
So you think this could be his competition?
That would be smart. You get to corner the market and you'll have a warning the cops are onto you.
John thought about it. It was smart in a way if these people also did it. Then a raid would tip their hand. But he wasn't going to do nothing. Not if this was just some other baby farmers. He wasn't going to leave people to suffer. We still have to go there and stop them. David smiled.
Of course we do, but then we have another issue. What do you know about the Hoxton boys?
David asked. Nothing. They sound like a gang.
They are. I mean, there are lots of gangs, and they fight all the time, mostly for turf, and that's all. But these guys also run this place. The police will be in their pockets, and there will be a lot of boys at the place if we go at it ourselves.
Good grief, was all he could say. London was a lot rougher than she looked. He was finding a much darker side. John thought about it as, I know the chief of police.
Well, that's good. But it's the local ones who won't help. They'll just warn them, and they'll be in the wind after they burn the place down.
So we have to lead a gang of our own against them, and then get the police? David laughed.
Pretty well. But my boys are all 12 to 14. We're no match for them. I think you need someone else.
More criminals, great. Who? John asked.
The 40 thieves. They'll help.
John had heard of them. They were in the papers a lot. A gang of well over 40 women who robbed places and were not afraid to be violent. He also heard they had a gang of men to help them, but the women did the high-end stuff. Why would they help?
Because, like me, they are good, honest criminals. They steal, they don't kill babies.
Okay, can we get a meeting with them? And in the meantime, I'll try to get the actual address from the paper.
Sounds good. Come back tomorrow and come armed.
Chapter 19. Genevieve. She sat the front room of her house. She had tucked the watch away. She was planning on returning it. She had a copy of the Bible and was looking at Revelations, seeing the words that the creature was twisting. As she read, she heard a banging sound at her front door. Smith was still at the pub. Maybe it was him. The front door banged and rattled hard. She went to it. Okay, she said. She unlocked it and opened it. It swung wide and she stood in the doorway as a gust of wind hit her. But that was all. She looked out, but the street was empty. She shut the door and looked around. The room had changed. She didn't need to touch the wall. She felt it so strongly. Something was in the house and she knew what it was. I know you're there, she said, trying to stay calm. As she spoke, the gust of wind that had hit her came again, but broke over her. She saw what looked like a shadow of smoke rushing around the house. It picked up her Bible and threw it at her. She dodged as it hit behind her. The furniture in the room started to move. A painting was knocked down. She heard a howling starting to pick up in volume as everything in the room started to fly around and break. It smashed a table. She stepped forward. I'm not scared. In the name of Christ, leave this place. Nothing happened, but she saw the shadow darken. It was like a whirlwind in her house. She saw it shoot off toward the kitchen. She had a bad feeling. She looked and the drawers started to open. She ran to it and shoved it shut. The force pulled it, and trying to open it, she knew there were knives in there. She didn't understand. Why didn't the words work? She knew they couldn't enter a holy place, and the words of Jesus should have compelled them. The drawer kept pulling, as did everything in the room. She was surrounded by a swirling blackness. She could hear voices in it. You're not saved. He has deserted you, it said. She was lifted back and flew against at the door, hitting it hard. As she did, the drawer flew open. She gasped as it grabbed the fallen knives. They raised up, as if lifted by smoking and shadowy hand that came slowly toward her. In Jesus' name, reveal yourself, she whispered, and wished she hadn't. A demon creature more ugly and twisted than any she'd seen came towards her. It had a knife in its hand. Around it was more of them, still just smashing things but laughing and taunting her. It looked at her with yellow eyes. She could feel its pride. It was their leader.
You can't beat our prophet. You are forsaken. You don't even know the words.
It came closer and closer, the knife raised. Don't know the words. That was a strange thing to say. She looked at it. It was so proud of itself. It had gained so much from the man. How could it manifest itself? She had an idea. It had said she didn't know the words. She thought she was saying it wrong. She felt the Holy Spirit within her. She could do it, but it needed to be directed. She didn't know what to say. Please, Lord, protect me. The creature stabbed at her, but the knife held in the air. It couldn't strike her. Its arms wouldn't work. She grinned. In the name of God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, please bless this house, make it holy and protect all within it. She looked up and all of the creatures looked at her. They stopped howling and screaming, smashing things. The leader dropped the knife. It looked at her, deep into the eyes.
I'll burn you, child. I have lived longer than the world has years. You think you can defeat me?
She stood. She saw his power was gone. He was helpless and being actually dragged towards the door. She gathered her strength of mind. She opened the door as they were dragged out by an unseen force. It's not me that can beat you. It's God, and you're a child compared to him. The demon was dragged out. When it was past her doorway, it and the horde turned to nothing but shadows again. She saw as they drifted away into the night. She shut the door behind her. She sat on the floor and looked at the destroyed room, broken chairs and the knife. That was a frightening new development. They could affect physical things, but had only manifest when she'd commanded it. She knew that it wasn't gone, but if she blessed a place they couldn't enter, they still didn't make her safe. Could one be waiting anywhere to throw a knife at her? Next time she saw that reverend, could he be at ready to kill her? She stood up and walked to the couch. She slumped down. As she did, the door swung open again. Smith stood there a bit drunk. He looked around the room.
What's this doing here?
She looked down as he picked up the knife, but the room was fine. She was stunned. There was no damage at all. Everything was fine. They had done something to her mind, made her see a lie, but the knife was real. So they had some power in the world, but a lot less than they wanted her to think. She stood and went to the knife. She held it and felt the being. He was so prideful, so sure of his strength. She saw his joy in coming at her, his certainty he would win. Bad luck, she said, and took the knife back to the kitchen.
Chapter 20. Lisa. She sat in the parlor with John. They sipped some gin and looked at each other. She was so glad she had him. If she had to face this alone, she'd be spiraling into madness. He looked at her. He was troubled but knew she was deep into something. Their worlds were upside down and their dinner conversation was far from normal.
So, darling, tell me about your day.
She laughed. Well, after discussing demons and faith with Mr. Johansson and getting this nice little cross, I decided to toughen up and go back to the museum. Okay. And while I didn't encounter any living, rotting-faced gargoyles, I did find a book, and this book was the report of a Roman who says that Christ was real and sentenced by some guy called Pilate, and described the horrid things the Romans did to them.
There is a lot of things about him being a real figure in history.
She hadn't heard that. She assumed it was meant to be taken on faith. Proof seemed to weaken faith. Was knowing different from believing? I think they planned to destroy it. They were around these 3 students, and the man said they have access to the book this coming Monday. John looked at her a long time.
I know I've been busy, but I'll be with you. What do you want to do? Stop them.
I think we have to try. Should we bring it to the society? We might need help.
Well, we have a gathering on Friday, so that could work.
She felt better. Maybe she could get Bill, the police chief, to help. And you, darling, how have your adventures in Cheapside been?
Well, I got the address from the postbox. It leads to a haunt of the Huxton gang. They run a different baby ring, so I'm going to meet the leader of the 40 thieves and see if they can help.
Lisa started to laugh. She took a drink and laughed more. He too chuckled. Our parents never saw this for us. Our lives are strange indeed.
I know. I'm going to the paper tomorrow. Maybe I can get the real address, but I have to stop this one as well.
Why are people so evil? I wonder if we'll find out this is demons as well, or just old-fashioned greed.
Greed, I think, but it's horrible.
And Bill can't help.
Sadly, if we involve the police at the beginning, they will tip them off, and who knows what they will do. They can come, but only once the children are safe.
She looked at him. Who are the 40 thieves?
They are a female-only gang of robbers and street fighters. Apparently they hate this stuff and have rules. I'm meeting the leader tomorrow.
Do you need a chaperone?
You want to come with me?
I have nothing else planned, and maybe it will be interesting. Besides, I don't want my fiancé spending all day with another woman. She trusted him, but she didn't want to be left behind. It could be dangerous. Will you attack them, the house, a gang of thugs at your back, guns drawn?
Maybe not tomorrow, but eventually. I think we'll have to.
And how does this all fit with us being good people now?
I have no idea, but I don't see what choice we have. As my little lad David said, they are good, honest criminals.
Not that I believe that. Still, evil seems to have a gradient. Some crimes are worse than others. Well, you are a barrister, even if a Christian one. He laughed.
True.
Okay, stand up, pretty boy. He stood up. I'm going to regret this because I can't do anything about it but take your shirts off. He stood and looked surprised.
Why?
You're going to teach me a few moves. I want to throw a decent punch at least.
Chapter 21. John. He had very foolishly agreed to teach Lisa some basic boxing. It was a mistake, because being topless and sparring with her made this damn wedding seem miles away. He wanted her so much. He knew it was his body, lust, but surely fine when directed to your loved one. She looked so good and liked the way he looked too. It was nice to see some hunger in her eyes as well. He had finished the session by dumping a cold bucket of water over himself, which helped. They slept in separate rooms that night. No need to test themselves that much. In the morning, she came with him, as they rode firstly to the office of the Advertiser's Weekly. It was printed from a factory in Shoreditch, and had their office as well. The carriage rode slowly there, and he smiled at his fiancée. He wanted to be married already. She truly understood him now.
So you'll just ask for the address?
I'll throw the name around first. Shortly they were before the building. It was a low, squat brick thing, ugly, and it spewed smoke. He had a bad feeling about this. He'd taken some money with him. He thought a man who got paid to put ads like this in the public sphere must be twisted. They got out and walked to the office. John stood. There was no one there. He called out, "Hello, hello." A man appeared. He was in his 50s, grey hair at temples and small golden glasses. He stopped and looked at John, seeing he was well-dressed and upper class.
"Hello, sir, madam. Mr. Randall Flint."
He came out and shook their hands, both. That was a good sign. "Hello, Mr. Flint. I am John, Lord of Suffolk, and this is my lovely fiancée, Miss Lisa Walker. We have business to discuss, if you have an office, and are the editor." The man laughed.
"Editor, we have no articles, but I am the owner, main ad booker, and typesetter, so come on in. If I can't help you, no one can."
John was afraid of that. This man was his last hope of finding them. They went through a small hall filled with boxes and into a small office, again a desk piled high with papers.
"You're not the usual class of people to come in,"
he said, as a way of an apology for the mean conditions. John just nodded. "It's fine. We'll be quick."
"How can I help?"
Lisa put a copy of the ad on the table. and John spoke as he read it. It was published 3 weeks ago. We'd like to know by who. The man looked at it.
I hate these things, but sadly they make around 20% of my budget. I charge them double.
Do you have some records?
I do, but you well know I can't tell you. These people all know each other. Once they know I'm a snitch, they won't advertise. Not only this, but jobs and maid positions, I'll be down 40% in a week.
Only crooked adverts.
That's half of them. You think most of these jobs exist? They certainly pay a lot less than they say. But that's the game. Everyone knows it.
He didn't seem very upset. He was actively making the world worse. It seemed to be a growing feature of business in London. So, you won't tell us? I could pay you.
£10 every week for the rest of my life? I doubt it. Sorry, my lord, but I can't. And besides, even if I gave it to you, chances are it's fake.
Then why not? John was standing now. He was so mad at this man, he knew what he was doing and didn't care.
It might not be. I have a duty.
Lisa stood as well and spoke softly.
Mr. Randall, John here is on a case a girl replied to this advert. A young poor Irish girl had a child, she replied to it, and sullied herself to gain the money, so her child could have a better life. But what happened?
He wouldn't look at her.
I don't need to know.
You do? You made your shilling off it? Her little baby was found drowned in the Thames a few weeks later. Now she's in Newgate for the murder, and she'll likely hang if we do not find these people.
He just shook his head, but John saw he was upset, near to tears. What kind of man are you? To build a business on blood? Do the right thing, and maybe Jesus can start to forgive you. The man turned away and rubbed his face. He turned back.
Fine, fine. I'll get the file.
He sat and opened his desk. There were 5 in a week, and he went to it and flicked through.
See, it's fake.
He passed them a name and address. Jim Jones, 20 Jim Street. It wasn't even trying not to be fake. John's heart dropped. She'll hang. It's done.
You tell no one I did this?
What?
I have a good memory in this guy, I remember, because I charged him double and he argued with me. Even got his mother to yell at me. He's about 40, and she'd be 60. Big, stupid Polish man and his old, wrinkled mum.
That could be anyone.
He had his uniform on still. He was a conductor, an omni-conductor, and he even had a name tag. I saw it but said nothing.
John felt a ray of hope. His name was, he asked?
His name was something really long and polished. It was his full name. I think it might have been Mr. Ivan Drakovsky, or some Sky-ending name.
Thank you, sir.
Tell no one.
What that you had one moment of decency in your life. The man just turned away and pretended to file something. He and Lisa walked out of the office. They shoved the door hard. He was mad at this man, but glad he had broken. In another version of events, he hadn't taken Lisa, and the man said nothing. He turned to her and stopped her. We can kiss, right? She just leaned in and kissed him hard. They broke off and kept walking, holding hands. They let them swing as they went. He stepped into the carriage, Lisa across from him. If it wasn't for you, he might have said nothing.
I know men, and he just needed to be told off by a woman. These people make me sick, though. Anything for money.
He had to agree. Speaking of criminals, let's go meet the Queen of Thieves.
Chapter 22. Genevieve. She had slept badly. She kept picturing the knife-wielding demon in her mind. She wished Johansson was nearby so she could go and visit him. Her worst fears were coming true. She had a preacher who was growing ever more popular. He was speaking the false prophecies made up from the twisted mind of this being and spreading like the plague. The worst thing was the Reverend Francis thought he was chosen. He truly believed in all of this. She had to try to get through to him and break the demon's connection with him. She was up and she and Smith went to the pub to eat their included breakfast. She hated this. The demons had altered her world. It had immersed her in lies and only blessing the house had cleared it. Now, everywhere she went, she had to question what she saw before her very eyes. They went into the pub and she looked around. It was only 9 o'clock, but it was empty, not one other person in there. Smith spoke to her.
It's like last night.
The man at the counter came around.
Food will be quick, you're my only customers.
She looked up. Last night as well.
Last night, all week, my business is dropping a lot. It's all that preacher's fault. The town has rapture fever. They are all preparing.
The man brought some plates of eggs, toast and coffee. Their plates were overflowing.
I have to use it up.
Smith didn't care, he just dug in, but she was worried. Something had changed in the town. People were listening more and more to the vision. She ate her meal and drank some coffee. She, like Lisa, was starting to prefer it to tea.
What's happening? Is it they all got religion?
Sure is, but it's not real. He says he has visions, but they are sent by demons, not angels.
Oh.
She knew she had to do something drastic. They finished eating and she walked out of the pub. There was a small store next to it. She hadn't really noticed it, but it was a small grocery. She looked in, the shelves were empty, and the man sat at the counter, actually counting money. She walked in. He was a young guy, skinny and with long hair.
We've nothing to sell except booze, tobacco and penny novels.
She looked around. It had been bought out. All the shelves were bare. The church?
It's everyone in town. Didn't you have the dream?
What dream?
A lot of people in town are saying it. A whole heap of them had the dream. It said to follow everything the Reverend says. He's our only hope of salvation.
This was very bad. She had thought the demons had visited her to get some petty revenge, but they were visiting a lot of people, it seemed. This was bigger than just one misguided man. She felt like once again she'd stumbled into the much bigger plan. They left the very happy man, and she walked down the road to the church. It was early morning, and the service wasn't until much later. But even now there was a crowd of people out the front. She counted them, at least 50. They looked frantic and worried. She saw Kate was in the group, standing by the door, talking to the crowd.
The Reverend will speak tonight. Come back at 6.
A man yelled out, "What do we do? The comet is coming. I saw it. I saw my family burning."
Repent your sins, read your Bible, and come at 6. Reverend Francis will tell us what to do.
A few of them walked away, but many just stood around the front of the church as if being near it would save them. She walked up to Kate. "What's happening?"
You're not welcome here. He told me what you are.
She was shocked. She'd been so friendly and nice, and now she spoke with such venom towards her. "And what is that?"
You're an agent of the great liar here to spread false words.
"Then why am I not saying anything? I've not said a thing against the Reverend."
You will. Why are you here now?
"I want to talk to him."
He doesn't want to talk to you.
She had to get into that house and church. She needs to bless it and get the demon away from the Reverend. Kate's face was angry. She wasn't going to listen to reason. "Fine, I'll leave," she said. "Did you have the dream?" "I had a dream, a powerful dream that showed me the way, and it showed me the truth." She grabbed her hand with her bare one. The vision hit her in second, and Kate shook her off. She let Smith walk her back through the people as she delved into it. She felt such hope and happiness. It was a dream, but in it the glowing angel had come to her. It had shown her the comet. There was a blanket of darkness across the earth. She would die. They would all die. Only thing to save them was Francis. The worst part was when she saw them. She saw him and Kate. They held hands and she heard the angels' voices. "Give yourself to him. You are the Eve to his Adam. He needs you. And you are his wife in the eyes of the Lord." Great, so the demon was acting like a mistress in a brothel for the Reverend. He would help get Kate and him sinning by giving in to their urges. She walked back and then turned. "We can go to the cemetery." When she'd first come out of Bedlam, a cemetery would have been a horror of a place. She was stronger now, and she normally only felt things if she touched them, but she would have avoided this one. Still, a country cemetery was a lot better than a huge London one with hundreds of dead and their grieving loved ones. She walked to the cemetery and through the gate. Even with her gloves on, she felt them. She saw them. The people crying at gravestones, people being lowered into the dirt and the small gatherings. She went to one that was the father's. She knew it by the visions. The Reverend Francis knelt by it. He cried and cried. She felt his sadness, but more, he felt so useless compared to his father. She saw it come to him, the glowing form, speaking words he wanted to hear, words that said he could be the one. He could feel pride in himself. She closed her eyes and prayed in her mind. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, please bless this ground and protect all who enter it with your grace. In Jesus' name, amen. She hoped that would work. She had no water, she wasn't ordained, and knew how to bless, but that had been enough for the house. Let's go home, but tonight we'll break into that house.
Chapter 23. Lisa. She hadn't been to Cowcross before, and it was quite frightening. It was a very poor area in Shoreditch. The houses were run down and slanted. People sold things on the street, one or two, but they were things like candle stubs and clearly pilfered bits of clothing, like a man's umbrella and a woman's hanky. They went to the pub from a stop that wasn't muddy a half street away. There were many young lads on the corners and rough-looking men. The real surprise was the respect and almost fear they regarded John with. She saw a group of lads, maybe 5 or 6. All of them jumped up as he approached. "My lord one said she's in the tavern waiting for you with Dave." As they stood, a man who had been following them ran past her. He grabbed his hand in her pocket and pulled out her coin purse. He ran up the street. She turned and yelled out. The man turned back and smiled. But in a moment he hit the road hard. He'd been tripped over by another man. He actually kicked him hard in the face. It was quite brutal. The man took the coin purse and walked back. He gave it to Lisa.
"I'm so sorry, my lady. He's not from here, bloody fool,"
he said, and actually bowed. She was so stunned. Who did they think he was? She turned to John. "Who do they think you are?"
I think it's the name and the money.
She doubted that. Criminals would see him as a mark, not a benefactor. He took her hand and they went to the pub, the group of boys following them. They walked into a place, very run down, called the Raven and Claw. It was empty, but for 2 people, a pretty young woman and a ratty boy. She was shown in by one of the lads.
"Sorry about that, missus. Please don't hold it against us."
She was shown to the table, and he brought her a pint of beer. It was still only 11 o'clock, but lunchtime for many working poor. She looked at the young woman. She was a very pretty redhead and looked like she'd be more at home on Bond Street. She had a nice dress and corset and smiled at her. The ratty boy introduced them.
"My Lord John and his fiancée, Lady Lisa. This is Ruby."
Lisa shook her hand, as did John. The boy then took a slung of beer. Even though he looked 14, she was in her 20s. The women looked at her.
"I love that dress, Lady Lisa. Is it from Margaret Finery on Fleet Street?"
"It is."
"Can I ask how much it cost?"
"John bought it for me. I have no idea."
£2.
She laughed.
"Next time come to me, I'll do 4 shillings.
It would be tempting being around criminals, but she had to be good. She just smiled, thanks. John took charge.
Has David told you about our problem?
Not really. He just said the leader of the gentlemen wanted to meet me. I've heard a lot about you, so I was intrigued."
She was shocked. What were the gentlemen? It sounded like a gang of Whigs. John, too, looked shocked. He looked at David, questioning.
"My lord likes to keep that quiet, but does have business with you."
John nodded and pushed past it.
I'm a barrister, and defending a Miss Deborah Smites in her case.
Ruby nodded. It seemed like she knew her.
Baby farmers are involved, and while I have an address, it's not them. It's other villains who also must be stopped.
Ruby looked at David.
"Whose turf?"
Hoxton boys, but it's close to your border. It's the big house on Brown Street.
She nodded.
"And they do what there? I thought it was their headquarters."
David spoke again.
It is, sadly, but they get paid to look after babies, and let's say they don't do a good job of it.
"And you want me and my girls to go in, smash some heads, make sure the babies are safe, then get the law.
Yes.
She smiled.
I like it in theory. I hate the Huxton boys, and this is close to our turf, and breaks our rules. It would also be good for our reputation. Who's their leader? It's Johnny Graves, isn't it?
David spoke.
Yep.
Okay, he's a little,
She stopped herself.
Bastard, how many fighters can you bring?
She asked John. He laughed, and David interrupted again.
Well, as you know, the gentlemen don't need to get their hands dirty. But there will be my 10 boys, more as lookouts, and we've got 10 more lads from the Catford Irish.
John looked stunned, but stayed silent. And of course me. And me, Ruby laughed.
I'll be keen to see this. Okay, we're in. Now you said they aren't the villains you seek. They just got in the way. Who are you actually after?
He looked at David and he just nodded. It was okay.
A man called Mr. Ivan Drakowski, omni-conductor, Polish.
I don't know much about them, but if you need us again, just tell us. So, David, when do we go? I need time to gather the girls who'll want in and arm up.
Tonight?
Sure thing,
she said.
I'll meet you all back here. Lovely to meet you both,
she said, and performed a very good curtsy. She grinned and left them. Lisa was shocked. She thought her husband was some gang leader. John looked at David. He whispered, "Who the hell are the gentlemen?"
That's the name I gave your secret gang.
I don't lead a secret gang. I'm a lord.
I know that's why people love it. But I needed to protect you. Some rich guy coming here day in and out. You'd have a knife in you before dinner time. Now everyone knows, and they love it.
But it's just a rumour you made up.
Not after tonight. Welcome to the real London, my lord.
Chapter 24. Lord Suffolk. John rode back in his carriage with Lisa. She had started to laugh once they were alone and hadn't stopped for a full 2 minutes. She stopped and wiped her eyes.
Have I said how strange our lives are?
He shook his head. Father would be so proud. I'm feared in Cow Cross, and tonight we're going to be involved in our first street battle. You should stay at home. It could be dangerous.
No way. And miss you leading a group of the Catford Irish. I've heard of them as well. Real tough guys.
Well, David said the leader is his uncle.
What, how old is he?
32.
Good grief.
He'd given David the details of Ivan, and he would have his address soon. He knew someone who was an omni-man, another uncle. He said they were crooked as a dog's leg, and would get the man's details. He thought this was all a very bad idea, a street fight. But what choice did he have? If they just got the police, who knew what they would do to those children? Still, he could end up hurt, arrested, or Lisa could. Is this a good idea? He asked her.
No, it's an awful idea, but I don't see any options. Also, I think it might be for a reason.
It was fairly hard to see God's plan in working with some of London's hardest street gangs. How is that?
Rumor and reputation are why we started the candle makers. The courts and laws can't stop this trade in children's flesh. But if the criminal class know that if they do it, they'll get hurt by the other criminals, then it might stop, or at least lessen.
She was right. In a way, he had read a lot about these gangs in the last few days, and while the 40 thieves were a blight on London, they did have rules and they made people follow them. The number of rapes and sexual crimes in their areas was low, not only because of fear, but because these men viewed the women criminals as equals. It was much more equal than his world. He looked at his pretty fiancée. So what weapons will you take? He laughed. John had indeed armed up. He'd followed young David's advice and took a weapon he'd be happy to use. He said a knife was no good, or a gun, unless you were cold enough to use it. So he took a long piece of lead pipe, and his cane. Lisa did as well. He wished she'd stay at home, but he had no choice. He went back to the tavern, and it was a different world. He stepped out onto the street, and his driver looked stunned. Should I drive on? The street was full of people. He saw David stood with a group of hard-looking men. They all were young, fit, had pipes, batons and things, but had top hats on. He came to John.
My lord, this is my uncle Johnny Blade.
John shook his hand. Nice hat.
Tonight we're the gentlemen, and David said we could discuss a fee later. I was thinking £2.
Each?
No, not each. For all of us, we're your men. We've all been in the army. Just tell us what to do. Is that your woman?
He looked at Lisa.
My lady, same for you. Just tell us what to do and we'll do it.
He turned to his emery.
N. Boys, we don't let a single finger fall on her or him.
The man winked and walked off. John liked him. Ruby was also there. She stood with a group of near 20 well-dressed girls and women. It was a strange-looking army.
Hello, John. These are my girls. I only brought the best. We'll crush those rat Hoxtons.
He turned to Lisa. You sure you want to come?
Of course. You see the paper men?
She handed Lisa and John 2 black handkerchiefs they tied around their faces, like highwaymen. Papermen knew him. He looked at the crowd that watched them. At least 100 people were gathered gawking, a few papermen. That's bad, oh well. The house was about 4 blocks up off the main road and to the left. John turned to Ruby. You say anything?
It's not like this is special to us. We're always doing this. I haven't had a good fight in weeks, but it's not unusual. Why don't you say a few words? It will be good for the papers. We like to play with them. Don't use your real name.
David had brought a crate and dropped it at his feet. John stepped up onto it. If he was honest, he was excited. This was all very bad, but maybe it wasn't. Friends tonight is special. The gentleman and the 40 thieves are working together. The reason is, there is a darkness in Shoreditch. People selling the misery of mothers, trading in babies and horrors. We're here to stop that. We are here to say, you can make your money off London, but you can't act like a wild animal with no morals. If you do, you're going to suffer. He stepped down, and they cheered. He saw, as the well-dressed girls all pulled weapons out, chains, bottles, and lots of bits of wood. Ruby started walking, and they were marching in a ragtag force down the street. He saw there were police now. They just watched. He was at the front, with Ruby, Lisa, Jake, and David. He saw the people's faces as they walked, everyone whispering. Soon they were walking up to the house. Someone had told the Hoxton boys, and they were ready. It was bizarre. He stood on the streets of Shoreditch, lined up with a group of thugs facing more. A young man stepped out.
You the captain of the gentlemen?
John could laugh. I am. Leave the children. It's all over. The man shook his head.
You don't tell us how to make a buck and Ruby. We're not on your turf, he said to her.
It's grown, you are now.
There was a lot of these ones, maybe 30. They too had been warned and gathered. It could get very bad and bloody. He saw them drawing knives, and the leader had a pistol. He grinned at John.
This will make me famous.
He pointed the gun at John's heart. He had his cane in his hand, and with a quick rap, he hit the gun hand. The gun dropped. He then hit him hard on the side of the head. He went down, and Ruby kicked him asleep. They stood, the leader out.
Run or fight,
Ruby yelled. They chose to fight.
Chapter 25, The Reverend. He was very excited and happy. He'd looked out of the windows of his church and saw the people gathered. He knew that they were coming to believe him. The girl Genevieve had come and been sent away. He knew she could do nothing to stop him now. He went to his house and prayed. His angel appeared in mere moments.
Now they come.
What has changed?
The power of your faith is spreading to the whole town. Soon you will see we will gather hundreds and thousands of the faithful to hear you.
And the girl?
She is nothing, an annoyance. But tell your flock of her. Name her, she must be driven from you.
He knew if he told them, she threatened them, she would be sent packing from the town. He'd walked around and seen it had changed. The pub was empty, the stores cleaned of goods as people prepared. More and more people came on each train, coming to hear his word.
You have been faithful, so you shall be rewarded.
He couldn't imagine it doing more for him. He was so happy to be the chosen to lead them all. How?
The woman Kate, the one you lust after, she will be yours.
I'm to marry her? It laughed, a dark laugh, but gone in seconds.
You have married already in the eyes of the Lord. Your twin souls, the new Adam and Eve, take her, and there is no sin.
He was so happy he didn't understand, but he did want her. He knew he would be faithful to her. I could marry her.
Fine, but you are the blessed one. You can't have a normal marriage of mortals.
As it spoke, Kate walked into the room. She looked so pretty, and she smiled.
He spoke to me. We should get married.
You want to?
Of course, it's meant to be, he told me.
Kate came to him, and the angels glowed above them. She saw it too. It joined their hands.
In the name of my Lord, I bless this union.
He felt such a blessing on him. Kate smiled at him. The angel began to fade.
Be ready to speak tonight. We gather them all to you.
Kate stood before him, and she reached out and undid her dress, letting it fall. She was wearing only her slip. You sure?
We're married, there is no sin,
she said.
Chapter 26. Genevieve. She was a bit shaken after her visit to the graveyard, but she'd had to do it. Smith had wandered off. He said he was going to the station and tried to get some numbers of the people that were coming in and how they had heard to the Reverend message. The number of people in the town was growing, and she was feeling very strongly that this was some grand plan, not just one demon with an axe to grind. She rested in their house. Tonight she would try to get into his house. It should be easy, given he'd be speaking and distracted. She was worried about Kate. She was also led into darkness, and she thought she'd very soon come to regret her closeness to the Reverend Francis. She took a nap on the couch and woke to Smith coming back in. We've got a problem.
Another one?
Indeed, so we knew he was getting a lot of money and spoke of building a new church. She remembered he had said that, but she thought it could take years.
Well, it's less of a church as much as it is another town.
A town?
I spoke to some workmen, and they have been working for weeks, all ex-soldier boys, digging latrine pits, putting up tents, building a camp thing out a few miles from town.
Why is that bad? She asked. She knew why she thought it was bad, but wanted to hear him say it.
Well, it means he's expecting more people. We'll have to get a look at it, but those boys reckon it's big enough for a few thousand people.
The town didn't even have that many people, but she saw the ones at the church. They would do anything. And the people from the train?
At least 50 a day from London and surrounds. I saw 1 or 2 holding those pamphlets you had. But I overheard one lady, and she said to her friend she had a dream to come here.
That is bad. So it's not just this one or his group, it's organised.
Yeah, how can they do that? Can they make people dream things?
Dreams, visions. When they came in here, they made me think they were throwing everything around, and when it appears to him, it looks like an angel. I don't think they can touch us, not easily, but they can make even believers see what they want.
Great, so I can't trust my own eyes.
No, you can't. She looked at her fob. It was almost 5. Let's go to his house. You got your kit.
Always.
By the time Genevieve had gotten to the church, there was a mad group at the front of it. There were at least 100 people, all waiting to get inside. She slipped easily around the back of the house. There was no one there, no guards or anything. She slipped up to the window, Smith near her. She looked in and shuddered. Kate was getting from the Reverend's bed. She was naked, and she looked sad. She'd seen that look on Lisa's face. She'd done something she was ashamed of. She wondered why. Kate was strong, but they could have told her anything. She got dressed and she waited. The minutes passed by and she heard the doors to the church open and the sounds of hundreds of feet entering. She waited longer and there was an actual cheer. It was like an actor had just graced the stage of a playhouse. They all clapped and called out. Smith went to the back door of the small house and, pulling out his picks, quickly opened the lock. She walked inside. The demon could be in here. Don't trust your eyes. It will try to deceive you. They walked in. She looked around. There was a desk and she went to it. On the desk was a vast drawing. It was a city of tents, pits and a small stage area. He was expecting a lot more people. There was the new pamphlet, and she took it as well. She needed to know what he said. She wished she could sit in the room and hear his sermon. She looked around and felt the fireplace. It had a chair near it. That was where he received most of his visits. She began to pray to cleanse the room, and she heard a sound. It was a girl screaming, and she knew it well. She turned and saw her twin sister Laura before her. She was still young, 12. She saw the scene she had from the doorway. Her sister stood over the body of her father. He was dead, and her wrists were slit.
I did it for you, Genevieve, and now I'm in hell. It's all your fault.
Around her, the fire of the apartment burned, but they weren't normal fires. She heard the screaming of tortured souls, the smell of sulphur. She fell to her knees. "I'm so sorry, Laura. I never wanted this for you."
It's your God who did this to me. He let Father hurt me, and now he punishes me.
She was filled with a sadness and horror so deep, she watched as Laura came toward her. She still had the knife.
You have to come with me. I don't want to be alone.
She dropped the knife at her feet. She saw the blood running down her sister's arms, and she took up the knife. It was dripping in blood, and as she held it, she got a flash, the pride, the happiness, expectation. She might do it. She felt the happiness. The smugness. It wasn't her sister. She knew her father hadn't hurt her. It was her power that had confused her. She stood up and looked at her sister. In the name of Christ, bless this home and all within it. Her sister actually smiled.
It's true, you know, she killed herself. She is in hell. That wasn't a lie.
The vision faded before her, but she fell to the floor. She started crying and crying. The bad thing was she'd been afraid of this. She always thought of it. Where else could poor Laura be?
The Curious Incident at Cow Cross by James Robertson. The Courier, 1890, February 15th. As many of my readers know, I often cover the violence of our very active street gangs, and I normally do my best not to cause a sensation with my writing. This is a newspaper and not the pages of a penny novel, that being said. This Friday I was the personal witness to events that need to be reported. I ask my readers for forgiveness in advance for the sensational nature of the affair. The most well-known gang, and certainly the most well-organized, is the 40 Thieves, sometimes called the 40 Elephants, as they come from the Elephant and Castle area. Given they are all women, I think they prefer not being compared to the grey, overweight beasts. They are well known for organized heists, thieving and stealing from high-end shops. Given they are all women, they tend not to engage in street fights as much as men, but in this case, did. Around 5 p.m., they gathered in numbers on Brown State. Along with them was a new force in the London gang world, calling themselves the Gentlemen. I had not heard of them before, but certainly there was a group of men in top hats, armed for battle. Now, while they looked the average thugs in fancy dress, their leader, who was very finely dressed and with a neckerchief to hide his face, was certainly a gentleman, as was the woman who fought by his side. This leader of the new gang proceeded to climb atop a crate and decry the practice of baby farming and those who make money from the trade. He said all who did some would be punished. Law and order in Cow Cross is strictly in the bloody hands of the criminals. Proceeding down the road, many police were to be seen, and did nothing to stop the violence that would ensue. Gaining the corner, the gang of men, armed men in top hats, and around 20 well-dressed women of the 40 Thieves, faced off with the notorious Hoxton Boys. The leader, Mr. Graves, not his real name, a well-known criminal, drew a pistol and pointed it right at the heart of the captain of the Gentlemen. Here is where it gets interesting. The man with the style and grace of a fencer, trained, disarmed him with a cane, and then knocked him down and out with a single blow. A fight of the normal street variety then ensued, but it must be said, if I lived in Cow Cross, I would be very careful what I said to the women of the 40 Thieves. They fought and knocked down men of their size and bigger. There were many pipes, batons, and fists flying. The top-hatted men protected their lady, it seemed, and quite shortly the victory of the street fight was going the way of the gentlemen and thieves. It seems they had much more emotion invested in it. The others, money only. Soon the Hoxtons were running. Now again a very strange thing happened. They cheered. And the leader again of the gentlemen again spoke out. He invited the police and the papermen to come and investigate this horrid house. I had written before on the baby trade, when little Billy Grace was found, and his mother had sold him, but not seen a thing like this. I was taken and walked into the house by a top-hatted man who asked what paper I was from, and quite polite. We walked in through the house. What faced me was indeed horrific. There were rows of cots and cribs, the sound of babies crying in the air, but not anywhere near strong enough. I looked to one crib and would have been overcome if I wasn't in such company. The little one, maybe a few weeks, was totally naked, covered in dirt, filth, and very skinny. As I watched, nurses came and were directed by the police, and the children were taken out, one by one. It was very hard to watch, but one could see the Hoxton gang were involved in this trade. Later I found out they had an ad in the papers and were paid to care for these children, but clearly kept a good deal of the profits. Who would give their children to a gang was past me, but as the police walked out an old nurse, I began to see the ruse. The police seemed to forget to lay a charge on this group, and they never did. They retreated to a pub nearby to celebrate their victory. This incident is strange because truly, the gangs of Shoreditch have some sort of morality of their own. It also is worrying that there is perhaps some lord who is organizing them. The members of these gangs number in the thousands and could cause a major disturbance to order if organized. The tale is not over, because shortly after, I gathered my courage and went up to the pub, where they celebrated. I went to go in, but was stopped at the door. One young lad of about 14 yelled out my name, and I was shortly allowed in. At the table was the gentleman captain, who had disarmed the leader with his neckerchief, his woman, and sitting as plain as day Ruby Sue, the leader of the thieves. They allowed me to sit, and I was given a drink. I was allowed a single question of this new leader, so I had to think of it clearly. Was this a new gang? Was it a new threat? Who was he? I doubt he'd answer that. Why? I asked. He responded, and I put it verbatim, and cannot describe to you the elegance and care in his words. Truly, this was an actual gentleman of high standing. Tonight, we saw that the so-called criminal class of London has more moral fibre than many of those who call themselves businessmen. This disgusting business continues because they have a venue for their adverts, they have protection from the police, they have weak courts and laws to hide behind. I thought I was on the wrong side of this, and maybe I was, but to all the businessmen and Jack around towns, ask yourselves, will God care that you made £30 a year, or will he care that you broke every rule of decent people to do it? It was more in the way of a charter speech than a gang leader's rant. I left the pub feeling quite odd about the whole affair, and even as I write this, I am unsure as to how I feel about it all. These men and women did take the law into their own hands, and in doing so, clearly saved some young lives. Who were the greater criminals, them or the ones they stopped? Chapter 28. Lord Suffolk. John finished reading the article. It was 2 days after the Battle of Brown Street, as they called it. Lisa had read it too. She was fine. The members of the Catford Irish, his gentlemen for hire, had looked after her and him. That idiot had pointed a gun at him, but he was in Newgate now for attempted murder, which was nice. John hadn't even been scared. Not then. Now he was. It was only after they were out had he realized how dangerous it was. Still, that room had been awful. As soon as he saw those babies, The filth and lack of food, he didn't care what had brought him there. It might have been wrong, but he felt the ends did justify the means. We're famous.
Our parents would be so proud.
When do the rest of them arrive? Lisa looked at her watch.
About now.
Tonight was the 3rd meeting of the candle makers. They had a lot of things to tell them. More than ever he realized that they needed to from it too as a group that had true power. It was one thing to get into silly scraps and rail against the systems. They needed the members and clout to get change done in every field. He needed 10 MPs, heads of printing houses and papers. They needed a lot of powerful men and women to help. He took his mind off the fighting. It was a distraction. He still had the case. David would have the address soon. And then there was Lisa's problem, the studious demons. Any thoughts on your museum, men?
Maybe we can just get it moved or put under guard. If not, we'll just have to guard it ourselves.
In the next hour or so, the rest of the group arrived at his house. They sat around in a group. There were 2 new men. Anyone could bring someone new. They just had to introduce them and have explained the group in advance. It was to help each other and fight to help God. Bill, the police chief, stood.
This is Mr. Graham Pease.
Graham? The man spoke.
Yes, I'm Mr. Graham Pease. Very glad to put my name in to join. I work in the police prosecutions team, but very keen on what you are all doing. I've had some cases that just don't make sense. I've always been a strong Christian, but now I feel something is coming. I can see the devil's hand in some cases, and I'm scared, to be honest.
John stood. I say I. Everyone else said I. His Oxford friend, Craig Dawson, introduced someone.
This is Jeremy Holt. He's a paperman.
The man stood as well.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Holt, a paperman. I write. And first things first. Of course, I'll never write about anything here or anyone here. But yes, as a Christian, I can see that with every paper we print, every article we deride religion, always the butt of the joke, always the silly ideas. I want to help push the word of God, but in interesting ways.
Lisa stood up. I. The rest said I. They all sat. John passed the article to Bill, the police chief, and then around.
This wasn't you, was it, John? I might have to arrest you.
Bill said, and then laughed. The others laughed, but a bit worried. It was, and I'll tell you all about it. Let's just say I'm on a case now. About the baby trade. This was the only way I could help close this one.
Well, you did a good thing. We took 8 children, 4 back to their mothers and 4 in the care of the church, but it was a bad place.
John looked around. So we have a very bad situation. For our new friends, it will be a hard one, but it's a good test. This group is for people who are ready to face what there really is in the world. He nodded to Lisa. She needed help. It was extreme, but he needed a group of believers and planners, not just talkers.
I can see these things, the demons, because of our battles with them, which John has told you. I know that's hard to face, but it's true. Now I saw them at the British Museum, looking with great interest at the annual by a man called Tacitus.
The new man, Graham, spoke up. What volume? No mention of demons, just facts.
I'm not sure it mentions Nero and Jesus or Christos by name.
A few looked shocked, but some seemed to know.
Indeed, I've seen it, and these things were studying it.
The demons were attached, let's say manipulating or following 3 students, Oxford lads, reading Latin. They have an appointment to translate it on Monday.
Who are they, John? Craig asked. They were both Oxford alums. I don't know. They are quite a bit younger than us, but it's so soon, I think we should worry less about finding them than guarding the book. One of the men, William Jensen, was a cop, and Billy the chief. He looked to his captain, who nodded.
We could get a man down there. In fact, I think captain. You could send me, I'm a floater, and you could send me.
Done.
John smiled at Lisa. One man and a police officer on duty, that was good.
What do we do if we go and they try to steal the book or something? How does one fight one of these beasts?
Graham asked. They all looked at John. Well, our resident exorcist is out of town, but Lisa can probably do it. He looked at her and saw she was scared. He'd say that.
Chapter 29. The Reverend, he couldn't be happier with things. He stood on the stage at his church and it was bursting at the seams. People sat in all of the pews, stood in the rows, and even the back door was open with people leaning in to hear his words. Even with his echo stage, he needed to speak up loud. Finally, his father would be proud. When had he ever had this many people to a service? Not only that, he knew finally just how special he was. An angel had blessed his marriage. It had acted as the priest. It was a true gift. He looked at the faces, all eager. He glanced at Kate. She seemed distant, but smiled as he looked at her. Welcome, friends. We live in exciting times. I know some of you are afraid, but truly I say, has there ever been a more blessed and lucky generation? Imagine you were born just after Jesus rose again. I will return, he said. But how long would they have to wait? 2,000 years or more. We stand on the land knowing our Lord is coming soon to take us home. I know many of you have seen things and it scared you, but it shouldn't. We will be saved and you have been chosen by the Lord to be amongst the first. I will answer questions, as I see a lot of you need reassurance. Kate walked in the crowd, and an old man stood up.
I've had the dream, seen the signs, and if it truly is the censor, that surely means this is the end of days, and mankind will suffer many, many years of hardship and horror before the king comes.
Francis knew he was right, but now he faced the hardest challenge, the angel told him. Only they must fear God and fear the coming, but prepare not yet. True friend, but as your reed of angel trumpets, plagues, the coming of the beast, we must see how sick this world is. It needs to be cleared out, and we will be saved and safe during these times. And if we perish in the tribulation, surely we are more blessed as we will go to heaven directly. Now I have something to tell you. That will be the hardest to hear, and I expect you to get up and run and hide. But for those that don't, I have a place. We are building a new city on the site. The angel has said to me that the flaming censers is God's mercy. It's a gift for those who know and read scripture. It's a sin to kill yourself, yes, but we want to escape all this, and God wants us who read the words and believe to escape. The comet is coming to that spot. I don't know when, maybe a week, a month, or a year, but there it will come. He'd seen the visions, and it was terrifying. He saw if the comet didn't hit them, then they lived. As the sky darkened, armies rose against God, plagues. It was a nightmare he could escape. They could avoid living under the reign of the beast and skip past all the horror that was coming the way of mankind. He looked and saw not a single person left. In fact, they looked hopeful, and many stood up, their eyes coming to him as if he was the savior. In a way he felt he was. They wanted to escape the coming storm. They were happy to leave this world behind and come to the Father directly. The man hadn't sat down.
Truly, if we live there, we will be able to escape all of this and not be sinning in taking our own lives.
Where is the sin to allow God to take you? He has set the time and the place. He had said this is right. The people alive through the tribulation will be blessed to see God's power and be spared from it. And if that's what you'd prefer, then go do it. If not, I am saying, come with me and you will be in the sight of the Lord this year. The assembled crowd started to clap and cheer. They stood and he saw faces crying and happy. He had a true army of the faithful. They would move to the new place and wait. He just hoped it was soon rather than later, or some of the weak ones might lose faith.
Chapter 30. Lisa. She once again was in a carriage to go and see Johansson. She was feeling a lot stronger in her faith and protected, but when John had said that she might stop the demons, she was scared. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Jesus and God. It was just so hard to imagine she would be the tool they would use. Why her? Of all the Christians in the world and London, surely she was one of the worst. They rode up to the house, and he was actually outside. He had a small garden and was working in it, planting things in a small veggie patch. Lisa stepped out and walked up to him. He looked up and smiled at her.
Lady Walker, how can I help?
What do you know of a Roman called Tacitus?
He wrote a series of books called the Annulus. It describes what a lot of horrible Roman emperors did.
After I left you, I went back to the museum where I'd seen the demons, and there was a book by him that describes that these people followed a man called Christos. I think they planned to destroy it. She was so worried about this.
It's been translated,
he said, and he stood before her.
I'll tell you something, an idea I have that made me very unpopular.
Okay.
God doesn't care about proof. He's all-powerful and mighty. A good example is these demons and even angels. He could easily make it so people could see them, but he hides them, so people must read the scripture and have faith. You might be amazed a non-Christian source says Jesus was real. I know he was real, and I don't need some Roman to tell me so. I trust the apostles more than I trust Tacitus, whoever he was.
So I don't need to protect this book.
You should try, but protecting it might not be why you've been shown this. You might fail, and if you do, don't feel too bad. It's all the plan.
She was surprised. She'd thought it was very serious. But he was right. If God wanted to give proof, he could. Jesus sure had. But that was at the beginning. Now there was enough proof. It was now up to people to believe. Lisa looked at him and he took her hands.
I understand you'll need to try to exercise these things and you're afraid you'll fail.
Why me? He dropped her hands.
Why me? You sound like Genevieve. When you view her from the outside, do you see anything but strength? Yet she doubts herself. If you want to cast these things out, I think a blessing of the museum would be good. If they aren't in someone, you can't do much else.
Do I need anything like holy water?
No, just say in Jesus' name, please bless this building. Cast all unclean spirits from it, he said. Be very specific at the beginning.
What if it doesn't work?
Lisa, I want you to do something. Think to yourself, when was it the exact moment that you knew that Jesus loved you? Not was real, but that he loved you personally.
Lisa almost cried. She didn't think she had a moment like that, but she thought of her life, how empty it had been, then finding Genevieve and John, feeling that someone loved her, and also that she'd been guided to him by something. It was so unlikely that it would have happened. John finding him and him loving me, being given such a reward well before I deserved it.
Good. Count your blessings and you will see. He loves you. You must make yourself worthy of that. Try hard, Lisa. Don't act like you did before you were saved.
Thank you. He went back to his planting.
I like you. It's a hard road. New Christians don't realize they are at the focus of spiritual warfare. But you have your gift now. It will guard you against the sowers of doubt.
He stood up and brushed his knees off.
Let's go read a few things. I think they'll help.
Lisa sat with him another few hours. Indeed, they read a few passages which were very good for her to read. He even gave her a Bible and marked a page for her. It was from John. God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that everyone who believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world through him. She thought of that, not to condemn them. She knew she'd led a sinful life. The worst thing she'd done was just to deny that Jesus and God were real, and she could do whatever she wanted. But if she was honest, she was a lot happier now. Even facing this nonsense, she was a much happier person and was starting to feel worthy of love. Lisa left. It was Saturday and she took her carriage once again to the museum. Soon enough, she was standing in the room with the book. There were a lot more people here, but not her demonic foes. Just people looking at the books and artifacts. She knew she could do a blessing, Something in her felt that. She could call the words and she knew they would work. But she thought of the Father's words. She'd never really thought God's plan was something for her. If it was like a whispering voice, she should try to hear it. Maybe it wasn't just to stop these things. Maybe she had to find out where these men came from, where they involved or just caught up in it. She found it hard to believe 3 demons and 3 men was a coincidence, given she hadn't seen any others in a full week. Thinking of the blessing, she decided not to. She'd come back on Monday with help, the policeman, could follow the men, and then she would know a lot more. If they were making deals with these things, or needed to be saved from their influence.
Chapter 31, Lord Suffolk. For the 3rd day in a row, John found himself sat the dirty seat of the pub in Cow Cross, sitting across from David. He'd given his troops their pay yesterday and sent the lad after a lead for the wolf in human skin, called Ivan Drakovsky. He sat across from him, so all is good. The Huxton boys gone, the 40 thieves and Catford boys happy.
Very, and did you read that article? Almost glowing, you'd think we weren't criminals.
Will, about that, if you ever want to stop, I'm sure Genevieve and I can find you work. David laughed.
Give up my only skill. Let's find out about this man first. I think you'll need the services of a housebreaker at least once more.
It was sad, but true. This man wasn't going to turn himself in. He'd have to do something to force him. So what do we know? Have we got an address? The trial was this coming Friday, and he needed something to show the judges, something that showed she had been fooled.
We do, if you can believe it. He lives in a cute little cottage with his mum. It's down from Kent Road, towards Beckenham.
John was so mad. That's what Deborah told the police.
I know, but there are hundreds, or tens out there, and in their defense, they wouldn't have even bothered looking. They had their culprit, work finished.
Lazy fools, so we're going out there? John asked.
He's at work now, till around 3, so no time like the present.
They walked out of the pub and leapt into John S. waiting carriage. Lisa was again visiting Johansson. She was trying to strengthen her faith. He knew she'd have to do something in the next few days that involved facing these things. He, on the other hand, was consorting with criminals, getting into a street brawl and breaking houses. He told himself it was for the greater good, but he couldn't say he didn't enjoy it, and that was a problem. So, are we expecting the mother to be home?
Most likely, but that's why you have me. If there is one thing I'm very good at, it's getting old women angry and disappointed.
John didn't want to know what he had planned. They rode for almost an hour until they pulled up near a small cottage. He had his driver go past it. He got out. He looked at it. At that moment, he felt for Deborah and was glad she wasn't here to see her vision. He could almost imagine it. Her life had been so bloody hard, and finally, after getting the money, she could let her child live here. It was very cute, low and small, but smoke from the chimney, a garden at the front, even a swing from a tree in the front yard, such a nice place. David looked.
This is what a murderer's house looked like,
he said, echoing John's thoughts. They went around to the back of the house. No babies could be heard, and David went to the door. He pulled a pick, much like Macready, and had the door opened in a few minutes. He didn't have the same skill as the older man, which was good.
Okay, wait for me to draw her out the front. Go in and be quick.
What's the signal? John asked.
Her screaming at me.
The boy disappeared around the side of the house. John was hoping for a letter, or lots of letters. He didn't want to see anything horrible, just proof for the judge. He stood by the door and began to open it, and then he heard a massive crashing noise. Someone, he knew who, had ripped a paling off the front fence. He heard David shouting and yelling. He had the bit of wood and was using it against her garden. He ripped up plants and yelled at the top of his voice. John heard some of it bloody poles. Get the hell out. Nothing like some racism to get her mad. In moments, the old woman had come out the front. He heard the door, some footsteps, and an old voice yelling at him, in Polish. John slipped into the back of the house and hoped she'd been drawn far out, or was chasing him. He looked around. He was in the kitchen and went to a small room at the back. It was the laundry. He went out. He'd have to go right into the house. He saw her in the doorway, yelling, but she was distracted. John, as fast and quietly as he could, went up the stairs. There was a bedroom on the left and right. He looked into one, a man's. He then went into the woman's. She had a desk in the corner. He laughed on the desk, where letter. Perfect hand. She could speak English. A good cover, though. He looked through them. None from Deborah, but another to a girl. He read it. It was a reply. We'd be glad to take him. John tucked it into his pocket. He then saw a scrap. It was the writing of the advert, the exact ad, written out. There were 2 other versions crossed out. That was good. He tucked it into his pocket, and he heard a shout. Get out! It was David. Get out now.
Get out, Polish.
John looked out. The front door was closed. She was back in, maybe going to get a neighbor. John went to the window. It was a single pane, but could open. He slid it open and climbed out onto the tile. As he did, he saw the woman emerge from her house with a shotgun. David bravely ran the other way, and she turned and actually shot at him. John jumped down from the roof and to the carriage. The shot had missed. David and he hid behind the tree. He got in the carriage, which had turned. It drove past the tree, and David leapt into the open door beside John. He was panting. John looked at him. We could arrest her for that.
If you've got the proof, don't worry. She'll get worse soon enough, and we don't want to tip our hand.
Chapter 32. Genevieve. She had spent the morning sad and depressed. The demon, true to its name and nature, had found the one thing that could drive a wedge into her faith. She had no one to talk to. She needed Johansson or John and Lisa. To clear her mind, she decided to write them a letter. It was more so she could get her own thoughts out on paper. But it might help. Her mind was a blizzard of confusion and pain. She put the pen to the page, and before she realized what had happened, she had written Dearest Laura. She stared at it for an age. Had she done that, she could barely remember it. She looked around, fearing, was the demon back? Her home was blessed. It couldn't come in. It must have just been on her mind. She decided she probably needed it. She picked up the quill again and dipped it. Dearest Laura, I'm 18 now, and my life has become strange indeed. I have the gift as strong possibly as you did, or maybe less. I find it's less horrible if I accept the pain and try share in it. I'm writing to you because I'm scared. I'm scared that you are now in hell and suffering, and I don't know if you deserve that. Yes, you killed Father for things he didn't do. I now know that it was a memory of our house, a horrid vision you had to live through. Then you killed yourself, a great sin. I know we talked about God when we were very young, but was that a child's acceptance? We also believed in Santa until we were 10. Our parent told us so, we accepted. Until Mother. I don't know if you believed, and I don't know if you asked to be forgiven, or could be. The God I believe in is loving and just. I know Jesus is all loving. I find it hard to believe they would condemn a girl who couldn't tell the difference between a memory and her own life. I hope you are safe and happy and know that I love you. I'm so sorry for denying I saw them too. Maybe it would have been easier if you weren't alone. Maybe I could have saved you from yourself. Love, Genevieve. She saw the page was stained with tears. She rubbed her face and got ink on it. She wiped it off and tried to smile. She read her words again. She'd never wanted to admit her sister was mad, but it was true. She was insane. Surely that gave her a pass. She hoped that when they had judged her, they had seen her suffering and knew she'd already suffered enough. She was feeling a bit better. She just had to have faith. She knew Jesus and God were love. That was what it was all about. Surely they would have viewed her situation with love as well. Compassion. After all, what was she but a mad child who didn't know dreams from real, but had tried even in her pain to protect her sister? She stood. She was feeling better. She went into the back room. Smith was having a nap on the bed, fully clothed. She shook his boot, ignoring the visions of the room, the crying child. He woke up.
Aye.
Let's go have a look at the New Jerusalem. He sat up.
It's not really called that, is it?
She nodded. Come on, it's better than Comet Town or the Crater. Trying to lighten herself, she wasn't very funny, she realised. He just stood up.
How will we get there?
I don't think that will be an issue. Bring a bag. She went into the front room and packed her suitcase. She took it with her and Smith with his gear.
Are we staying?
Not at all, but they are. She walked out the front of her house and they walked to the station. Sure enough, the town was changing. It was so changed from her first day. Open shops, people on holiday. There were fair wagons, all loaded with people and things. One pulled past, it stopped.
Are you two going to New Jerusalem?
Women said she was around 30 and looked very churchy, but kind. We are.
Jump in, it's only 10 miles, they say.
10 miles via wagon would take around 2 hours, but she didn't want to walk it. She just had not to insult the Reverend for those few hours. The women were staring at her. She didn't want questions. The wagon was vision-free, but she foolishly had bare hands and this lady looked like a toucher. She opened her own Bible. It had been Sarah's and was a nice jolt of faith. She turned to Revelations and started to read for the 20th time. It never got less scary. Chapter 33, Genevieve. She had avoided talking to the woman and the other people in the wagon for the first 5 miles or so. It wasn't because she thought they were fools. It was because she didn't want to get caught in a lie. The woman's name was Heather. That was all she got. She had 3 children in the wagon with her. She spoke at length about her dream and how happy she was.
Our suffering will finally be over. It's been so hard when the Lord took Harold. It tested us, but now we're being rewarded.
She could cry for her. She was going to be tested again, and it was going to be very hard. The wagon finally pulled to a stop, and she stood and looked out at the vast and sprawling city of tents and people. It was truly like nothing she'd seen before, and she gasped, realizing the scale of this. It wasn't one misguided man. To lingle a few people lies, leading them from the path. She looked and saw at least 50 tents, hundreds of people. More wagons were coming all the time. Heather and her children had left their house and had come with all they owned. Smith, too, was shocked.
Bloody hell,
he said, staring. She started counting the people. She got to 600, counting groups. More were coming, and she knew more would come. Soon New Jerusalem would be a thriving tent city of thousands, all waiting for God's judgment. Heather and her kids took their belongings and disappeared into the mess. She followed after them. She went up the path, and in the field with all the tent, there was no fence, no guards on anyone in charge. People just came and went. She walked up to a tent nearest. A man sat with what looked like his family. He had a violin.
Blessings, young one, you have a place to stay?
He seemed nice. She guessed she'd have to play along. No, not really.
Well, there are tents for single women. Finding a space for a couple is harder. Is this your husband or brother?
Uncle.
I thought so. Go find a woman called Kate. We called her Lady Kate because she'd married to the Reverend, bless him.
It was all so wrong. No worries about false prophets or idols here. She wouldn't be surprised if they raised a statue of Francis himself. Thank you. They walked onwards, looking around. She felt no vision from the land, but the people created something she hadn't felt before. There was a tangible feeling in the air. It was like she could run her hand through the faith, but it held a twinge of fear. They were terrified of the world to come and wanted freedom from it. She walked onward, past people and families in tents. She saw other tents of clothes, food, medicine. People were taking what they needed, that was all. No police. Smith looked around.
You sure this is bad? Looks pretty good.
She'd read the scripture, love was the law. If everyone was true Christians who thought of God above their needs, who loved their fellows like themselves, we wouldn't need laws. Sadly, we weren't like that. And she was from London. She knew how this would end. Give them a week, then it will be, that's mine, and who stole my Bible? As she said the words, she bumped right into Kate. She'd heard her speaking.
A very sad thing to say. Is it awful to be the Antichrist?
She actually laughed. So I'm the Antichrist now, not just a false prophet. I'm getting worse. Kate looked at her.
The Bible says there will be many Antichrists, is another way of saying false preacher.
I'm aware. She looked at her hard. Kate had been the reason they came, but now she had forgotten her. She could see pain in her eyes. She said the words, but they didn't pack any venom. Are you okay? Now Kate laughed.
Of course, I'm married to the prophet. I am blessed as well.
She grabbed her hand. She knew she liked Francis, but it was more of love for what he'd done in her life. It hadn't been romantic. Kate seemed to be in love with someone she'd met at the services. As she touched her hand, she saw it. The woman was in a fog. She saw the angel actually marrying them. She'd had a dream that Francis needed her, that these people needed her, it showed her, leading them by his side. It married them, the demon in disguise. She shuddered when it said, I bless you in the name of my Lord. She was well aware of who that thing's Lord was, and it wasn't the same as hers. That angel is a demon. Francis is the true false prophet, misguided, but dangerous nonetheless. Kate turned from her.
Leave, liar, you're not welcome here, and I won't hear you,
she said, and started to leave. She seemed not quite sure of herself. She yelled, At least get married again, because a demon just blessed you in the name of Satan. She had shouted the words and then looked around her. So many people were staring at her now. They were stunned. Smith and her started to walk backwards and away as she did. She saw it amongst the crowd of people, a shadowy form. All forms roamed. It didn't possess them, but it went around the camp. She knew, giving them dreams, changing what they saw. We have a real problem here.
What can we do?
Smith asked. She thought of blessing the ground, but that wouldn't work. It was too vast for her alone. She'd have to talk with Francis. It was time to make him see reason.
Chapter 34, The Reverend. He didn't think that anything could have broken his good mood. His township, for that's what it really was growing and growing. More people came and it was fantastic. Most had sold their houses and possession. They'd bought food and water and left it all. In communal tents, people took what they needed. He didn't even have guards. But he had decided that very night he'd start a group of the leaders and talk to them. Still, his mood was broken by Kate. She was very depressed and just floated around the camp. She had been his right hand, but now she seemed almost sad. She went into his home, the cabin they had built to keep his privacy. It was small and rough, but did what it had to. He went to her. What troubles you, wife? She stared at him for the longest time.
That girl was here again.
Who, Genevieve? What did she say this time? I'm a charlatan, he said with a laugh. The girl was making him very angry and upset. Who was she to question him?
Much worse, she said you're communing with a demon, and it blessed our union in the name of Satan.
She said it, and actually started to cry. How does she know? We've told none who married us. See, she's a witch or something.
Are you sure? Doesn't the Bible say there will be no more prophets after the New Testament? It was done.
Let me tell you what the Bible says. It says don't change the Revelation prophecy. I'm not changing it. A single part of it has been revealed in full detail is all. I'm not saying it is wrong or even adding to it.
How can you see this thing?
You saw it too. How can you not believe it's an angel?
I did see it, but doesn't the Bible warn of Lucifer taking the form of an angel of the Lord?
She said. She was still crying. It's Lucifer himself now?
His minions could do it too.
It's lies. She sees we are doing well and she lies. But I hate to see you like this. What can we do?
I know you need me, but I don't love you like that. I feel forced into it.
That was like a knife in his heart. He truly loved her, but saw she had just had some kind of attraction because he was so confident and sure she was weak and had been drawn to his glory. That's bad for you, wife. We're married now, it can't be broken. He would have preferred she was happy, but he could hardly say he was divorced, days after the fact.
By a demon. It's not real. It was worthless. Or worse, it was an unholy blessing. Any baby will probably be born dead.
He was so upset the girl had twisted her mind somehow, but she was weak, he knew that. Fine, I can't divorce you, you agreed. But we can do it again. With a real priest, we just won't tell anyone. She stood up.
If it tries to stop you, the angel, then you will believe me and I can go.
He laughed. Why would it try to stop me?
You're a great man of God. It wants you to sin and we are.
He agreed, and she left him. He was mad at her. It was so clear that he'd done wrong in marrying her. He had been so drawn to her, but maybe it was his chance to leave her. She hadn't looked that good naked anyway. Maybe he could send her away and just tell people. She had left him. He'd only told a handful of people they were married. He could say it was just a rumor. Angel, he thought. He almost screamed when it appeared. It was right next to him already. It seemed to be actually touching him. He stepped back. Were you here? Did you see that?
I see all, Prophet. I am committed to guarding you until we succeed.
He felt so happy in its presence. It was a glorious, glowing light that brought peace who could one say that was demonic. You heard what she claims?
Yes, and of course it grieves me. This girl has more power than I thought. She is the demon. If you want a priest to marry you, fine, but it's a slap in God's face. He gives you an angel, and you ask for a man.
I know, and she seems less than an ideal wife.
What do you know of Lilith?
It's rumor. Adam's first wife before Eve. They think she was real because first he said, God created man, male and female. Then later he couldn't find a helpmate to suit Adam, so they think he had a bad wife, then made Eve from him and she was good.
Not good, but subservient. A woman should know her place. Kate doesn't. It's true, you know. I was there, I saw it. Lilith was first and not good enough for him. If I was you, I would cast Kate away. Tell her to go.
He was tempted to. There were lots of pretty faithful women here, one that could help him truly. He thought of it and felt the angel helping him, showing him she'd be fine. They'd both be happier. But we're married, divorce is wrong.
Unless your partner cheats on you, and has she not betrayed you in a way more deeply than sex with another?
That's true.
I'll make her leave, then we'll find you a wife you deserve.
Chapter 35. Deborah. Newgate Prison was a place like none other. Deborah wasn't very tough, but she'd grown up poor and look after herself, and raising her funds the way she had was certainly a great way to harden the heart, if nothing else. One thing she liked about it, the only thing was she was in the unpaid section. The unpaid section was just that. She didn't pay for her own food and room, so they gave her none, to stop all the prisoners from starving to death. The room she slept and lived in was a massive room of 20 girls, had a big barred window at the side. During the daytime hours, all the girls stood against the bars, hands out, hoping a kind passerby would give them some bread or a scrap of food. They normally did. A lot of churches sent people past to hand out food, but she had John. If she was honest with herself, she'd fallen completely in love with him. She was a 16-year-old accused murderer, but he was the only man who had ever stuck by her. He brought her food and news of her case, and he was handsome. Nothing would happen, but it was nice to feel something. To feel not all rich people in London were criminals, and out to kick those who were already on their knees. He'd visited today, and she ate the bread roll given her. She was now in the yard. She spent a lot of time here. It too had a viewing section. Many Londoners just stared in at the criminal as they sat and carried on, like a free zoo. He'd warned her. It was Sunday now. He'd found some evidence, had found the house, gotten the ad. He was much more confident they could win, but was worried. He'd seen the man near his home. They had seen the markings on the carriage and would probably try to hurt her if they figured it out. If she was dead, then the case would never come to court. She kept her eyes on all the girls, her back up against the wall, but it was a matter of time. She could see there were 3 girls. She didn't know their names, but they were older women, around 30, and kept looking at her. They were all ugly and looked like they had been in here for years. As she ate, they finally made a move. Her back was still against the wall, but 3 was too many. She had nothing but her fists, but she had been in a few scraps. Still, she was sure they aimed to kill her. The group came up to her. She got a full look at them. They were English, but rough as. One had blonde hair, 2 black and long, but very ratty dresses. The lead one of the brunettes, looked at her. She pulled a knife from her dress. It was a big proper knife, passed to her through the bars. Deborah stood up and stared at her.
You Deborah Smites?
You know it.
I have a message for you.
Deborah was so mad these rats were just happy to get paid. They had no idea what she'd been through. You know what they did to me? They killed my baby. The lead woman put her hand to her eyes.
Boo-hoo! Maybe you should have done it yourself and avoided this all.
Deborah wasn't getting stuck by this bitch. She swung her fist hard into her face and thanked her shit-not husband for teaching her that. The woman's teeth broke and she staggered back. She had the knife downwards and stabbed her hard in the shoulder. She cried out. As the blood poured, the woman pulled it free. The other 2 ran and pinned her arms. The yard was silent. All the girls had formed a ring. No guards could get through or care. The woman touched her face.
It'll be slow now.
Trust me, it helps your looks. No one laughed, but then someone did. She saw as the crowd parted, and through it walked a group of women. They were much younger, nice dresses and well-fed. They had been here days only. The leader was a blonde girl. She didn't have a weapon, but they all looked ready to fight. The girl shouted out loud,
"This girl is protected by the 40 thieves."
She then didn't say anything else. Deborah felt the grip on her loosen, but the group of girls just attacked. She swung her fist at the knife wielder. It hit her hard in the face, and she stabbed out at girl, who dodged that too, and hit her knife hand. She dropped it. The other 2 were on the ground and on the receiving end of a nasty kicking. The girl shouted, "Stop!" The 3 women slowly stood up and started to drag themselves away, still alive.
"Who paid you?"
"Some old bitch,"
one said, though a bloody face. The girl turned to Deborah.
"Are you okay, love?"
Her shoulder was bleeding, but she'd live thanks to them. "The 40 thieves protecting me, why?" she said to her. The girl winked at her.
"Sometimes it pays to have friends in low places. We're only in for a few weeks. We all got done for robbing some rich guy's house, but he'll drop the charges once your case is over. You know him."
"John?" she asked, shocked.
"Yeah, nice guy, good fighter."
She shook her hand.
"I'm Topaz. We'll be here until you're free."
"I thought the leader was Ruby."
"She is. She has an empire to run, and I'm better at this kind of thing. Now let's get the guards to pack that. Can't have you croaking from an infection."
Chapter 36. Lisa. She sat with John in his carriage. They rolled toward the church on Kent Hill. It was Sunday, and even though she wasn't with them, they knew her friends would want updates. Also, she wanted to build her faith, as the Johansson had suggested. She was also going to get some holy water. It couldn't hurt, she thought. "How is Deborah? You saw her this morning."
Good. Ruby has sent some girls in to guard her. I've accused them of housebreaking, and when she's out, I'll drop the charges.
She laughed. When is their case?
Friday, I pulled a few strings. It's the only date the police can do.
She laughed again. Seems like the candle makers are working for you then? Seems to be. But if it helps protect her, then good. I saw that big idiot around the house. He saw the wagon and everyone knows I have that case. It was even in the paper. They stopped out the front of the church and got out. There were quite a few people standing around waiting to go in. As they stepped out, Lisa saw the woman called Rebecca and Sarah coming up. They had been Genevieve's closest friends until she and John had stolen her away. She had said she was even going to live with Rebecca, but that would be dragging the girl into a world of danger. They came straight up to her and John. The one, Sarah, she was a much older lady, gray hair, and walked slowly. Rebecca was a pretty young lady. "Hello, Rebecca. Sarah." John nodded to them.
"Have you heard from Genevieve?"
We've had a few telegrams. She's safe for now, she says.
Well, you might have an issue. You might have to go and help her.
Lisa looked at John. The letter had been fine. Just said they arrived and were going to talk to the woman, yet she knew if she was involved it was probably bad. Her own case was horrifying, and she was far from the gifted one. What have you heard?
It's not what we've heard. It's what has been seen. 3 members of our church have had the same dream. The Reverend has spent the last 2 hours talking people out of selling their homes and moving to Devonshire and New Jerusalem.
What's New Jerusalem? Rebecca spoke up.
In the Bible, it's the new city Jesus creates when he returns.
Oh.
Did it mention Genevieve, the woman, or this preacher?
I'll go get one of them. It does mention the man, the Reverend Francis.
Sarah led them through the people she could see. It was the normal milling around. There was a fear in the air, and the Reverend went from group to group talking to them. Then he stood up.
Right, everyone inside now. Let's talk about this.
Lisa liked him. No nonsense. Someone was messing with his flock and he'd get it sorted. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was inside and sitting eagerly. The Reverend stood at the front.
Now, a few of you have had troubling dreams. They point to the pamphlets we have seen flooding London about the coming end, and I want to address this. But first, let's hear from a man who has had one of these dreams. But I beg you, do not react until I have had my say.
He stepped aside, and a man she hadn't seen before stood at the pew. Lisa looked at him. No demons in him or near him. They couldn't get into the church. But as she looked, she felt something, or thought she saw something. Lisa closed her eyes. Dear Lord, give me the strength to see through the lies and free us from them. She opened her eyes and saw, around the man's head was a dark, swirling cloud. It was like a lingering after effect. The demons had been in his mind, but had left. She cast her eyes around the group and saw 2 more, the one who had had the dream, surely. How could they do this to believing Christians? She guessed it must be because it wasn't possession, it was just manipulation, if very powerful. The man she saw was a weak target. He didn't look very mentally strong. He was around 50, ratty clothes, a worker. She wished she had Genevieve. But even she could see he was sad. Something had happened to him, and made him not that strong in his faith or desire to live. He spoke before them.
I am David Trent. Some of you know me. I've been coming here 2 years. The dream has come to me 2 nights in a row, and it is of a bright, lovely angel. It calls me to come to a town called New Jerusalem in Devonshire. In the dream, a man, I know to be Reverend Francis, is referred to as the prophet. It shows a comet that will hit the earth and bring on darkness, plague, death. But horror, it says if I get to Devon, I will be taken to heaven immediately.
Lisa could see how much he wanted it to be true. He had faith in God, but he was sick of life.
Thank you, David. That took courage. I know that this dream seems real, that you've read the words in the pamphlet, and it's convincing. It's easy to see that the world is bad. But has it not often seemed this way? When the Roman Emperor Nero killed many Christians, they called him the Antichrist. They thought he was the end. But not so, sense prevailed, and now many more hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people have come to Jesus and been saved. I know life can be hard, we long for an escape, but the Lord must give all more time to come to him. We suffer to give them time, it's hard, but we are strong. Now I know we talk about spiritual warfare a lot, but this is true warfare. I will state it plainly that these are not visions from God but the devil, and there is a simple way we can prove it. Tonight, before you sleep, I want you to pray for the strength to see through lies and bless your homes, so nothing unclean can get in. You will see these dreams stop, because they aren't holy. They are demon-sent.
Lisa looked around the room. He saw they would do it, but that was only a part of the problem. They had hundreds of those pamphlets printed, and people could be pushed by words as easily as anything else. A man stood, he'd had the black mark around his head. A dreamer.
This man says we're not living right. We're too focused on money and not the will of God. How can that be a message from the devil to get closer to God?
She saw it stung a chord with the congregation.
The best lies are dressed as truth, does it not say Corinthians 11:3-4? For such people are false apostles, deceitful workers, masquerading as apostles of Christ. And no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. It is not surprising then if his servants also masquerade as servants of righteousness. Their end will be what their actions deserve.
He went on.
I want to draw your attention to the movement in America now, started in 1850 or some such. You know the movement, I mean. A man, their leader, claims to be a prophet, to have seen an angel's works in his top hat. He says there are now two Bibles, the Bible we read and his own, that he wrote, both of which are to be followed. If you go to their towns and churches, you will surely find very good people who follow the scripture closely in every single regard, but this they follow the practice of 2 or more wives. Their leader says it's unnatural, but a test from God to see if they can be strong. I know and you know it's at least a man who wants power and to lay with 2 women. At worst, it a demon deceiving him. Think of these Christians, deceived. They are the tastiest meat for demons. They are good in all regards but this, and this one thing damns them to hell. For on their deathbed, do they not repent all sin but this? For they think, that's not a sin. Maybe as they die they praying to their leader and repent to him and not Jesus. Where are they now? The devil has gotten what he always wanted, good people but deceived, much more enjoyable to him than criminals and sinners. He hates God, and that is a way to hurt him, truly. Please, I beg you all, don't be fooled. Life is hard, I know. Many of you have suffered so much. Your question, why must I bear this? But the one true book is your answer. Jesus is your answer, not this.
When he finished talking, she saw he'd gotten many of them back. She knew who he was talking about, the group, and she took through it was sick, but now saw it in the darkness it truly was. She saw the greatest joy the devil could gain was having people die, thinking they were saved to have them in his hands. She'd never realized that a good priest could truly save souls. The man walked off the stage and left them all to think. She turned to John. That was powerful.
I think we should go to Devonshire. When our missions are done, Genevieve might need our help. She keeps saying she's fine, but she's stubborn.
Chapter 37. Genevieve. She had spent the next few days trying to get close to the Reverend, but his camp had changed in spirit. He now had a little group of guards and people protecting him. It seemed in a way he needed it as he walked around the camp, and she had seen him. He was mobbed as one would expect from the Queen or one of the royal family. It was a Sunday, but she couldn't go to church. The only other in town had been closed down. She walked from her house and looked around. It was fair to say it was like a ghost town. Not a soul stirred on the streets. She knew everyone had flocked to the New Jerusalem. There were now easily 1,000 people living out there, no doubt eagerly devouring every word or feeling the demons gave to them. She'd seen them going through the crowds, giving visions and feelings. The whole group of them was billed to some pitch of very heightened expectation. She felt it could only last a few more weeks. She felt he would be announcing the day of the comet soon. How much bigger could it get? She had got to the pub. It still had food, and she was surprised it was now full of people. Or 10 people, it seemed. They are the hardcore of no belief. She knew she didn't fit in with them either, but she'd rather have a good old-fashioned argument with a non-believer than this new breed of such higher and wrong-headed faith. She sat with Smith and they had a drink in their hands. She sipped at hers. They had paid for another week, and when they gave the owner the money, he sighed. As she sat, she looked up, and the woman, Kate, sat down before her. She actually looked happy. She hadn't been expecting that. She had a drink in her hand. It looked like she'd been waiting for her.
I wanted to thank you and to give you something.
She reached behind her body and pulled out a knife. She stabbed it at Genevieve's face hard. She jumped back and let her chair fall to the floor with her in it. The knife missed and the table went flying. Everyone screamed and she crawled back. As Kate knocked the table aside, she held the knife in her hand.
You're going to die, you little bitch. You can't derail our plans.
She knew in a second it was in her. Kate's faith had been broken. But had she let it in, maybe it was stronger. She dragged herself backwards. Everyone stood shocked, and Smith drew a pistol out and pointed it at Kate.
Another step and you die.
Kate looked at him, but they weren't her eyes. The big man actually shuddered with fear. It took a very deliberate step in her body. Knife still drawn, he fired his pistol into her shoulder and she dropped the weapon. He grabbed Kate and fought her to the ground. Kicking the knife away, he held her down. Kate looked at them. Her face was twisted and mad. She put her hand to her head and started to say the words of the exorcism. As she watched, the darkness raised up from Kate's body. It was like a thick black smoke. All the people in the pub now screamed, and some ran out the back. She saw it turn to her. It was less of smoke and more like a tall shadow. As she looked, it swept across the bar and into the body of the only person still standing there. The publican. He shuddered and shook. Then he smiled and turned to them. He drew out a shotgun that was under the bench and pointed it at Genevieve. She was saddened. It had just taken him. No invite, nothing needed, but they were unbelievers. How can you do that? Smith took her and actually stood right in front of her.
We all have gifts. Getting into your dreams and bodies has always been mine. I am known amongst my kind. I am a lord amongst rats.
It certainly felt that way. She'd never felt something so proud. She saw it aiming the gun. 2 shots it would kill Smith, then. You think you're special because you are the Lord of Rats? It actually screamed at her from the poor man. It was so inhuman. She stopped. She felt the fear growing in her. She tried to push it away. She kept staring at it. It didn't look like the man. It changed him. He just looked stiff, cold, and dangerous. She prayed in her mind, but eyes not moving, trying not to show it. In the name of Lord Jesus, she started. It fired its gun into the air.
No,
it said. You're going down, no matter what. It grinned at her and put the shotgun to the man's head. He was holding it to his own temple.
Try that again and he dies.
Smith had his gun now pointed at it. Then what?
I read her mind when I was in there. Genevieve, that's you. I know that name. They spoke of you, banished 2 of us, so you think you're blessed. But I came to show you. I control all. Any person you see will be me, permission or not.
She saw the hand tense to fire and she thought, please, Lord Jesus, restrain it. It went to pull the trigger but couldn't pull it. It tried to move but couldn't only talk. Tell me your plan.
Plan? What is the plan? Kill you. Kill all of you. Get those idiots to cast themselves into hell.
Specifically?
You can't make me. And your precious Jesus can't make me. He can destroy me. But making a demon tell the truth is like asking red to be black.
Then tell me your name. Now it laughed.
How did you beat 2 of us? A name. A name has no power. When Lucifer called me to battle, he called me comrade. The ancient Greeks, it was Miliana, the Romans, Phobitor. For you demon is fine.
She knew this thing wouldn't tell her anything. It scared her talking to her. She'd done her history. All of those were old gods of nightmares. How long had it been alive, and how much horror had it caused? She closed her eyes and started to pray. He grinned at her and fired the gun. The shot ripped the air and hit Kate. She had stood right in front of she, dragging her back. The publican laughed.
See you soon, Genevieve.
It left his body and floated from the room. She knelt down. Kate was dead. She'd taken the shot right in the back. No last words, but she'd saved them both. She looked up at the publican. He held the gun in shaking hands.
I didn't mean to.
He dropped it and ran from the room. I hate that thing. Kate's lifeless body crumpled to the floor, and Genevieve's heart broke as she tried to hold back the tears and focus on the present danger. She knew that they were not yet safe, and this demon would not stop at killing them, but would continue to wreak havoc until they were all destroyed. The room grew quiet except for the sound of her ragged breaths as she caught her own breath. Her mind raced with thoughts of revenge, and she clenched her fists, resolved to protect the people she held dear. She would not let fear control her actions, for the demon had tried, and would try again, to incite terror for its own amusement. She stood up, feeling a new strength course through her veins. She would face this demon, and she would not back down. She would not allow Kate's tragic end to be in vain. She would save everyone else.
Chapter 38. Lisa. She stood at the front of the British Museum. It was very early Monday morning, not yet gone past 8 a.m., and the building was yet to be opened up to the public. Officer Jensen was with her, as was John, sitting in his carriage with a driver. She liked it. The two men just followed her lead. It was her mission, and they were letting her make the decisions, but all of them had decided that the priority was to follow the men after they did whatever they did and try to find out more about them. These three men were either a danger to London or they were a danger to themselves, possibly both. She remembered all too clearly what the men under the female demon's sway had been willing to do. She had no idea if these three were in league with the dark shadows or just being manipulated by them. John had the carriage ready to follow them. They didn't look like the types to get the public omnibus. William had his gun on his hip, but a baton as well. Killing them was far from what they wanted to do.
It's open.
While following them was the plan. She wasn't going to let them destroy that book. She didn't know if it was important. But honestly, she would try to stop them even if it was a copy of the Queen's address. She didn't know how important it was, but messing with their plans was good enough for her. They walked in and the guards waved them in. The room was empty and she walked to the book. It was in a room, by itself. "Guard the door, can you?" He was in uniform and this was work. Destroying the Queen's property had a hefty sentence. William went to the doorway and stood. No one was coming, but he waited, ready. Now came the hard part, or the hard part for Lisa. She knew this would be the test, and she had no way of testing if it would work. She'd spoken again with Johansson, and she knew the only places demons could be kept out of was holy places, blessed places. She put her hands on the display case of the book and closed her eyes. "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, please bless this room, this book, all around and keep it safe." She opened her eyes. She didn't know if that worked. She felt faith, but she knew she needed a lot. She closed her eyes and thought of her life, not what the demon had made her do, but the men, the drinking, the yelling at her parents. She did feel guilty for it, mostly because she had thought no one was watching, no one cared, but now she knew different. "I'm sorry for all my sin. Thanks for dying for us. Please protect this room. I'm so sick of these demons walking all over me." She opened her eyes and went to William.
Now we wait outside.
"If they see me, they will see me, the demons. If I see them, they see me. We just have to hope it works and that I'm good enough. Sadly, I'm all we have." They walked out of the room into the steps. He drew out a rolled smoke and lit it. They waited, just talking about normal things. She liked William. She hadn't known he was married and even had a boy. He was only around 25, early starter. As they watched, a carriage pulled in front of the building. One boy was driving it and two got out from within. That was odd. Boys like this never drove their own carriages, unless they didn't want witnesses. They quickly started to walk up the grand stairs. This time, Lisa got a very good look at them. They all looked quite similar. Rich, young, they wore clothes that were certainly a student's robes. They even had the Oxford crest on them. They needed them to get special treatment. One had dark hair, a blonde and a red hair in a mop that made it easy. They just trotted up the stairs, calmly. She was good at reading men. She talked to a lot and could always tell when they were lying to her or up to no good. Most people still got nervous when they were doing something bad, and they had that air. Behind them were the demons. She didn't look hard, so all she saw was 3 long shadows that followed after them. She saw they were behind them, but not touching them, it seemed again, more like bodyguards than control. Still, they could be whispering to them. They were in the door in moments, and William looked at her.
I've been a cop long enough to know they're planning something bad. That redhead must have looked behind himself 10 times, amateur.
She laughed, then why?
Let's go have a quick look. I might have to play the bumbling cop.
She was worried they would spot her, or sense her, smell her. But she walked behind and stepped wide. The redhead looked at them. He was about 5 meters away, but had eyes only for William. They walked through the door to the room and inside. She saw the shadows slip in behind them. She was so down she should have known it didn't matter that she believed. Jesus didn't love her. How could he? The blessing had failed. She looked again and was shocked. The shadows were pushed back. It was like an invisible hand just shoved them backwards and they were thrust to the entrance of the door. The boys kept walking and she heard a scream. It was horrid. William didn't flinch. Only she had heard it. But the redhead boy turned. He actually walked to where the demons were. Now she was staring at them. They appeared fully. Lisa could recognize them. The main one. They too had a leader, it seemed, was the short-horned one, ugly, dark skin and leathery. It spoke to the boy, actually spoke. She couldn't hear the words, but he could. As she watched, she tried not to scream as he turned and actually let it inside of him. It stepped in, like a person, stepping into a pair of pants. It disappeared into the boy's body. He shuddered once and then straightened. Lisa could see he was changed. He seemed stronger. He held his chin up, no slouching. He stepped a few paces into the room, and again, the demon was pushed out of his body. It wasn't gentle at all. It was shoved back hard and flew from his body. It landed amongst its brethren, knocking them back as well. It screamed and howled horribly. The boy ran to it and talked. Then he joined his friends at the book. Lisa's faith had changed in moments. It had worked. She had asked Jesus and God to bless the room, and they had, not only that she had seen the power. What was that force? A true angel, the Holy Spirit. She liked that idea, the Holy Spirit shoving these beasts around. The room was deep, and all she saw was the boys at the book. No one was in there but the man she met the other day. He spoke with them and started to unlock the case. It hadn't worked. They would still get it.
Bumbling cop time. Don't let them see you.
They waited for a few minutes. The boys had taken the book to a counter and the man was flipping through the pages, showing them things. He was wearing gloves, but they weren't. No respect. Then she heard the demon scream or shout something. She saw the redhead boy go for something in his pocket. "Now, William!" she cried out. He wasted no time. He ran into the room, right at them with his baton raised. "Bastards," he cried. She saw the redhead had a box of matches and his friend now held the other man. She turned and ran down the stairs. She had to hope William could handle it. He knew to stay in the room, safe from the real danger. He had planned to stop them, but then slip over and let them escape, hopefully to run back to their homes. She hit the stairs and ran fast. The carriage door was open and she leapt inside. John was there. He had a pistol. "Looking afraid, it's worked. My blessing worked." He smiled.
"Of course it did. What about them?"
As they looked up, the boys came running out of the museum. They were empty-handed and they ran to their carriage. William was on their tail. That was bad. The carriage took off and Lisa looked at John, but William yelled out, "Get after them." Their carriage pulled out, slower but behind them. She saw William ran up the street after them. They rode fast. Lisa looked. The demon's shadows were there, and as she looked, she got a glance at 3 sets of yellow eyes that found her. The main one, the little horn, smiled at her and ran his hand across his throat in a cut. She looked away and they drove on after the 3 boys, following them slowly through London.
Chapter 39. The Reverend. He walked through the compound that was New Jerusalem. As he walked, 2 armed men came with him. He didn't know their names. They were his protection volunteers. They had had dreams which the angel told them it was their duty to guard him. It couldn't have picked better men. They were all tough-looking, faithful, and helped keep the rabble away. He was getting a bit sick of them all. "When is it coming? Will I be saved?" It was getting a bit tiring. He wished in a way the angel would just tell him when the comet would come. Still, he was enjoying himself. His father would be proud. The numbers of the faithful grew every day, and they had more and more food and supplies. He thought that might be a problem, but as more people came, they brought all their goods and had used their money to buy things for all. He looked around at the people. They all smiled at him. Some came up. Kate was gone. She'd had left him, abandoned him, the angels said. He was now free to choose another woman. He didn't know if it was sin, but he didn't think so. They would all be in heaven soon, and all he had to do was repent, and it was done. He couldn't believe Jesus would give him all this glory and not let him enjoy the gifts. As he walked, he stopped at a tent and looked at the family there. It was a mother, a daughter, and 2 boys. They invited him over with a wave. He normally didn't do this, but something told him he should, a whispering. He'd learned to trust it. He sat down with them. The mother was an attractive older woman with blonde hair. Her daughter, maybe 19, was gorgeous. She and the boys also had blonde hair. The mother smiled at him.
So good to see you, Reverend. I'm Jennifer Dawes, my daughter Rachel, sons Tobias and Matthew.
He nodded to them all. So you have questions? When is it coming? Will I be saved? She laughed.
Oh no, we have faith in you, Prophet. I understand what's happening here.
What's that?
You're testing us, or God is, to make sure we're worthy. We have to be ready to cast away our earthly things and trust in God's plan for our lives.
He said that more than once in his nightly sermons. It was nice that she listened. He liked this woman. She smiled a lot and seemed happy to be here. Where is your husband out spreading the word? Many spent time in the towns talking to any who hadn't come.
No, we had to leave him in London. He wouldn't come, but I had the dream, a beautiful dream, and I wouldn't be swayed. Sadly, he couldn't be convinced.
So you divorced him?
No, that would be a sin, but I can't not be here, so we came. Maybe he'll come to his senses.
He stood up. Well, it's good to find such faithful believers. It always like meeting people I'll see again in heaven. They laughed. He told that joke a lot. He realized Rachel had stood as well, and her mother hugged her and said,
Goodbye, dear, do what you must. He is a great man, and it's not wrong.
He was stunned, but as he walked off, the pretty young girl came with him. He turned to her. You're coming?
An angel came to me, to all my family. It said I was the most faithful, special, and that I was married to you already in heaven.
She was very pretty, the most pretty he'd seen in the camp. Long hair, nice face, and more. She was a woman in her own eye. Men would have been courting her for years. He wasn't married to her, but maybe the angel was right. They were married in heaven already. They would both be there forever. He took her hand and led her back. It's Rachel, right?
Yes, Prophet,
she said with a smile. So much better than Kate.
Chapter 40. Genevieve. She sat in the room in her house. She knew she was safe here. The town had truly descended into madness. After the carnage in the pub, she'd expected police, questions, but the publican had just run. Later she saw him with a bag, going in the direction of the train station. The door to the pub was closed, and she knew Kate's body was growing cold on the floor. The town was full to the brim with the faithful. They walked around, spreading the word to the handful of people that hadn't joined. They even got trains a few stops and talked to the people there. The movement was growing and growing. More people came daily, wagons full of their belongings or food and water, which they all knew to bring. The bad part was everyone knew who she was, or at least where she lived. She was the only single girl with black hair who went everywhere with a big Irish guy. Her door had whore painted on it, and yesterday she'd been spat on by a cute little 5-year-old boy who called her a devil witch, whatever that was.
I think we should leave.
Why, you scared? She asked, trying to be tough, but she was terrified herself, not only of the demons. It was only a matter of time before her door was ripped open and they were dragged out and probably burned as a devil witch.
Yes, I'm scared. And the job's done. We came to find out if Kate was in danger. We found out she was. We won't tell her sister a man possessed by a demon shot her. I'll think of something nicer.
He was right in a way. This wasn't a case for Trinity investigations anymore. It was a grudge match between good and evil, and it was shaping up to make her London fight look like a walk in the park. The demon she faced this time did seem like the Lord of the Rats, as he claimed. It could not get into the minds and dreams of believer. It could possess anyone who didn't believe, and most of these people were on the slippery slope of sin, so good it was bad. The real issue was she had no idea how to beat it. If it didn't possess someone, she couldn't cast it out, and she couldn't bless a huge camp of thousands of people. She wasn't strong enough. It would take hundreds of people all praying together. It also had minions. She hoped by defeating the captain, the others would flee. Maybe you should leave. I can't. Someone has to stop this.
Maybe I could kill him.
What? Why would you suggest that?
I've killed in the army, and they were just on the other side. He is evil, this reverend, demon or not, and he's actually leading them to hell, isn't he? I mean, that's what you all believe. That seems like a good trade.
Would it even work? She doubted it. The demon was the enemy. The reverend was just the pawn. It was controlling him. They were meant to be the good guys. If they started killing people, the devil still won. At the very least, we must leave this place, this house. As she said it, a rock came through the window. It smashed and she screamed. It didn't have a note, but was covered in blood.
Where?
She thought about it. Oak, you go back to London. Get help. I mean, people who believe and will help. John, Lisa.
I can help.
I love you, Smith, but be honest now. Do you have enough faith, in your faith, that it won't make you kill me? He looked at her for a long time.
I'll start packing. Sorry, Genevieve. I'll send a telegram from the station as well.
Chapter 40. Lord Suffolk. He had sat in the carriage waiting for Lisa. He hated being the one just waiting and not helping, but people would recognize him. He'd been in the papers enough, and they didn't need 3 people. She had come running out, and they took off. He saw her look back and shudder, but she kept quiet. William, the police officer, had run after them, then ran off, not getting caught by things he couldn't see. But Shaw believed in. They followed the carriage through London. At first, it went fast, frantic, but soon slowed. He saw that they thought they were safe. He was worried about these men. What were they up to? Also, they were Oxford lads, for sure. He saw their robes and knew it well. A newer cut than his, but still he knew they were from Queen's College. Lisa said they were learning Latin. Their carriage came to a stop before a large building, and they went past it and stopped. His driver was getting good at this stuff. He seemed to enjoy it, not knowing the stakes. He watched as the boys got out and walked into a tall building, quite fine and nice. Not a house. He looked at the plaque and sighed.
What's the Latin Club?
What it sounds like, all the boys who have studied and do study Latin at Oxford, this is where they stay when they're in town. Oxford is a fair journey. It is the holiday home of these rich types.
On their holiday, they try destroying books that mention Jesus and live here. So boring.
It's a study thing. They all get together and work. It helps them do better, and older men live here who have done well in school and life and help them.
Can you go in?
He laughed. No, even I can't go in. I didn't read Latin.
I know someone who did.
Do you? You do you? Not someone from your past? He realized he was getting a bit jealous. If someone had touched her, he'd probably want to break their jaw, given he wasn't allowed to, and it was his fiancée. She laughed.
No, he's an atheist I met at a séance, if you can believe that. I think his name was Roger, some Navy officer.
I also know a few, of course, but I don't think Willie could walk in here and not draw a few eyebrows. Problem is, we can't get in there now and hear them. He saw her looking out the window, staring at space. He was learning her demon look. Your nemesis back?
Yes, but not going in. They must just appear where they want. I can't see them getting the Omni.
He laughed. Oh, the Dean of Oxford would have blessed this place. Guess he at least is a good guy.
So I should ask Roger to bring me here?
I guess I have no choice. Now my face is too known as well. No sneaking up on anyone. Even though you will stand out, probably haven't had a woman in there for years.
But they are allowed?
Not wives, if you get my drift.
She did. She knew places like this, home away from home, while the younger lads used it for the true purpose. The older men just used it to escape their wives, drink, and do other things. I'll have to track him down. I don't know where he lives.
He was very glad she didn't know his address, but he kept that quiet.
Chapter 42. Genevieve. Smith had left on the train back to London and said he'd send ahead to get them ready. She had packed her belongings and hitched another ride, like a hobo out to the ever-growing camp of faithful. It had turned, changed into a much darker place in just a matter of days. When she had been here last time, she had been doubting just how bad it truly was. People were happy. They shared their food and drink, tents. A lot of people all slept together. And she'd even seen groups sitting around, having Bible discussion, or groups of children playing together. Now there was something in the air. She sometimes had feelings of wrong people. The warden was the strongest example. He was a man, not a demon. But he liked them, just bled out sickness and one solid emotion. She was thinking emotionally demons were one track, anger ruled them, or lust or pride, as in the case of her new foe. The camp was like that now. An air of desperation floated in the air. It was like a thick London fog, clogging and clawing at her lungs. She looked at the people from face to face, but she didn't get it. As she walked, she saw a group of children, but not playing now, just sitting around in the dirt. She looked like them still, a bit, and she walked up to a boy. He sat and looked up.
You knew, welcome.
But it seemed a bit forced. He smiled, but she didn't feel it. You okay?
You know what it is?
She knew she should, since she was pretending to live here, yes. But tell me how you face it. He laughed, but sadly.
I don't. I ask Mum and Dad and they say, we'll avoid it. But I see it in my dreams every night now. The comet comes and burns us all. We suffer so much and don't even die half the time.
The boy started to cry, and she bent down and took his hand. She was flushed with his fear, a very deep-bone terror. Her vision cracked open in her mind. It had so much power. This demon was truly a spreader of nightmares. No wonder even the Romans had feared it. In her mind, she saw from the boy's eyes. He stood on a field, and as he watched as the comet came down to earth, not only a comet, but a giant ball of fire, golden like the censer. It hit the ground far away, but the fire leapt from the crater and ran through them. He stood amongst all his family, and the people here, fire ripped at their skin. He turned to a woman, his mother. He saw the fire burning her skin, and she dropped dead before him, so twisted and broken. Then she felt the pain. He was burning as well, a pillar of flame. She dropped her hand from his. Why would it show them this? Why make them fear the comet that wasn't coming? What does the Reverend say about it? He looked at her suspiciously. She should know. I couldn't get in last night. Too many people.
Oh, yes, you'll have to get in early. Me and my parents start to line up 2 hours early. He says it's a test of our courage and faith, that we won't really have the pain, that we'll be taken before it comes. But I don't believe him. No one does. I'm sure it will hurt a lot.
At least we have time.
Not anymore. He saw it finally. We all did. It's coming this Sunday. The fire will burn us all and take us away to heaven. I want to go. I've been good, but why does it have to hurt so much?
She gasped. He'd finally set a date, this coming Sunday. She stood and left the boy. What was the plan? Surely it wouldn't come. And now he had inflicted this fear. Half would be sad, half would be thankful, but all would have their faith broken. They had sold houses, sold cars, living in the dirt like a weird cult or army camp. She thought of the demons she faced. It wasn't normal, in the sense it was like some kind of very powerful one. She found it hard to believe that it had done all this to just break the faith of people. It would be thousands, but surely that wasn't enough. Why show people pain if they had no way to avoid it? She was in a bit of a daze. She walked from the boy and she turned around. Standing before her was the Reverend. He stood with 2 men armed with shotguns and a pretty young girl on his arm. She couldn't see the beast, but knew it was nearby. It still couldn't get in any of these. She expected him to grab her, have his man kill her. Francis just smiled.
Genevieve, have you finally come to join us?
Not really. I've come to see if you will change your mind, see sense.
Sense, it's coming, girl. It will be here on Sunday, and all the faithful gathered here will ascend to heaven and be spared the horror of the tribulations.
Yet not the horror of being burned alive and crushed by a huge rock.
Don't insult this. The angel has sent me the vision. Why, so I can do nothing? Let these good people suffer. No, I will save their souls and save them from suffering. He has shown me what is right.
She looked at the Reverend. He had snapped. He wasn't possessed, but he was gone. She whispered to herself, "Reveal yourself, in Jesus' name." And she saw. It was awful. There were 3 shadowy figures, and they huddled around him, whispered in a constant stream. She could hear a low, evil muttering from them. Even the girl had one walking behind her. He was only hear their words now. She could see his faith looked like a flickering flame in a strong wind. He'd become so much a believer of his own words. Surely before the comet, one would say you're Jesus and he'd agree, and it would walk right into him. "Can I join you? I have seen the dreams. I'm scared."
Why would I believe you? You are evil, and you've been sent to destroy my plans. You can stay as our guest until it comes, and then witness the glory of what I am doing. Take her.
The men with guns grabbed her arms behind her back and led her away with one pointed at her.
Chapter 43. Lisa. She went alone to the house of Roger Drummond. She had gotten the address from George, a member of the Candlemakers. He was a Navy man, and looked it up, in some roster thing they had. John was staying at home to prepare his case, which was in a matter of days. It seems that some people had tried to hurt the girl, but his criminal companions had saved her. He did know both those of the highest and lowest classes now, and they all seemed to like him. She remembered the man and hoped he remembered her. Still no talk of demons and Jesus. He was an atheist, she remembered him saying, so she had to think of something reasonable. She took a carriage to his house. It was nice, family money, but he wasn't there. The maid directed her to a Navy officers' club. As she pulled up to it, her heart sank. It was the one she'd been at just a few weeks ago. It felt like much longer, where the man, controlled by a demon wearing her face, had killed everyone. Bloody London. They had just dragged out the bodies, washed up and reopened. No waste of good real estate. She walked to the front door and a man stopped her.
"Members and guests only."
She looked in the room. The closest held a few men only. "None him," she shouted out. "Lady Lisa, fiancée of Lord John Suffolk, could I be someone's guest?" 3 men stood up at once. She laughed. That would have never happened before the name, but one was closest and walked to her. He was young, around 25. He bowed to her. He did look quite cute in his Navy uniform, tight pants and big smile.
"My lady, Mr. Edmund Kelly. Or Eddie, I'd be glad to have you as my guest." Then he whispered to her, "Or get you in the door."
He signed for her and they walked in. She remembered its layout from running around getting shot at. There was this small reading room, and then the bigger social room. "You're not in the social room, Eddie."
Mostly senior officers in there. I just come to drink in peace. At the local pubs, it's all what ship are you on. How much do you get paid to buy me a drink? So I like the quiet.
"Well, I have to find a friend, Roger Drummond. Is he here?" He nodded.
He tends to drink alone as well. Feel free to come back after. I'd love to hear about Lord Suffolk's new case. That girl, it's Friday, isn't it?
"It is. You know about that?"
I like to read what's happening in the courts. I even got the day off to come watch it. It's a bloody travesty, if you ask me, what they are doing to her.
"Thanks, Eddie. I'll remember you to John."
That is very much appreciated. And if you need any help tonight, my lady, call my name. Roger is a fine man, but some of these officers are drunk fools.
She left him, thinking the Queen was being served well if he was the new breed of young officer. She walked around the corner and tired not to cry. Roger was sitting at the table, where she'd seen the body of the man who got shot. She was so glad she wasn't here. He looked up at her and smiled. He was alone, gin in hands.
"Miss Lisa Walker, or is it Mrs. yet?"
She sat down. "Not yet, a month," she said. "So you remember me."
"Of course, no more capers. You here for me?"
"I am. I need your help."
"Well, I am happy to serve. Just ask."
He was, as she remembered him, fit and able, black hair and steady look. "You read Latin at Oxford, was that right?"
"Indeed I did. Good memory. Ancient Greek as well."
"Good for an officer to know?"
"Useless." he said with a laugh. But if it can help you, maybe it was worth the 4 years.
What do you know of the Oxford Latin Club on Bond Street?
He shook his head ratbags, and if it's not too strong to say, actual charlatans and vagrants, if you get my meaning, be quite at home at the place where we met.
Truly, they are spiritualists in a Latin club? Why?
The thing with Latin is, to get good, you need to translate a lot. Many old books are in the original Latin. Many Latin Bibles have things not in the newer versions. Single words misread can change a whole passage. And worst, every stupid piece of hogwash about magic is normally in Latin.
You're an atheist, aren't you?
Not just an atheist, let's say a committed atheist. I tend to get into arguments with Christians and these types especially.
She'd have to keep her mouth shut that she now saw demons. And these boys do spiritualism. It was worse than that. She had seen demons talking to one, entering him willingly and trying to ruin that book.
Well, around a year ago they got a book, quite rare, in Latin of course, and we all worked on translating it. All very excited. The odd thing no one had heard of. It was called The Key of Solomon. Solomon from the Bible used a magic ring from God to control demons. This book is meant to be written by him, the techniques he used.
That's not in the Bible. It was added much later. It's a rejected work.
Truly, how do you know?
I have an interest in history, as is clear.
Good, we all should anyway. We work, we translate this book, but the more stupid amongst them, namely John Hadwich and 2 from his year, decided they want to try some out, as if it might work.
Lisa was stunned. She had been told a lot more than she thought she would have been and was realizing how bad it was. They had done it. It had worked. And that was a year ago. What had they done in that time? And how big was their group now? Power bred power, she knew. Did it work?
He laughed. Of course not. I mean, I left before they tried it, or rather, I was kicked out of their little club. They can't kick me out of the building, but they had a weekly Latin club thing.
So you could still go in?
I'm a few years above them and can go into the club, but the main one, Richard, has a room, like a permanent room.
That was good. Maybe she could break in, steal this book. Does Hadwich have red hair?
He doesn't, but his friend does, James Gleason, little flopped hair girl he is. Skinny and spotty, you know him.
Yes, and he's dangerous.
Well, I'd believe that these people often are, believing and doing very stupid things. I can get you into the building, and if the plan is to make him a fool and show his silly ideas to the world, I'll help.
Good man. Now, if by chance all this was real, would you want to know?
Chapter 44. Lord Suffolk. He still had 4 days until the trial, but he had the real suspects. He drove his carriage near their house. He'd rented a hackney for the day, so it didn't give him away. He waited until the women had left for the day to do something, and then went to the house next to it. It was close. He knocked on the door, and an old man answered. He was dressed in a suit, but seemed around 60. "Hello, sir, I'm John Suffolk." The man nodded, but didn't shake his hand.
I've seen you around causing trouble with that young lad and that stupid woman and her gun.
"I guess it was hard to miss. I'm defending a young girl in court, and I was wondering if you had seen her." While he had the adverts, stolen from her house and other letters, it was far from a smoking gun. He needed someone to say he'd seen Deborah coming here. Then he could present her case much more strongly. He could try get her house searched by the police, and that would be a lock.
I know you and her. I've read the papers. Let me check my logs.
The man went and got a book. John could laugh. It was next to the window. He just watched and wrote what his neighbors were doing. An organized busybody. He flicked through.
This is what you want. A girl came with her baby, very young, brown hair, 16, unknown, and she stayed around an hour and then left without it, the baby.
John laughed. That's what I need. You know what these people do?
I know it's criminal, bloody Poles. That's why I keep this log. I knew they'd be trouble, and until now the police won't listen to me. It's not there now either, the baby.
What's your name, sir?
Randall James, mister, but you can't have this.
Holding his log, John could see he was the obsessive type, but that was good. Mr. Randall, would you be my witness in court? Tell them what you saw?
Of course I hate her. That shot hit my tree. She's a witch.
Good man, it will be Friday all day, but I'll send a driver for you and provide lunch.
Fine. I've always wanted to see the courts.
He closed the door and John went back to his carriage. Now he had some good proof. He didn't even need the house searched. Her going and leaving the child was the proof he needed. John rode his hackney to Newgate. He hadn't seen Deborah today and need to give her some food and the news. He rode to the city and got out. A lot of people looked in and he saw the girl Topaz, a pretty blonde, who had agreed to protect her. They had tried already for her. Hello, Topaz. You well?
Hello, sir. I'll be better on Friday, but once was all they tried. It's just been boring.
Thanks for that. I need to speak with Deborah. I have very good news.
Of course, but I wanted to ask you, why did you take her case?
Because I think she's innocent. Now I have proof. She smiled.
Good. I'd hate to think she really did it and you were being fooled.
The girl walked off to get her. John thought about it. There was no way she'd done it. He'd seen her tears for her child. She was a fool, but not a killer. Also, he had tracked the ad to who sent it, and then a witness with her going and leaving her child. Proof backed his own gut feelings. Deborah walked up to the cage. She still looked very young, but she was quite confident. She had faith in him. He handed her some bread through the bars, and she ate it as they spoke. She smiled.
Topaz says you have news?
Very good news. I have a witness that puts you going to the cottage and leaving your baby with them.
Someone saw me. That is so good. So you think it's all good? I'll be cleared.
I'm sure I'll also get the police to raid the house. They can try find proof. Maybe they will find evidence of the actual crime, and having them arrested will be good for you. She looked worried.
Should we do that? We have all the proof we need. If we get them on the stand, they might lie. She's a sweet-looking old lady. They might say something else.
He had thought about it. They would lie. But they were not good witnesses and looked like killers, or he did. What could they say?
I never paid them. I paid them half. I paid them to kill him, she said and started to cry.
Fine, we'll leave it. You're right. We don't need any more than the proof we have, but you'll have to get on the stand, say about the article, the house, how nice it was, just what happened, and you'll be fine.
Thanks, Lord John. You're such a good man.
He laughed. Well, we need at least one good barrister. What will you do after all this?
I haven't even let myself think of it. Maybe after the case I'll think of it. Right now I just keep praying that I win.
John shook her hand and left. Why would she say that? Not to try get them charged. Still, he believed her. He was sure.
Chapter 45. Genevieve. She was very scared now. She wished she hadn't sent Smith away. She hadn't even fought against the men who took her. Now she was sitting alone in a little cabin at the back of the compound that was full of food and supplies. The Reverend was too smart to keep her close to him. He just ignored her. She was brought food, quite often, and the armed men threw it down. Good Christians they weren't. They treated her worse than in Bedlam, but this wasn't going to make her break. The only thing that really worried her was she had no idea of how she would deal with this. In a way, she wanted the demon to take him fully, so she could try cast it out. But it seemed much more pleased with itself to just manipulate a vast group of people. She didn't know how many there were, but she assumed hundreds, all causing people to think and dream dark thoughts. She knew she couldn't do a blessing that would cleanse the whole area. What she needed was what the Reverend had. She needed a group of 1,000 people all praying a blessing at once. That would not only work, if it was these people, she might even be able to make them pray to clear their own minds. Surely a lot of them were believers. They had just had to be scared and manipulated. Her hands were tied behind her, and she sat in the dirt of the room. But she had a week. She started to look around the room for something to get her out. She didn't know how long she had been in here, at least a few days. Hopefully Smith had made it back to London and was bringing reinforcements. She didn't want to be in here on Sunday, when nothing happened, and they blamed him or her. She was so sad that Kate was dead, they had failed. Smith was going to make something up, maybe saying she ran off or was in hiding, but she'd been sent to help her and failed.
Chapter 46. Lord Suffolk. He sat in his parlour. Lisa was there as well as Smith, who had just arrived from Devonshire. The man had some very scary things to say. He seemed to be struggling with it all. They had a telegram the day before, which had just worried him, saying Smith was coming back and they needed to listen to him. So she's alone, and in a town of thousands of dangerous fools, and this man, the Reverend, is being controlled by a demon that is so old and strong the Romans and Greeks used to think it was a god of nightmares.
That's it.
John was mad. Smith wasn't his employee anymore, but he was furious. The man could have sent a telegram and stayed. Why did he have to leave her alone? Her struggle made him realize they were doing something much less important. He had a case, and yes, a girl's life hung in the balance, but a girl he loved, life's hung in the balance now. Smith had told them about the harassment, the names, the broken window. Then it had tried to kill her. He stood up. Why did you leave her?
She told me to. To be honest, it's because I don't believe enough they could take me. And I don't think she wanted to be in the situation where it was me and her and a gun.
John felt deflated. He said what happened in the pub. If it had taken Smith, then he would be coming back to say he killed her, and he wouldn't have been able to live with that. It would destroy him. Lisa was listening to it all.
Okay, so I'll go with William and maybe some volunteers from the candle makers, and we can make sure she's okay.
He was afraid to send her, but he was worried about Genevieve. Worried he could feel something bad was happening to her. She needed help. He wanted to go, but his case was in 2 days, and if he did, Deborah would be convicted for sure. Lisa was looking at him. He could see she knew what he was thinking. I can't go, can I?
No, you have to do the case. We can't let one girl die just because we're worried about our friend.
What about your Latin club?
They'll still be bad in a few weeks. And if we don't help Genevieve, I don't think it's going to matter. Am I the only one that remembers the Grand? He has thousands of people. What if his plan is to turn them all?
John knew that wasn't the plan. They might be misguided. But they still believed in Jesus and could be safe. It was much more likely he wanted them to sin or break their faith or just kill them all. We'll have to call a meeting of the candle makers. If we can get help from Billy, we might be able to get the Devonshire police to help us. March in there with some law and order. Smith spoke up.
I can't go back, can I?
Looking useless.
Sorry, if you go, they'll use you against us. I'm sure they would enjoy it as well.
Smith soon took his leave, and they sat alone. John hated being like this. Once again, the women in his life were fighting the battles, facing the danger, while he did nothing. He stood up, and Lisa did as well. He kissed her. I'm afraid.
I'll be safe, don't worry, and we'll take William and some police, see if we can't bring our girl back home. Chapter 47, Lisa. She got herself on the train going to Devonshire. It was Thursday morning, and they had gathered the troops as she thought of it. She knew John hated that she was going by herself, or rather with 2 single young men. He wasn't the jealous type, but still he wished he could come. The 2 men were the police officer William Jensen from the museum and another candle maker called Richard, who was a young Navy officer. He'd had taken the day off sick and come with them. They sat in the train compartment, and William looked at her. He had a big bag, and it held a few guns. They would get the local police to help. But if that didn't work, they would have to break the law.
So, what's the plan, boss?
He asked her. They had all agreed Lisa was in charge. She kind of liked telling them what to do. Well, we don't know how far this has gone, but if I know Genevieve, she is right, bang in the middle of trouble, so I assume she'll be at this New Jerusalem. Smith said she was heading there as she left.
And all these demons and things are actually real?
He had volunteered to come because, as all Navy men, he was fit and capable in a fight. He was a believer, part of their group, but had only heard of these things, never seen them face to face. William had only seen her reactions. They are real and I can see them. I guess this town will be crawling with them.
But you can get them out of people?
Anyone can. You just have to believe and say in Jesus' name. But I haven't done it. Just a blessing to clear a room. The train ride was going to be long. While they had arrived early and sat in the cabin, soon enough some more people came in. She expected a conductor, but he was busy. Soon the train started to really fill up. Soon there was a man, his wife, and a little girl in there with them. The man smiled at them, but looked at Lisa with her young escorts with some trepidation. He nodded towards her.
I'm Mr. Harold Dawson, my wife Faye and daughter Susie.
Nice to meet you, Miss Lisa Walker. These are my cousins, William and Richard.
You all going to see the Reverend?
We are.
Oh, that is so good. It's good to see we're not the only ones. I've heard the township is close to 2,000 people now, and the comet is coming. He says this very Sunday. We only have a few days now.
Great Sunday. She had only a handful of days to find Genevieve and help her stop whatever was going on at this place. She looked at the people. They seemed quite lovely. The wife smiled, and the daughter looked happy playing with a little rag doll. She couldn't see a demon near them, but the man's head, and the woman's too, were covered in a dark shadow. They had lingering control or thoughts in there. She heard this thing was a dream or nightmare maker. Was it just one or many? She found it hard to believe one could work in London and in Devonshire. But she had seen them just appear in places. She had no idea how they moved. That's good. I'm looking for my little sister who is already there.
Well, they'll keep her safe. Have no fear on that account. Not to be forward. But did you have the dream as well?
She wasn't go to get caught in a lie. No, I just got a letter from her, saying I should come, that he was the real thing and I needed to see for myself. I didn't realize that Sunday was the day. What do we need to do? Pray.
Just be there. They say the Reverend is building a vast stage, getting in seats and everything, so on the day, all of us can be ready in the field, for when it comes.
Lisa noticed the little girl was crying and looking her dad. She too had the black mark, but faint.
I don't want to burn Daddy.
The man picked her up his arm and held her to his chest.
Don't fear, darling. The dream says we won't. We'll be saved from the pain, but taken away from the world and get to be in heaven. Your little brother will even be there, and your dog. Won't that be good?
That scared her the most of all she heard. Taken before the pain. What did that mean? They were going to do a mass suicide. How could he convince Christians that was okay, even if he could convince himself? She had to get to Genevieve and fast. She pretended to sleep to avoid the man and his family and soon did drift off. As she slept, she woke with a start and realized she was already there and already in the field. She looked up at the comet. It hurled down towards the ground. She looked around her. There were thousands of people and she saw as their skin started to crackle and burn. It came down and hit the ground. The earth buckled and a huge wall of dirt and fire came at them. It ran like a wave through them. She felt the pain of it, burning her flesh. She could smell the stench of her own cracked skin. She woke up, screaming. She looked around the carriage. All 6 of them had woken yelling, the girl crying and she was panting. The man spoke.
Never fear, we will escape before the pain. I know we can, and it will be okay.
She looked at him. Suicide?
It's not suicide if you're already going to die.
Chapter 48. Lord Suffolk. He had slept poorly, thinking of the danger Lisa and Genevieve faced, but he had another life to save. He had gotten out of bed early and gone over his case again. The trial would be fast. He'd never seen one last more than around 20 minutes with the judges deciding just as quick. It would be one of 10 or so cases they would hear that day, but thankfully his was early, so the jury wouldn't be sick of it by the end and lose interest. He went over his files again, and his stratagem he could open and cross and rebut, so he thought they should win. At the very least, he'd have given her a fighting chance in a system that didn't really favour the accused. He rode in his carriage to the Old Bailey. It was 8 o'clock, and his case was third. So he had no real idea on when it would start. He'd just get told. He walked up the stairs to the court. He was dressed in his robe. He selfishly wished Lisa was here, but she was needed elsewhere. He walked in and was shown a room to prepare. The bailiff walked in.
She's been brought. She's at the viaduct and your witness is in the witness room.
John knew the viaduct was a pub near the court. She was literally in a dog box. Not enough space to stand. He wouldn't be able to talk to her until the case started. He went to the room and saw Mr. Randall was there. He sat with a few other people from other cases. "Hello, Mr. Randall. You okay? Need any food? Coffee?"
When is it?
"Could be any time, now or a few hours."
But I get lunch?
John tried not to laugh, of course, and I'll give you some funds for a hackneyback. The man just nodded. John went back to his office for the day and waited. He went over his case repeatedly, the time ticked by, and around 10:30, the bailiff, a policeman with a neat uniform, came to get him.
My lord, it's now.
John walked with the man. He went up the hallway and in the main room. He'd been in there a lot, but never on this side of it. He walked up and entered. There was a row of judges. 4, and the desk next to him was vacant. She would be brought in for her testimony and then go back. John could have laughed. Across from him was Michael Dawes, his old or rather young junior partner, now a police prosecutor. He walked up to John as he laid out his files.
You quit for this, really? £10 a month, and now what?
Justice, Michael, you get a new job? He grinned.
I'm doing this for free. I missed you.
Great Michael was a shit, but he was a good barrister. He handled most of his cases, had a young and innocent face. He was around 30 and looked like what he was, born to money. It did sway the judges. Then again, he was Lord Suffolk. There were 4 judges, but one took the lead. That always happened. They took it in turns. He read the case, the Crown versus Deborah Smites, capital crime, charge of murder, defendant has plead not guilty, and it was deemed evidence for a trial existed. Let's begin. They both knew this man, and he looked at them.
John, Michael, good to see you both. If strange on opposite sides, as you know, I like a fast trial. Please keep opening remarks to under a minute.
Michael stepped forward.
Thank you, my lord, honourable members of the panel. I will keep it short. Today we have a heinous crime. A young mother, a prostitute, had a child out of wedlock, and rather raise it and do any decent thing like get married. She decided the best way to be free to continue her sinful way was to kill the poor child. I will show with my witnesses she had the child, then not. The police who found the child and charged her, and her own statements. You will see my colleague will try deceive you as to her motive. But I think we can all tell a liar and sinner when we see one.
He was glad that she wasn't in the room, in a way because they couldn't judge by how poor she looked. John stood up. He'd done this speech in his mind almost 10 times. My lord judges, today we aim to divert a great misjustice. The courts are set against the poor mother. Here she will struggle to get a fair trial. In fact, I am only doing this case because I believe her innocence. I will show she was tricked into giving her child to people to care for. She paid for this service, and she did everything a reasonable person would do to make sure it was safe. You will see Deborah was a loving mother, a fool truly, but fooled by evil people. He sat down. The judge said, "First witness." The prosecution went first. They called the neighbour lady. She wasn't a great witness, but it was an easy case for them. Michael went up to her.
Please, in your own words, what do you know about this case and the convict Deborah Smites?
She lived below me in the housing flat. In this time, she gave birth to a child. I know not who the father was. There was no man there at any regular times or duration. She worked in a factory making artificial flowers. Then after the birth, she couldn't attend anymore and became a prostitute. She worked in this awful trade for 6 months, during which I would hear the baby screaming nightly. Then one day she took it out on a hired carriage. She came back later, no baby, and that was the last I heard of it, until the police came.
Did you talk to her when she came back, without little Jim, is it?
The child was Jim, and a half-starved child he was. Yes, I did. I asked after the child, and she said she'd taken him to live with her grandmother.
And you knew she had no grandmother?
Not as far as I knew. So when the police came, the baby had a blanket with its name stitched in. I knew she'd done it.
It wasn't good. John could see the faces of the judges and jury, not at all happy. He had to try to get them to hate this lady. He stood up. "Hello, Mrs. Teller. Thank you for your time today." She just nodded. "So in your statement you just said, this girl Deborah lived near you for 6 months. Was that the total time, or was it longer, before she had the child?"
In total, maybe a year.
"And she was a bad person to share a house with. Can we say that?"
Terrible, rude, disrespectful, and she would bring men back, I know what for.
"And did you work?"
No. My husband is a baker. I have no need to work. I keep house, but it was a nightmare with that child screaming all the time.
"And no family, for her? I mean, you said no grandmother, but I'm assuming she had no parents. What 16-year-old lives alone if they don't have to?"
She had no one.
John turned to the judge. Of course you say no one, but she had you and your husband. You would have helped her out, talked to her, maybe looked after Jim every little while.
Why would I? She was a horror.
And you said she was a prostitute. This seems like a horrid trade for a young girl. When she started this, did you, as the only real adult in her life, tell her she should stop, that it was wrong?
It's not my business.
Now you say she had no man, but was she not living with a man, Jimmy, for many months, and turned to prostitution once? He left her with a child and jobless.
Maybe.
The judge didn't like her. Well, at least her and Jim are gone now.
Yes.
She realized what she said, and Michael groaned. He walked back to his desk. That was a good start.
Chapter 49. Lisa. She arrived in Devonshire, and it was a crazy bustle of people. She'd never seen so much mania and rushing. There were so many people, with wagons full, all going out to the New Jerusalem. Few had belongings, but they had food and water, tents and blankets. Richard and Williams walked with her, either side, like bodyguards. She saw Richard, kept his hand on his sword, which he had brought with him. These officer types had them for ceremonies, but still trained a lot. Smith had told them that Genevieve had left a letter for her at her house, and the key in the letterbox, after the owner of the pub had fled. They had inherited it for a few weeks, until he came back, or the world ended. They followed the directions and found the cottage. She looked at the smashed window. The door had paint on it as well. She was so scared for Genevieve, but she was tough if nothing else. Her years as a guest of the Crown in Bedlam had done that at least. She went to the front door. There was a small plant, as she said, and key beneath it. They went inside. Sitting on a table was a letter. She took it and read it. Dear Lisa, I know John's probably not with you as his case has come up, and it's just you and me and hopefully some police. I write this as Smith prepares to leave, and I plan to go to the camp. If I'm not here and you're reading this, I'm still there. It wasn't my plan to stay nights, so maybe something has happened. The Reverend Francis has gone over the deep end. Everyone here is truly in the grips of these demons that are filling all minds with dreams and horrid visions. I don't have a plan. I was just getting to the camp because it's safer than being that girl in the cottage. And maybe I can talk to him. Come quickly if you can. But be prepared, this demon, their leader, is something powerful and truly frightening. It was dated 3 days ago, so she hadn't been back. So she was either living in the camp to be safe, she'd been turned to believe she was dead or a prisoner. She didn't know how far he'd gone off the rails. Would he kill her? The demon would if it got a chance. She turned to the Moke. We're going to the camp. William spoke up.
First, let's talk to the local police. If we can go in an official way, we'll have more luck.
They went out of the cottage and started to walk to the police station. It, too, was a small cottage building. They had around 5 of their own people. As she walked up to the building, her heart dropped. The cottage looked like a house, but the front door swung open. Lisa walked inside and looked around. It was empty, no one at all inside. They went into the back, the kitchen. All the food was gone, the guns gone. A lone cell also swung open.
Looks like they have joined too.
Will they follow your orders?
I doubt it.
He had a letter from Billy, the captain of the Metro Police. But if they would follow it, that was another question. Lisa looked around. At the front of a building was a man in a wagon. No one was in it, but he smiled and waved to them. They went to him.
I can take you to the camp if you want.
You're not going yourself?
William asked. The man had no supplies and looked like a typical for hire in a not typical situation.
I don't believe this crap, but I have gotten rich off the trip, doing around 8 a day.
Don't you have the dreams?
Sure, I had them. What a bunch of shit. I might be scared, but I know this town. I know the people. A lot of those people out there never went to church. Or more like they are all Sunday Christians, drink and sin during the week, pray forgiveness on Sunday, and do it again. I'm not joining that. They will all look like idiots when Sunday comes and I get to drive them back.
She didn't like him either, but he only charged $1 each, which was a bit steep, but their only option. laughing at people who had been fooled into giving up houses, farms, belongings, and soon their lives and souls. Not that funny to her. They drove in his wagon for almost 2 hours, Lisa not talking and him not talking. They got out, but she spoke. How can we get back?
Lots of wagons out here at the back. Many come in their own and don't return. How did I get this? Just ask them for it and they'll give you one. Idiots!
He said with a laugh. Great guy. She stood with Richard and William and looked at the town, for that's what it was. It was massive, at least 100 tents, lots of people coming and going. She could even hear hymns from some section. The sun was starting to set, and she saw there was a big stage area with seats. They held the service outside. Lucky it was summer.
Plan?
We try find Genevieve, but I want to hear him speak. Looks like we'll get to. They walked around the camp, she looking in at every face and person, trying to find Genevieve. They walked further and further. People had started to gather for his speech, and then Richard spoke. He'd been quiet until now.
That looks like a prison.
He pointed at a storeroom, building, but it had an armed man sitting out the front, on a chair. He had a gun in his hand. They didn't need to protect food. Everyone had a give and let give mentality. They weren't soon for this world, and they couldn't take it.
He's got a police-issue breech loader. Stay here?
Lisa watched as he walked up to the man. He started to speak to him, and he saw he handed out the orders. The man pointed to the shed and nodded, then sat back down. He came back.
She's in there, but he won't let me take her. He says the Reverend is the authority in this town.
How good are you at locks? She asked both. Richard looked at William and shrugged. Then he spoke.
It's a weak door. We can kick it in, one man we can take him, but we'll need a wagon and a few horses to escape.
Jailbreak? Seems that way, unless I can speak to her. She was worried for her. They had her locked up, in a prison. How was that okay? She was an 18-year-old girl. As they stood and watched, the Reverend had taken the stage and started to speak. They slowly gravitated to the stage. There were thousands of people all sitting and listening. She'd never seen a setup like it. She'd seen electricity, they had it in London for about 10 years, but his stage was lit up. He stood before a microphone like she'd seen at a radio station. He spoke into it, and his words came out, loud across all the people. It was amazing. He walked out onto the stage and they cheered. It was like a famous performer coming to the stage. She was a long way back, but could see around him dark shadows of the demons whispering to him. There was more than one. He stood before the microphone and spoke, his voice booming out across the mass of people.
Brothers and sisters, faithful and blessed ones, we have all seen it, and I will tell you plainly the time of our deliverance is finally here, on Sunday at 4 p.m. Then Comet will come to take us home. We have all seen its path, seen that it will take us home to heaven, but we have also seen the pain it will bring, God's wrath along with it. Again, I speak plainly, why were we shown this vision, if not to prepare our heart and souls, to gather and make our hearts true? I will tell you on the day at 12, we will share communion, and that communion will be wine that has something added. It will ease your passage to heaven. I will not force anyone to take it, but I will be taking it. We have always been taught to kill yourself is wrong, if not everyone would, who would choose this world of sin over the Father's realm. But I say to you, why did he give us these visions, if not giving us the chance to escape? Is it a sin if God says you will die on Sunday and you take your life on Sunday? How can it be? I know some of you won't do it, but this is the final test. Did Abraham flinch when God said, kill your child? He did not, and we won't flinch in this final task. I will see you on Sunday. We will hold a service and be going home.
As he left the stage, Lisa shuddered in fear, because instead of leaving, walking, running away from this mad man, they stood, thousands of Christian people, on their feet and clapped. She turned to a woman next to her. She was crying, "Thank God," she said. She knew God was watching and he was far from happy.
Chapter 50, Lord Suffolk. When Deborah was walked into the court, he once again felt such a deep pity for her. He watched the judges closely and saw that many of them seemed to think the same. She was rail thin, looked even younger than her 16 years. She smiled at him, a quick smile then gone. He had last spoken to her yesterday, and she'd been confident, but she knew she had to show her pain. It was like a show. Of course she was sad. Her child had been murdered, but instead of trying to deal with it, she had to dwell in it. The bailiff showed her to the witness stand. Her hands were cuffed in big chains. His other witness, the officer, had spoken. He was short to the point, said it was her child. She confirmed the blanket, and he had said she didn't seem that sad. John had done his best to paint him badly. It wasn't hard. He had some very strong opinion on what she did for a living. Because it was his witness, John got to ask her questions first. He walked up to her. "Hello, Deborah. Are you okay?"
"I'm fine, Lord Suffolk,"
she said, a small smile. He turned to the judge. "So we have a case in which we, the prosecution, has a very different set of circumstances, and we will show them now, along with proof that this is what really occurred. Now, Deborah, please tell me and the members of the court your story."
"Of course. Will, it starts with Jimmy, he, and I. We were so close, we lived together for nearly a year when I was 15. I loved him, really, and though I knew it was wrong, we are together because I knew one day we would be married when we could afford it. I got with child, and even though the parish said they would pay for it, he ran and left me. So I was left alone with little Jim, and I got fired from my job at the factory. I was doing badly, no money, no family. The church wouldn't help because I was a single mum. I had nothing, and every day my child was getting closer to his death from hunger.
And so you had to do something awful.
I never wanted to, sir, but I knew a girl like me, I mean young, could get a lot of money from having sex with men. I never wanted to. I knew it was a sin, but I did it once, and that night I had a shilling. I bought milk and bread, I fed my son, I ate myself, and I knew I had no choice.
And then you saw the advert.
I was earning some money, but I knew I'd never go to heaven if I kept doing this, and I hated myself. Also, the other girls would get sick, beat up, hurt, pregnant, so it was dangerous. I saw the ad for a nice old lady to take a child. She said she wanted to raise him and treat him right, but she needed £10 for expenses like a crib.
Did you think it might be a trick? There are stories in the news, this isn't rare.
I'm not a fool, sir. I worked and saved up the money. It took months and months. I had to do horrible things, but I got it. Then I had letters from the lady. She seemed nice, and I said I wanted to see the house and meet her before I would agree. So I went out to her house. The cottage was lovely, she was lovely. We spoke for about an hour. I gave her the money and left little Jim, in the blanket I'd made him.
She was crying and the judge was impassive, but they always were. He felt such sadness for her. She'd been through so much. Thank you for telling me this, Deborah. What happened next?
Well, the lady, Miss Frida Spelter, said she would send me letters once a month to tell me of Jim and how he was doing. I asked for that, but 2 weeks later, when I had my job at the flour factory back, a policeman come to my door and he had the blanket. He said my little Jim was dead, they had drowned him, and he arrested me.
And finally, when you saw your neighbour, please tell me what you told her exactly.
I told her that he was living with my grandmother. I couldn't tell her the truth. She'd judge me even more.
John turned to the people, so you see, a story backed by fact. She tells us what she told her neighbour exactly. Though not hearing her testimony, my team has found the advert and it has been entered into evidence. We have found the address of the advert poster, and my next witness will show he saw young Deborah going to that house with her child and leaving without him. He touched her hand and she smiled at him, a weak, sad smile. Michael stood up and went to her.
So, Deborah, in your own words, you had sex outside of marriage, had a child, made money selling yourself, and claimed to have been tricked by these people. Why should we believe such a clearly immoral girl? What would you care of the truth? Maybe you wanted the freedom to live a sinful life with no screaming attachment.
She just started at him.
I only did what I had to. As soon as I didn't have to, I stopped.
Why didn't you tell the police about these people?
I did, but they didn't investigate it. They had me already.
He turned to the judge.
Here we have a girl who is a liar and immoral, who acts the victim. If what she says is true, she is at least guilty of leaving her child with strangers. What mother would do that?
He sat back down. He hadn't done well. The judge called the next witness, and she was taken out by the bailiff to be locked in the dog box again. It was up to him. The case had about 10 minutes left, one witness, and it was over. Just closing remarks, but from the judge. Mr. Randall, the man, was led in. He was eating a sandwich. John was almost amused. He took his seat. White head, looking around, he looked very serious, but respectable. John walked up to him. "Good morning, Mr. Randall. You know who I am?"
Of course, you're Lord Suffolk. You represent a girl being charged with a murder.
"Indeed, and my case rests on the fact we claimed 3 weeks ago she came to the house of the Drakovskys, going by the name Frida, and she left her child in their care, innocently thinking it would be cared for. Can you tell me about your neighbor and her house?"
My neighbor is a Mrs. Drakovsky, and her son is often there. Polish, poor, criminals, bad people. They live in a nice little cottage, but they have only rented it in the last 2 months. Before that, it was a family. She has a gun and shot it out the front of her house at a young boy.
"And you keep an eye on them, is that right?"
They steal things from the neighborhood. They are criminals. Yes, I keep an eye on them. I log their movements.
"And tell me about the day 3 weeks ago, when a girl came to visit."
Exactly that. They have no family in England, just them. So when I saw this young Irish girl with a baby, I was very suspicious. I wrote her description, the time, and she left, without her baby. I wrote it all down, but didn't know what happened to it until you came.
"You never heard or saw a baby?"
Not a peep ever.
John turned to the judge. "With your permission, I'd like to call Deborah back and have Mr. Randall identify her as the girl." The judge nodded, and she came back in. He looked at her. "Is that the girl you saw?" John asked.
That's the one I saw 3 weeks ago, no doubt about it.
"You just said 3 weeks ago. What does that mean?"
She was the third girl this year.
John was shocked, and he heard the judges groan with shock. This was now a much bigger case. Deborah had been taken back to her cell. "Did you tell the police?"
I did. I have the logs. His name was Sergeant John Simpson. He said it was nothing. She ran a temporary housing thing for troubled girls, so I was surprised to see you. But she's a monster. No one would let her near their kids.
John thought this should be it. If Michael was a decent person, he'd say they dropped charges. He looked over at his young, smug face and knew he'd fight to the end if he thought the girl was innocent or not. John sat down, but then heard the door at the back of the court open. Bill, his friend, the police captain, walked in. He walked over to Michael and spoke to him for a moment, handed him a file, which he read. He looked down. He faced the judge.
Based on new evidence, the police prosecution would like to drop all charges.
Chapter 51. Lisa. She was beyond worried. These people had gone over the edge. She was at the site where in 2 days a mass suicide would take place. Something so awful and horrible it would be written about for generations. She could see it now. Not only were these people themselves going to be condemned to hell, the shockwave would be felt around the world and damage the faith in such a powerful way. She wasn't playing nice anymore. They were getting Genevieve and leaving this place behind. Tonight. Richard had gone to secure a few horses and a carriage. He had some money, but she doubted he'd need it. They went away from the gathering of people crying with happiness. They had started singing hymns, in mass. They went to the storeroom where Genevieve was being held. She stopped and looked. Now there were 2 men guarding her. One sat with his gun, same as before, but another man talked with him. He was telling him what the Reverend had said. They waited for a long time, and then Richard was there on foot.
"I have a carriage on the road. It's about a mile straight across, so we can run to it."
Okay, what about those men? William and Richard looked at each other.
"Sneak round the back and disarm them."
He handed a pistol to Richard and tucked it into his pocket.
"Lisa, go talk to them so you're close."
She walked up to the 2 men as the lads disappeared to the side, going to the back of the storeroom. She approached them. Both looked at her, calmly.
"Good evening, miss. You shouldn't be here."
"I wanted some alone time to pray."
"That's a good idea, but not long to wait now. Soon we'll be free."
He had such a smile. She could see the dark clouds around both their minds. They were so lost. As she looked at them, From around the side, Richard and William came. Both had guns drawn. They were fast and had them to the men's heads in moments. A police officer and a Navy boy versus 2 farmers. They just looked up.
Drop your guns,
the man laughed.
Why would I do that, you friends of that girl in there? You want to try ruin this for us somehow?
He started to spin his gun, a rifle to William, but he just hit him in the head with the butt. He collapsed to the ground. He pointed the other in the man's face.
Drop it or you'll die days too early.
The man was less fearless than his friend and dropped it. They got him to the ground and Richard tied him with the belt he was wearing. William looked at the door. It was chain and locked. He went to kick it, but Lisa said, wait, everyone would hear that. She bent down to the main guard and, reaching into his pockets, pulled out a key. She unlocked the padlock and opened the door. She walked in. The room was lit up with a lantern, and it cast light into the room. Lisa almost cried. She saw Genevieve. She was sitting up, looking at her hands tied, even a gag over her mouth. Lisa bent and undid it. She smiled at her, but not a happy smile. Oh, darling, are you okay?
I'm fine, and thanks for coming. What did he say to them? I thought I heard his words from in here. He said poison.
Poisoned wine. We have to run. This place has gone mad. The only hope is to get the police and drive everyone away. She had such sad eyes, but determined. It was often easy to forget she was 18. She didn't act it.
I'm glad to see you, Lisa, but I can't leave. Not the camp and not this room.
But why? This is too much. She was crying now. They wouldn't get close to the Reverend. Escape was the only option.
The only hope for these people is to have the demons cast out and reveal the Reverend for what he really is. If I run, I'll never get close to him again, but I have an idea that I might be a part of the service on Sunday.
What? He's going to kill you on stage?
I don't think he's that crazy, but he said I would have a chance to repent and proclaim him as a true prophet. I guess that will be in public.
So I have to leave you? But how can we help?
Stay near the camp. Be here on Sunday. I will need your help. I want to save these people, I do. But I'm not sure all of them will take the disappointment well. But try find the poison and stop them, or destroy it.
She kissed her on the head. You are so brave. Maybe stupid, but brave. She lifted the gag back to her mouth and walked away from her. She closed the door and locked it. William and Richard looked at her. What? We're not taking her? William asked. She says no. The plan is for her to get on that stage. She wants us back on Sunday to help her escape if need be, or lend a hand.
Okay, let's get that carriage. We'll need it.
She walked off through the darkness, leaving Genevieve alone and unrescued. She wasn't as brave as an 18-year-old girl.
Chapter 52. Genevieve. She had told Lisa to run, but she had wished she could come with her. Still, her escape attempt had brought the man himself. He'd been ignoring her for days. But now he appeared in the storeroom, with his new younger wife at his side. She looked a bit sad as well. The same broken look that Kate had. She knew her. She was the one that brought her food. She never spoken to her.
I heard you tried to escape or your friends came, but here you are, why?
I was wrong. I see it now. I've had the dreams and I want to be saved. He smiled.
Of course, Genevieve, I never was against you. You were misled by the evil one. It happens to the best of us, especially a weak girl like you. So yes, I will help you, but you must repent and admit you were wrong.
Can I be there on Sunday?
Of course, it will be good for the doubters in my flock, very few, but some to see you admit you were wrong.
He left the room, but the girl lingered a moment. She yelled out, "Can she stay and pray with me?" she asked. The Reverend just walked out but waved his hand. The girl stayed and looked at her.
Why didn't you run?
I'm needed here. She was young, very pretty, but her glow of faith was shattered. She held her hand as she knelt. She took the girl's memories. She was torn. Was she doing the right thing? What she let him do to her? It was right because the angel said they were married. She was a child. She missed her parents. She spoke. I miss my mother. The girl looked at her.
I was just thinking that. Is she here?
No, she died a few years ago, but she killed herself, so I won't see her in heaven. The girl started to cry.
That's what I think. But they are all going to do it. Everyone. I can't be left alone.
What if you could stop it? What if you could save them all?
How? Let you go?
No, but I will need your help on Sunday.
How can I trust you?
Tonight, when you pray, pray to be free of unclean visions, for the Lord to reveal evil to you.
That's it.
Try not to scream when you see the truth. The girl soon stood and left her prison. She might have an ally in her and hoped she could beat this thing. She often just did whatever she wanted, but now she knew she had to stay here. Never before had her warning voice screamed at her so loudly. It was funny in a way. She knew many Christians prayed to walk God's path, to follow it. She knew clearly she had to stay. Sunday was her only chance now.
Chapter 53. Lord Suffolk. He stood at the front of the courthouse. He waited for a long time, and then slowly they came out. Topaz and her girls had been released. He dropped the charges against them, and then Deborah came out too. She was walking, slowly, but she stood before him, with the other girls. She smiled at him, and did a good maid's curtsy.
Thank you so much for everything. Honestly, if not for you, I'd be hung, knifed or dead somehow. You've given me my life, and I'll always owe you.
She said. He shook her hand. It helps when you have the chief of police on your side.
But what did he say? I heard dropped their charges.
We knew she'd try destroy the evidence, but we got the ad and her letters to other girls before she could. I just had to sign an affidavit that I found them there. I am a lord after all.
And what about her? The woman and her son?
It wasn't just Deborah who had been a victim. It was other girls as well. They haven't been caught yet, but they will be. They are the suspects now. Deborah hugged him.
Sorry, I needed to do that.
He let her and laughed. He turned to Topaz. Thanks for your help, but now I must go. I need to get to the station. My friends are in danger.
Anything we can help with?
No, this is for me. But thanks again, and we'll talk soon if we all survive. The girls left, but he stayed talking to Deborah. What will you do now? I hope I haven't steered you into a life of crime, making friends with them. He was worried. The 40 Thieves was a tempting group. They stuck together and did make a lot of money from being criminals. She laughed.
Don't worry. I won't throw this gift back in your face. I should be able to get my job back. Getting work in London is easy if you're willing to work in a factory.
And you have a place to stay?
I'll be fine. I have a few friends and some reporters wanted to buy me lunch. Is that okay?
Yes, you should tell your story and try to warn other girls. But let me know where you end up. I'll help you whenever I can. Deborah hugged him again and walked away. He saw 2 reporters were waiting for her. She would do well. People loved these stories, and maybe she could help get some of these ads banned, or at least named and shamed. He walked down to a carriage and leapt in. He had a bag with clothes already in it and went straight to the train station. He needed to get to Lisa and Genevieve as fast as her could.
Chapter 54. Lisa. She and the men had run back to the cottage. It wasn't safe to be at the camp during the day now. The Reverend had too many people walking around with guns, and they looked like outsiders. They didn't have that glazed, vacant look to their eyes. Now all they had to do was plan to ruin the poison wine thing and help Genevieve in case her plan didn't work. She sat around the table with William and Richard. She had a coffee and she looked at them. They looked worried. It was a deep situation they were in, and they hadn't faced this level of insanity before. So we need a plan. We need to get rid of that wine somehow.
They would have already poisoned it and probably have it ready.
But how, I mean, what would they use?
That doesn't really matter. We can't add anything to it to make it not work. I don't know enough about chemistry to do that, but we can assume they have mixed it all into a few barrels, or if we're lucky, put it all back in bottles.
So, we need to figure out how much wine, then steal that much or buy it from somewhere here, and then tonight switch it out.
Where we'll have some? I mean, the pub will have a few cases, but where else?
Any restaurants, rich houses and homes, any clubs, but the pub is our best bet.
Maybe we could water it down. I mean, they won't be judging the taste. It's only to fool for a moment.
Okay, let's see if this pub has what we need. She knew John would be on his way. He probably arrived today, and they had said they would be at the cottage through the day. They got ready and packed and walked out of the cottage. The town wasn't bustling now. It was like a ghost town. Everyone who was coming to the town was there. She looked around the town. It was so strange, not a soul in sight. They walked to the main street and to the pub. Lisa looked. Back? They walked around the back. It was empty and had been shuttered up. She didn't really want to break in, but what choice did they have? William looked up the street, and Richard, who was fitter, kicked the back door hard. It smashed open in a burst. They looked again, but still no one. They walked in the back door, and she stopped. A smell filled the air. It was bad. It smelled like rot and death. She remembered what Genevieve had told them. They had shot poor Kate here, and the bartender had been turned for a moment, then run. They walked behind the bar and looked. There were a few bottles behind it and put them on the counter. She looked up to the main room. She expected to see Kate, dead on the floor, but didn't. Instead, there was a rough spot on the floor. They all looked at a bit, and the men drew their guns.
What happened here?
A girl got shot, but where is she? William was still an officer of the law and went around to the spot. He touched the mark on the floor. It was very light, no actual blood, just a faint red stain that was very large.
Someone has tried to clean this.
She had said she saw the publican leave, but maybe he'd come back and was trying to hide the crime that had happened here. He'd been possessed, but try explaining that. Let's get what we came for. They had weapons drawn, and William passed a spare pistol to Lisa. She walked behind the bar and started to go down them. It was lit down there, and when they were a few steps, she heard a noise. It was the cocking of a gun. They froze. Someone was down there. She looked at William. He still had his uniform on.
It's the police.
There was silence, and then a voice called out. It was thick with an accent and sadness. I had to do it. She understood. It was the publican. He'd killed Kate, and had no idea he'd been possessed. She yelled out, "We're on the case of Kate Hudson. She was an escaped mental patient." There was silence again.
Truly? I didn't want to, but she tried to kill that girl.
They still couldn't see him, hiding in the dark around the corner.
Put the gun down and we'll just talk.
She heard a gun get set down.
Wait for me.
He waked in and soon shouted for them to come in. Lisa gasped as they walked into the basement. Cellar. There was a big man there, an apron, but he was covered in blood. The body of Kate was stuffed in the corner. At least she thought it was her. All she could see was a rolled-up carpet and some shoes coming out from the end. William still had his gun on him. He looked distraught and disheveled.
She tried to stab that girl, the investigator. Then I don't know what happened.
His gun was still raised, or he'd picked it back up again. It was a very short shotgun, the type that could spray wide. We know it was not your fault. You can just go.
I have a record. She was well known and loved. No one would believe me.
William looked at Lisa, and they looked around. The cellar had a lot of wine, big barrels. Then she saw he had a bottler, piles of paper labels and glue. He was selling cheap wine in nice bottles for a higher price. No wonder he didn't want the police looking around. Quite the business you have here. She looked hard at him. No demons, no shadows of dream, just human greed. He smiled at her, a dark grin.
Bloody women. Too perceptive by far, you three. Let me walk, or we all start shooting. Betsy, her will get her at least.
He said. He pointed his gun at her directly. Fine, just leave. We just came to get her body, and now we will. The man started to walk towards the stairs, and he grabbed at her. She was pulled to his body, and he held the gun to her head. He laughed and dragged her up the stairs with William and Richard, not able to do anything. She smelled him and was terrified, the gun pressed to her head. He stepped back and whispered in her ear.
What a gift to me. You are such a pretty one.
She shuddered. He lifted her up the last stair. She saw William aiming at the bottom, his pistol in both hands, but he couldn't get a clean shot. He dragged her out the back of the pub. She kicked and screamed, but he was strong. They cleared the back door, and she saw from the side a pistol. Appeared it pressed right against the side of the man's head.
I'd appreciate you releasing my fiancé.
She felt him sigh, and he dropped, let her go. Lisa climbed out from his arm. John stood there, panting and sweating. He'd run from somewhere. The man looked at him. John hit the man on top of the head with his pistol. He hit the ground hard. He hugged her hard, and she started to cry. She'd never been so happy to see anyone ever. Good timing.
Chapter 56. Lord Suffolk. He stood in the alley, the big Irish publican on the ground, and before him and Lisa, in his arms. It was that moment. He held her warm body, and she was safe. He knew not only did God and Jesus love him and them, they had help, actual help, not just a strength to go on when things were tough, not just a faith that helped him. And it had many times. He'd know he had to get the earliest train, he had gotten on the closest carriage to the door, and he was worried. The whole trip he spoke to no one. He stood at the door, and when the door opened, he felt a feeling. It was like someone shouted in his mind. Run, and he did. He had run of the platform, left his luggage, and started up the street. The town was empty, and he bolted, as fast as he could. He realized he was fit, and it was for a reason. He bolted the near mile through the town. He had started up the main road to the cottage, but he would swear he knew it was wrong. He turned up the alley, that lead up the back alley. He raced up it and past the pub, but he could sense her. He knew she was near. John stopped in a second and drew his gun. The man walked out, Lisa in his big stupid grip, gun to her head. He pressed his gun to his temple, panting and sweating but thankful. Something was watching over them, and it didn't want them to fail. In a few moments, William had appeared and, drawing some cuff from his pocket, cuffed the man to himself. Lisa had stopped crying. She was in shock, but she leaned back and kissed him. He felt the warmth of her lips and tears on her soft skin.
How did you know?
Apparently demons aren't the only thing wandering around. Someone up there loves us. He believed it now, more than ever. He was so glad that he hadn't lost her. So, you thirsty? Why the pub?
The Reverend is going to poison the wine, so we thought we'd try find some here and swap.
Nice plan, but most of these pubs will only have a few cases. She smiled at him.
You'll see.
Is Genevieve here as well?
She had to stay. She needs to be close to the Reverend. We're the plan B, if she can't convince them not to drink it.
Richard went to get their carriage, and William took the man to lock him in a cell at the station, only with no guards, but at least he'd be out of the way. Lisa led him into the pub and down the stairs. He looked around. He saw the carpet and the woman in it. He knew it was Kate, left with no respect at all. He looked around. There were barrels of wine, empty bottle, labels and even more, coloured dyes and spirit bottles as well. He was rebottling brandy and gin as well. No wonder he didn't want to get caught. Lisa looked fine, but he wished they could take the day off, but he knew they needed to get moving.
First, we should move her. We can't leave the poor woman rolled up in a carpet like trash.
He couldn't really believe this life or his fiancée. She wasn't at all like other women. They took an end each of the carpet and carried it upstairs. They rolled it out, and then he laid a sheet over her. They would come back for her if they survived all this.
Barrels and bottles?
I think we can wait for the lads to come back. You've done enough heavy lifting. You okay? She came to him.
I am. But tell me what happened. How were you here?
I just knew. I knew I had to get that train and run and take that road. It wasn't a voice, but I knew if I didn't do it, something bad would happen.
A real guardian angel?
Or the Holy Spirit. I'm just glad that in all this darkness, to know that the good guys can sometimes get help. Soon enough, William and Richard had made it back and started to load the carriage with the barrels and the bottles. They even took the man's bottler. He had everything, even fake labels from some very nice and expensive bottles. Lisa laughed, and she looked at the load of wine and bottles. What?
Even this guy with his criminal enterprise might be helping us save people.
He'll be so disappointed. I was going to leave money in the pub, but now I'm feeling like we don't have to. Once they had loaded it all in, they went back to the cottage. It was still only midday, and he knew that they would have to do this at night. He hadn't slept in hours, not at wink last night, and he was exhausted. Lisa led him to the bedroom. She stripped down to her slip. He wished they were married, but still had to wait. At least he could hold her. They collapsed onto the bed, both exhausted in their own ways. But soon she stood. She let her slip fall, and he got to see her. She was a beautiful woman. He couldn't really believe this vision of lust and perfection was his fiancée.
I don't want either of us hurt or worse before this. I love you and you love me. We've waited long enough.
Chapter 57. Rachel. Her life had changed so much in the past few days, or week. She was 19, but she'd never been a young 19. She had 2 smaller brothers, a drunk for a father, and a mother who cared a lot more about herself than raising the children. Still, once her mother had the visions, the dreams, they were packed up and on their way to New Jerusalem in days. They left their father and went without him. They had always gone to church, but she knew she believed a lot more than her mother did. She always thought she went more to gain sympathy for how hard it was being her. Anyway, she had had the dreams as well. And when the angel had spoken to her, she knew her role was to be with the Reverend. She was young, but she knew most men needed a woman behind him. She had been honoured that he'd picked her. She imagined that they would be a team, that he'd be interested in what she thought. But he wasn't. He ignored her until the night time, and then he used her. She knew it was different for men. They had needs. But he wasn't kind about it. The angel said they were married in heaven's eyes, but she felt dirty. Only the dreams kept her strong. She knew the comet was coming. The angel said to her that she was doing right, and she believed it. The girl had been the seed of doubt. Every day since she'd been locked up, Rachel was the one to bring her food. She looked so much like her, different in looks, but the same, young, skinny, and she had a kind of fire in her. She was tied up in a dirty room by people who hated her, but she didn't seem very scared. She had that look that she had, the look of someone beat down by life, but who knew they could take it and not break. Every day the girl had spoken with her. Every day. Her name was Genevieve. She had asked Rachel to pray with her. She had prayed to see the truth, to have strength and been guided by Jesus. It had done something to her. The next night she had the dream, but it seemed different. It wasn't like a revelation. She didn't feel special. She just saw it in the full terror of what it was. The flames, the burning. It all seemed so awful. A nightmare. It also seemed ridiculous. Were they really gathered waiting for a comet? A comet? Also, they planned on killing themselves. She was scared now. How was this right? She had slept next to Francis again, but not let him touch her. She saw his anger, and that helped her see through him. He was mean and prideful. He liked having armed men follow him around. She wasn't his wife. She was his whore, and Jesus would hate her for what she'd done. Rachel walked into the small storeroom. The girl sat with her eyes closed. She sat the food down before her. Her eyes opened. Your friends were here, but you didn't run.
No, I need to be close to the Reverend.
I could help you. Set you free. The girl reached out and touched her hand. She held it for almost 30 seconds, and she saw her eyes go glassy, and then she wiped them away.
I'm sorry this has happened to you.
You're kind. You're the prisoner, and you're sorry I'm in pain. What can we do? What's really going on? I just know he's bad.
What have you seen? The angels? The dreams?
I only know they are lies, and he's mean. He has a dark cloud around his head, but I don't know what that is. She hadn't seen an angel herself, but he looked like he was walking in a storm cloud. It was quite frightening.
It's not a real angel, it's a demon, and it's got an army to help it. The dreams are to trick people into doing something awful.
She was shocked. The word demon, but then they were saying angels, and she had believed that she knew if nothing else, he was evil, a con man, and he wanted them to all kill themselves, so a mad man. I'll try help you. What can I do? She stood.
You can help us all, but you need to get the microphone. You need to convince him to let you lead a prayer. If we can get 2,000 people to bless this town to clear it of the demons, to show them the truth and to fill them with God's grace, then we should be able to stop it.
She thought about it. Would he let her speak? He hadn't until now, but she had rejected him last night, and like most men, he was hurt. She saw he could be pushed.
Do you think you can make him?
He might be a madman, evil or demon-controlled, but he is still a man, and a man who wants everyone to love him. I'm sure I can get it done, if not stop him from speaking.
Don't put yourself at risk.
She laughed. I've been so stupid. I hope God can forgive me. I've put my brothers at risk and can't believe how foolish I've been.
You haven't been foolish. It's evil. And 2,000 people believe you're going to save them, not me. It's up to you. I know it's hard to believe, but if you do this, it will work.
Rachel didn't know if she believed, but she believed this girl, and that was enough. She could have run, but didn't she had stayed to do something? This was it. Okay, teach me the words. I want to get this right.
Chapter 58, Lisa. She rode in the carriage, next to John. They held hands and bumped along on the road in the dark. The carriage was strapped with 3 barrels of very cheap wine, tens of empty bottles, and the bottler machine. They had no idea where the stock would be. Not in the room with Genevieve, but somewhere close by. Last night she had made love with her fiancé, and it really did feel different. This morning she just felt closer to him and was glad they weren't facing danger without sharing their love. She wanted it, and it had shown her she was on the right path. She could have both love and lust with the right person. Okay, I think we'll have to search the place and find out where they are storing the wine. John looked at her.
We don't. We'll be shown.
What? Really?
Yeah, I just have this feeling. We'll find it. Fast.
Their carriage rolled up to the main gate. There was now a wooden fence and wire around most of the camp. 2 armed men stood at it. One looked in at them. Not William, who was driving. Lisa saw he had a dark cloud around his head that was thick and deep.
You bring more wine?
John spoke confidently.
The Reverend sent us for more.
Good. I'll show you the way.
He leapt up onto the back of the carriage, shotgun in hand. He yelled out to William. They rode slowly through the camp until they were right out the front of a large old barn that looked like it had been standing for years. He stepped off, and so did the boys and Lisa.
Just bring it inside.
She raised her brow at John. It was like he was getting some help, which was good. They needed help right now. The man walked them past. 2 other armed men, and they went inside. There was a very neatly stacked row of bottles, and that was all. She counted, and there were around 100. All it would take was a sip. She didn't know what was in it, but communion was a tiny taste. It had to be strong. The men started to carry in the barrels and place them down. Then the bottles and the bottler, thing that put in the cork, but they already had one.
You did well. Where did you find all this?
At the pub, he had a fraud running. Cheap wine, new bottles.
The man laughed.
And now it's ours. That's funny. Who are you, though? New recruits?
She nodded and bent down. As if to tie her shoe, she drew a tiny pistol from her boot and came up with it in his jaw. Drop the guns he did, and she shoved him inside. The boys had the other men, guns on them, and William got them to the ground.
What are you doing? You're stealing? That's so stupid.
William gagged them all and then ran to shut the door. They had 3 big barrels and lots of bottles. She looked at the empty one. Really, they had to do this? She saw Richard was already pouring some off and lining them up. She laughed. Production line time? They had the barrels of cheap red and started to fill them from the barrels. They sealed them up, and William took the poisoned one and, dumping them around the back, poured them out of a window. He didn't want to pour them out inside, in case it was dangerous to smell. Soon they had lines and lines of bottles full. They worked with both bottlers and sealed them up. Then she placed them on the shelves. They needed more than they brought, so they refilled some tainted ones after she had washed them. It took hours. Every second she thought they would be caught, but finally it was done. The shelves full of wine. She looked at John that was involved.
We need to hide these barrels and these men. They will ruin all of our plans.
The men had seen what they did, saw that they had swapped the poison bottles for clean. But what could they do with them? If they kidnapped them, they would be noticed for not being at their posts. She went to the main man and put her gun to his head. Will you tell him what we did?
Of course I will. It's our job. You can't stop us from reaching heaven.
She saw the anger in his eyes. He believed so much but was so lost. His mind was such a dark cloud. I'll let you go, but only if you pray with me.
Fine.
Okay, you follow after me. He just nodded. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirits, clear my mind of evil. Let me see the truth and be pure again. She watched as he said the words, and to her vision, she saw as the clouds started to clear from his mind. His eyes lost their hatred, and they locked with hers.
What have I done?
Just tried to poison everyone.
We have to stop him.
We will. Lisa untied the man, and he stood. The others had seen what she did, Richard with a shocked look, but they went to them and they prayed. Soon she stood with the three. They looked normal again, but sad, deeply sad. I know it's hard. You've been fooled, but you can make up for it now. You can help save these people. The man nodded.
Just tell us what to do.
She turned to John. He seemed to know.
Just stay here. Don't let him know you've changed. The wine will be safe, just in case. But we will stop him.
He's evil, isn't he, the Reverend?
The thing controlling him is, be ready to help us, and if you have any loved ones here, help them to pray as well. But don't leave yet. Tomorrow at 12, our friend Genevieve will make her move, and when she does, we need to help her.
The girl, the false prophet.
That's her, the one you've had locked up in the dirt. She's the one who's going to stop him and save you all.
Chapter 59, The Reverend. He woke up. It was Sunday morning, the day of their accession, and he felt good. He had dreamed all night, and he knew that everyone else in the camp would have had the same one. It was a thing of beauty. He saw them all sitting. They drank the wine before the comet could hit, and he saw as all their souls, with his the first, floated up into heaven to join with a glowing body of light. It filled him with such peace. He'd been scared by the pain of the fire, but knew this was an escape, and they would be free. He also saw the newspapers once they had left. So many people knew. His name was spoken with reverence. He was a new prophet who led his people home. The only thing that was making him sad was Rachel. She hadn't slept in his bed the previous night, but he went to her as she slept on a couch. She smiled at him, which he wasn't expecting.
Today is the day.
Will you be with me on stage? Why have you been so upset? He wanted her to be happy. He didn't want a wife forever in heaven who sleep on the couch. She sat up, she still looked so pretty, and she took his hand.
I want to be your partner, to help you, to be truly with you, but you don't need me. I'm only for sex and a body to warm your bed.
He knew she wanted to share his fame, but she hadn't earned it. Still, it was a small price to have her back and not behaving like a child. What can I do?
Before you speak today, I'd like to lead everyone in the prayer.
Of course, darling. She bent up and kissed him, holding his head and pulling him in. It was passionate, and he knew he'd done right. It was a very small price. She just wanted to be special. She pulled back and climbed from the bed to get dressed. He had things to do. Stepping out from the house, he walked to the old church, men at his side. Everyone was glowing and happy. They had all had the dream. They had seen the pain. But Kay knew they would avoid it, though their faith. He went to the church. A man stood armed. He didn't know his name. He wasn't smiling, but he had a serious job. Any problems? I heard some people came last night. He hadn't seen or heard anyone, but the angel said the false prophet had friends. They had tried to break her out as well, but failed.
Some people came, but we scared them off.
What did they look like?
Poor criminal types, led by that big guy she was with the first time she came. He might still be lurking around.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for him, but it's gone too far to stop. And the girl?
Safe and sound in her little house.
He shook the man's hand and walked away. All was good. He knew he had to visit the girl one more time. He had to give her a chance to repent and change her ways. He went to the storeroom and the guard unlocked it and he walked in. It stank. She had no toilet, just a bucket. He motioned the man to take it out. "Good morning, Genevieve. Today is the day." She once again sat in the middle of the floor. She had a bed that was a few rolled-out empty sacks. "Now, are you going to be a good girl and help me?" What he wanted, or rather what the angel wanted, was her to admit. She was wrong, that she'd made it all up, and his visions were true. She stood up and took his hands. She looked deep into his eyes. He saw her thinking. She had some powers. He saw that now. He took his hands away.
So the dream has changed. It's so beautiful now.
Of course, heaven is beautiful.
Too bad. People who kill themselves and worship false idols don't get there.
Kill yourself. We are following God's plan. He will send the comet. We are just saving ourselves some pain. But false idols, we don't follow one.
You're the false idol.
He was so angry. He slapped her hard in the face and then gasped as she hit the ground. She lay in the dirt and wiped the blood from her mouth. She didn't look afraid or even mad. She looked sad for him. It shocked him a little bit. Why did she act so special and superior? He was the blessed one, not her. She spoke.
Look at the things you are doing. Are you the man I first met? Now you take a woman and think it's your right. You walk around like you're the Messiah. You're leading these people into hell. And why for you pride you're prideful? Is that the sign of a holy man?
He thought of her words. Maybe she was right. Had he hurt Kate and Rachel? Was he wrong? Then the angel was there. At his side, it appeared. It had been watching. He smiled as it appeared. She crawled backward away from it. She feared its beauty. She was wrong. See, you fear the light, you fear the grace, you are wrong. She smiled a sad smile.
Just see if it will let you pray to clear your mind of false visions and feel the grace of our Lord. Then you'll see what it really is, and you'll tremble at what you've done.
He stormed from her room. What did she knew? He knew he wouldn't do it. Why should he? It was a test of faith. He knew that. As he walked out, the angel was in his mind. What should I do with her?
Bring her on stage when you speak. Let her watch it happen. She will see your glory, the people leaving, and she will despair that you have won.
He nodded and walked to his house to prepare.
Chapter 60. Genevieve. She had tried not to be afraid, and in a way she was glad that Francis at least held on to some faith idea that he was a good person. He'd struck her, but she knew he wouldn't kill her. He tried to break her in this room, but it was warm, made of wood. She was fed every day and had a blanket. It was the Ritz compared to Bedlam, and there she had been much more scared of Dr. Sinclair. The demons scared her, though. She now had a picture of what they faced. The one that had appeared to her was the leader. It said even the Romans and Greeks had a name for it. It was old and strong. It also had a force of what must be hundreds, doing its bidding, helping infect dreams, and pushing people to madness. She had to hope that everyone would do their bit. She had no role to play. Rachel had to get them all to pray, and hopefully that would work. They wouldn't listen to her. She also had to hope that Lisa and John had managed to swap the wine, so if they failed, at least the people wouldn't die. Still, if they didn't pray and bless the camp, they would have 100 demons and thousands of people who no longer believed. She sat down in the dirt and she prayed. For the 100th time, she prayed for strength, to not be afraid, to be the person she needed to be. As she opened her eyes, it was before her. The demon, not in the guise of an angel, not a shadow, but what she assumed it looked like. She tried not to scream. Her heart started to race and it looked at her. It was tall, rotten thing, but with scales and small horns. It looked at itself and laughed.
So this is evil to you?
Its voice was deep and broken. It hurt her ears to hear it. This isn't what you look like.
Demons don't have bodies. We're just souls. You see the evil as physical deformity. It's insulting, really.
I don't want to talk to you.
No, of course you don't. But I wanted to talk to you. We will take you on the stage. You will see them drink the wine and they will all die. But then the fun starts. They will all go to hell, to be burned and suffer. The news will spread out. Your papers will report that these stupid Christians killed themselves. It will turn thousands and thousands from God. I will be praised amongst my kind.
She stood up, willing herself to be strong and brave. She could smell it. It was like a rotting corpse. She smiled at it and spoke. In the name of the Lord Jesus, please bless this room and cleanse it of evil. It growled at her and slashed a hand which just passed through her, but made her cold. It was being shoved towards the door, but it spoke as it was pushed.
There are too many of us, and this land is too big and open. We'll see you soon, Genevieve, and you can watch everyone die. Before I start on you, I'll spend your life making you mad. It will be like a day to me. I'll send you back to Bedlam.
It reached the door and just went through it. She was alone in the room. She collapsed to the ground. It was so scary. She had to stop it, send it to hell. It spoke true. Time to it was nothing. It would harass her for years, unless she did something more permanent than shoving it out of the room. She didn't understand. How could it appear before her like that, and how could she cast it out? If it never went into anyone, the only person truly cut off from his belief was the Reverend. He was gone. Maybe she could trick it into entering him. Trick a demon that was older than the human race. She got down on her knees and started to pray again. She was going to need help.
Chapter 61, Lord Suffolk. John, Lisa, William, and Richard had made their way back to the camp. It was Sunday, and he was worried. They sat at someone else's fire and camp. It was only 10 o'clock, but most people had gathered around the stage, finding seats and singing. An eerie song floated over the camp. It was a hymn he'd liked until now. They all had guns and sat like a group, about to raid a bank, or pull off a kidnapping, which was essentially what they planned. So I know we're all believers and we don't want to kill anyone, but it's not a sin to break someone's jaw to save a life, or if it is, I don't really care.
So, we storm the stage and just grab her?
We have to give Genevieve her chance to do whatever she plans. But if they drink the wine, they'll know in minutes they are still alive, at which point I assume the Reverend might try to hurt her.
I could just shoot him.
What in the arm?
This man is evil. Look at what he's done here. Surely God wants him dead.
He was worried about the man. He had faith, but he was still in shock about it all. He'd seen a lot of things in the last few days. He was horrified that these people were all willing to take their own lives. He didn't know the power of the demons. They could make anything seem real. I know it's frightening, but we can't become animals. Once you start thinking that it's justified, there is no going back. We have no right to kill anyone, and he's sick. I'm sure he was a good man once. Lisa spoke up.
If it's in him, he has no power to stop it. If it's talking to him, it knows people well and knows just what to say to deceive him. But remember, we also have the 3 guards. They will help us.
Okay, I'm just scared. When this is over, we'll have to discuss my membership.
He could see he'd leave. It was one thing to listen to talk of monsters. It was another to face them. William, at least, just had a steely resolve. The police faced evil in human form all the time. He walked with his group to the end of the field. He looked out to the scene. There were thousands of people, all sitting in seats, waiting and watching. He looked at some of the faces and saw such smiles and happiness. Many were crying and seemed so glad. It was all so awful, eager as they were to throw away such a precious gift as their lives. He walked up the aisle, closer to the front, and the guard from the other day walked up to him. He winked at John.
I have your seats at the front, my lord.
They walked to the very front, seat just before the stage. He looked and shuddered. There were tables laid out. On them were hundreds and hundreds of tiny glasses for the communion wine. Just enough. The man turned. Some people were there. It was packed. He just nodded at them, and they gave up their seats. He sat with Lisa and the group. The man knelt by him.
The wine is fine, but your friend is going to be on stage with him. I'll try protect her as best I can.
John looked at him, and this time really did so. He looked like a 40-year-old farmer, but pale blue eyes. Thank you, friend. I don't even know your name.
It's Jacob Lee, but don't thank me. If I help, I might make up a third of the awful things I've done in these last few days.
He looked up on the stage. It was set with the microphone, and a cross had been built of wood, and around it had a piece, if red, cloth. He half expected to see a picture of the revered hanging from it. He knew the sermon would start at 12. They waited and waited, watching and trying not to grow angry. As he watched, the man Jones brought Genevieve up onto the stage. He hadn't seen her in weeks, not since she left on her mission here. His heart leapt, as did his rage. He stood, but Lisa urged him back down. She was even skinnier than normal. Dress and face dirty, but she looked strong, unbroken by the horrible treatment. How could they think this was okay? As she came to the stage, he heard the crowd boo and hiss at her. They yelled out things like defiler, witch, false prophet. It made him mad, so mad he almost wanted to leave them to their torment. But he couldn't, surely. Amongst them were mostly good people, just twisted into something different. She was sat on a chair, and the man Jacob stood next to her, gun at his side. Then another young girl walked onto the stage. She was pretty and blonde. The people clapped as she went to the stage, and she curtsied. She looked to Genevieve and then looked away. She stood alone. Who is that?
The Reverend's new wife or woman.
She looked young, but also had some steel in her eyes.
Her mind is clear. I see no black around her.
That was a useful talent. If she was unaffected, maybe she was there to help. He saw her look again to Genevieve. It was a knowing look. Maybe she had a plan. He hoped so. Finally, the Reverend walked out onto the stage. He was young, smiling. John had never seen him before, but he didn't seem like a man of God. He was so young and quite handsome, but that smile, like he was a salesman, but a good one. He had to stand up, as everyone else did. They cheered and cheered, people clapping, screaming, yelling out. Father Francis, the prophet, and things like "Take us home." It was a true madhouse. The sound must have echoed all the way to the train station. Thousands of people all shouting and crying. If he doubted the man before, one just had to look at his reaction to the adulation. No humbleness, no respect. He didn't think as Genevieve did, as Lisa did, as he did when they had great gifts. We're God's gifts working through them. We're thankful he'd blessed them and given them such things. This man took the praise and let it wash over him. He had that look in his eye. I'm special. I deserve this. Lisa looked at him.
What an arse.
Chapter 63. Genevieve. She had spent a few more hours in her dirty storeroom. No bath, no change of clothes. She wasn't given another chance to talk to Rachel, so she had to hope the girl hadn't changed her mind and she'd convinced the Reverend she should speak. She sat in the dirt of her storeroom, and it opened, and a man walked in. She hadn't seen him before, but he motioned her up with his rifle. He was alone, but more men were outside.
I'm Jacob. I met some people last night, and let's say I'm seeing things differently this morning.
She stood up. A lord, a lady.
That's them and two young guys. The wine is safe, if that helps, but the Rev wants you on stage. But I won't let him hurt you.
Why?
I've helped him a lot. I poisoned the wine, and if your friends hadn't have come, I would have happily drank it myself. I owe you all.
Okay, let's go then. He went behind her and started to lead her out. As he did, he handed her a small knife so she could cut her ropes. They walked to the stage and she was held by another man at the back. Jacob disappeared for a few minutes and then came back. She was led on stage. It was big, and she looked out to all the people and they jeered and yelled at her. It was so hard to want to help them, but she knew they had been brought here by goodness. That had been turned dark. She was sat on a small chair, and Jacob stood next to her. She looked, and in the front row was John, Lisa, and two men who looked ready to fight. They both looked at her. She saw John raise up, gun in hand, but Lisa shoved him down. He looked so mad. She just smiled at them. A plan was forming in her mind. If the wine was safe, they were safe. For a few minutes, she was sure the demon, if not the Reverend, had a plan B. As she sat, Rachel came onto the stage. She winked at he. She looked confident and strong. She was ready, she muttered to herself, going over the words. She whispered to Jacob, tell her the wine is fine, she's with us. The men that guarded her, 3, we're all on her side. She sat and sawed away at the ropes, cutting them slowly as she did. The Reverend came to the stage. There was such a sound of applause. She saw him basking in it, like an actor on stage. He proceeded and strutted like a cockerel. How could he think that was right? She had prayed to see the demons, to see the veil, and she did. It was once again just like a shadow, but it stood behind him and watched over him. She considered the audience, and it was like a sea of black ghosts flew around it. They passed above the people, and she heard a sound. They all howled. It was an evil call of triumph. Led by them on the stage, soon they would succeed. She saw Lisa shudder. She had eyes fixed on it on stage. She could see them clearly, it seemed. She looked at the crowd and seemed to be counting them. Francis walked to the microphone, but he didn't try to quiet the people. He let them clap and cheer for a full minute, until they stopped slowly. He started to speak. She looked at Rachel, but she was confident she'd get her chance.
Friends, today is the day. We will all be together in heaven. Our friends, family, loved one lost. We know the comet comes, and that is our permission. We will drink the wine, escape the pain, but join Jesus on the appointed day. This woman, he pointed at Genevieve, has said killing yourself is wrong, and I say to you, any other day it is, but today is different. We will be taken if we wait for the comet, but we are eager to join Jesus and our friends in heaven. How could he deny that? How could that be wrong?
She looked at them all. It wasn't as if they were real faces anymore. She saw tears, hope, fear, but everyone was confused. Their most basic belief had been overridden. Their minds swam in visions and deception. Above them, the demons swarmed, giving them thoughts and words. She saw them all nodding along like drunks or fools.
But this is not my day. It is our day, a day in which we must face our Lord pure of heart. My lovely wife, Rachel, wants to lead a prayer. First wait while the wine is passed to you all. We will drink at the end of the prayer, and I will talk some more as it works, and we are sent home.
She hated that sent home was said repeatedly, but she watched as the wine was passed down the rows. It was awful, even if she knew it was harmless. She saw so many families with it, little children, passed it by eager parents, and to the elderly, they were all so lost. It took an age, but soon they all had the wine. Rachel went to her husband and kissed his cheek. She knew this man. She then walked to the microphone.
Please, I ask you all to pray after me. Dear Lord, please bless us today. Bless this township of New Jerusalem and the lands around it. Fill us full of your grace. Fill us full of your love.
She looked at him and smiled. He smiled back.
Free our minds from unclean visions and cast the demons out of your land.
The crowd said it. Thousands of voices all joined together. The Reverend did know what was happening, but she saw as the darkness above the crowd was blown away like a thick breeze. It was like a cloud lifted from the land. Their minds started to grow, clear. Then she saw it. The demon was being pushed away, but it was so close to its goal. It leapt into the body of the Reverend. He stormed to the microphone.
Drink, my brothers and sisters.
The control was still there, fading, but many had just been waiting. No thought, many drank it, down. Even though she knew it was safe, she was so afraid. She stood up. Now was her chance. The ropes fell from her and she ran to the microphone. She knew they were safe. Their lives had been spared. But she wasn't having all these people lose everything. Their faith, it would win. She spoke into the microphone and shouted, "Dear Lord, turn this wine harmless and protect your people from this liar." It was like a shockwave running through them, and they saw the Reverend leap at her. She knew the demon was in him, and it had its hands around her throat in moments. As it choked her, she thought, "Dear Lord, keep it trapped in there." She saw a look pass its eyes. It knew. Now John and his friends had reached the stage. The Reverend was hauled off her. The crowd had all stood and watched. Jacob and his men pointed their guns at them, but none moved. She heard one yell, "Out! Give him to us! He's a traitor!" She looked at the demon. You're trapped in there. He dies, you die. And they want you dead now. A look of fear passed its face, and she almost smiled. As he did, she saw Rachel had taken Jacob's gun and shoved it hard into his chest.
Darling, I was pure before you. You ruined me. Tried to kill us all. Now you'll pay for it.
Everyone backed away, no guns to her. She saw her face and tears ran down it. She was strong, but in the outside, the shell of her cold reserve covered deep pain and shame. She put her hand on her shoulder. She felt her pain and spoke to her. Rachel, he deserves it. It deserves it, but you don't. Your brothers need you. They are here. In this crowd, you saved them, and they love you, she said. The girl cocked the gun and then lowered it. John took her aside and led her to the seat. She put her hand to the head of the reverend. Time for you to go. The fleeting fear had left its eyes.
You had me. Joining me to a mortal was smart, but you won't get me out now. I've lived thousands of years. I'm a lord of the fallen. Try your best.
It screamed. The words were loud and horrid. The crowd of people shuddered to hear it come from the man they had been following. She put her hand on its head in the name of Jesus. Leave this man and get to hell. It shuddered, and he fell to his knees, but laughed. She knelt and repeated the words. She couldn't do it. Then she saw Lisa Hand's joined her, then John's and William, Richard, Jacob, even Rachel stood. They all prayed and prayed. She heard the crowd of people all praying. The reverend opened its eyes and looked at her. They were not human, but yellow and terrifying. It went to speak, and she put her hand over his mouth. The reverend's body shook once more, and then a great darkness flooded from him, not like a shadow or smoke, but a giant dark cloud. It filled the stage, and then it faded away. Like sun through a cloud, it faded to nothing before them all.
Chapter 63. Lord Suffolk. John and Lisa sat in the cottage. It had been around 4 days since the drama at New Jerusalem Township. Most people had left that day. Many had seen the demons overhead or a dark cloud. They had certainly heard the Reverend talking in that awful voice, and what seemed like a dark storm cloud come out of him and disappear. Genevieve had stayed at the camp with a few others, discussing and trying to organize homes for them. Many had sold up fully, abandoned houses and jobs. Now they had to go back. Their faith was hanging by a thread, but she did her best to rebuild it. They at least thought they had been saved from the poison. She told them truthfully her friends had switched it, but that was God's plan. He sat with Lisa. They had been there all day as well, but it was night now. I think we should get married soon, as in a few weeks. She sat by him.
I agree, we need an enjoyable day, something nice, and to be around people who don't want to kill us.
Indeed.
So Richard has left.
That voice did him in. He couldn't handle it. He believes but too much. I think sometimes the darkness is all people can see. They don't see the good.
What good came out of this?
We're still alive. She's still alive. All those people are alive, and maybe in the future, people will be less likely to follow any madman who says he saw a comet in his dream, or is the new prophet. We can hope. He was sitting on a couch, and she came and on his lap. They rested like that, her head pressed against him. He was tried, deeply tired, as was she. He too needed some light. There was so much darkness. As they lay, he almost drifted off. Her warm body on him, the door swung open. She was there. She looked at them and laughed.
So sweet.
Lisa got off him and sat next to him. Any left?
Only a handful. We've held meetings every day. Most people are okay. Rachel has been great. I think she will be someone we should watch. If they ever allow female vicars, she'd be great.
After the demon had been cast out, then the Reverend had come back to himself. He, like Lisa, remembered it all, and the man broke. His mind just cracked. He'd been taken so far from his path, and to know that a demon had been his friend and mentor had ruined him. They had to take him away. The police had him now. He was under arrest for some charges they might have to invent. But he'd end up in Bedlam for sure. As they took him away, all he could say was sorry. Over and over again.
We've also got a problem in London. Some group, a Latin club. I think they are summoning demons, or helping them in some way.
Of course, never a moment's peace, so back to London to stop another demon plot.
And plan a wedding.
Chapter 64. James.
He sat at his desk at the Latin Club. They had their own office, and he looked at the pile of newspapers in front of him. He flicked through them and looked. He'd asked the demon to find out who these people were, and now he knew. He had 2 papers before him. One story was about the man and one the girl.
House of Horrors Courier by Matthew Smith, 1891. This is a story of an evil that now fills the street and pages of our fair city, and one of our leading barristers who has turned to offer free legal service to the poor. Recently, the case of Deborah Smite was tried. The full transcript of court proceedings is available tomorrow in our court ledger, but the case in brief. Young Deborah, charged with the murder of her infant, claimed to have been duped into giving him to an old lady who seemed kindly and paid her a handsome sum of his care. It was a trick. The child was soon found drowned and dead. The police arrested her promptly, not considering the lead she offered, and took her case to the police prosecutors. Enters Lord John Suffolk, a man normally known for high-profile cases, drinking at the Ritz and being a bit of a lad about town. He is given the case to prosecute, but instead quits as a QC and defends the girl, getting the case thrown out. The issue here is that one man, of his own volition, decided she was innocent, and indeed she was. If he hadn't gotten involved, then she'd have gotten life. It draws our attention to the odious practice of these baby farmers and the method they use of adverting in respectable papers. On finding the address of this house, guiding the police to the real suspect, the case unfolded in full tragedy. The house, owned by one Mrs. Iwkanka Dragosy, a Polish immigrant, was the place where they plied their trade, her and her offish son. The police found in the backyard 3 buried bodies of children and letters to more young mothers. This wouldn't have been uncovered if not for this case. I think it's time that we did something about these newspapers that earn funds from this, and indeed I managed to ask the Lord himself what he thought of them, catching him for a quick interview. Who do you blame for this happening, and how can we curb it in the future? The problem with London is businessmen think it's fine to make money at the expense of others' suffering. Not only ads like this, jobs that don't pay enough, crooked landlords. People need to realize that money made from another's suffering is wrong. I'd ask all Londoners to boycott the paper advertisers weekly until they change their ways. As you see, quite passionate. But at the Courier, we support Lord John, and as such, with our own advertisings, have banned any mention of adoption or child-caring services unless run by a church group.
The Mad Prophet of Devonshire Inquiring Mind Magazine Weekly by David Simpson, 1891. As you, my readers, know, we at this paper aim to shine a light on the madness of religion and the things they get up to. I bring you now a true story, but one that truly stretches the imagination and will seem like fantasy. But so many people were involved, so many reports. It seems parts of it are true. You may have seen the pamphlets that flooded the city, proclaiming the coming of a comet and the prophet Reverend Francis Octavius of Devonshire receiving visions from an angel. His church grew rapidly, and soon, just a week or 2 ago, he had gathered a large camp, some say around 1,000 to 2,000 people. All sold houses, belongings, and came to await the end. Now, was this man a conman or a madman? Soon you'll see he was both. The people gather, and through some tricks or drugs, many had visions as well. We see a form of mass delusion. Enter Genevieve Richardson and Trinity Investigations. They came to find after a woman, Kate Hudson, who had been taken under his control. Supposed to help the woman, she ended up dead as she tried to leave the Reverend. Now let's have a little backstory of Genevieve. Her name will be known to some as the survivor of a house fire in which her twin sister murdered her father in their home. She herself was then a resident of Bethlehem Hospital for 6 years. Now she is free and running an investigating service. She has links with our own Lord Suffolk, and in some circles is considered his word. Her fitness to investigate anything is doubted. The Reverend finally receives a date and tells his people they must drink poisoned wine to get to heaven. Come Sunday and they drink, nothing happens, but that's not the end of it. Many reports say this girl, she then took the stage and performed an exorcism on the man. A demon was seen leaving his body, and above the crowd, many fled from the scene at this time. It's clear to me that the Reverend was a madman, but never planned to poison anyone. He is now in the custody of Bethlehem gone mad. I feel this girl Genevieve must be to blame and had performed some stage trickery, as her company is now extremely popular, and it's said they are the new experts when a case involves the supernatural. People will believe anything, and I think this shows two things. Don't trust people who say it's the end of times, and we need some sort of regulation as to who forms an investigating service. I tried to interview this woman, and she agreed, much to my surprise. She was an interesting character, very skinny, young, but had a very steely resolve I can gather one gets from years in Bethlehem. She, of course, is a very devout Christian and believes in all these things. Please forgive me for the ridiculous nature of these questions, but I just wanted to highlight the case. You claim this man was possessed by a demon. That wasn't my claim. People who saw his behavior change thought it was something like that, and I did confront him on the stage and asked him to stop lying to everyone. He did, which was quite powerful, as many had been following him as a prophet. Many people claimed to have seen visions. I think he had tainted that wine, and perhaps with drugs. He was a dangerous man, and this highlights people need to be very careful. I would ask anyone to question a prophet a new way. Anyone who claims to have visions, read your Bible, and you'll see what they really are. It was hard because I could tell she believed it, but didn't want to say it, so I decided to go after her directly. What right does an 18-year-old girl held in Bethlehem for 6 years have to investigate anything? Which part offends you that I'm young, a woman? Or was declared mentally sound after watching my sister kill my father and herself? She left the interview at that point, but I think we see that people should be aware of this prophet and foolish ideas, and hiring an investigator should be done with care.
William sat, a fair he'd finished reading. He would have to do something about these people. They had stopped him at the museum, and he guessed they would know about him. The demon was cross from him. It was invisible, but he knew it was there. He closed his eyes. He could speak to it if he concentrated. Just those two.
And a woman called Lisa Walker. She can see us.
And you want me to kill them? Do they know about us?
They followed you here, but didn't come in.
He didn't sign up for this. It was meant to help him, to gain power and wealth for himself. He didn't want to have to kill people, not these 3 people. What's in it for me?
More, a lot more, my loyalty until you die.
But you can't help that. I want a long life.
It laughed.
Long for you is like a blink of the eye, but I won't help your demise.
Fine, I guess you have a plan.